Hello lads, ladies, gents, ladetts, whoever, whatever, welcome back to another video. This video was aimed to come out a couple of weeks ago, however, I was quite unwell and I had some issues when it came to uploading this. Even though I rendered it out multiple times, a couple of times it didn't work, one time it didn't want to upload, and I just got pissed off and left it. So it's coming out now instead. But before we do get into this giant compilation of everything that I've made for the year, at least in terms of retrospectives, I just wanted to say thank you again for all the support this year. Without you, it's not worth it, and I appreciate every single one of you. Being the flagship series for Microsoft Xbox's line of consoles, Halo has become arguably one of the most important FPS franchises of all time, especially in the early 2000s, due to the fact that it made pretty much every competitor want to be known as Halo killers. Launching on November 15th in 2001 and developed by the legendary team at Bungie, Halo Combat Evolved was an absolute force to be reckoned with within the gaming sphere. Selling an estimated 5 million copies, it is the original Xbox's most successful game outside of its follow-up, Halo 2, which is the only game to outdo it. Though when saying that, fucking Sneak King is apparently third, so, you know. Man, Xbox kinda deserve better. Being a brand new IP from Microsoft and expected to help carry the original Xbox to compete against the PlayStation 2, Halo's initial success was more than just its sales numbers. As it was universally loved by critics and fans alike, it gave people a reason to get their hands on the original Xbox. Halo was a bit of a gamble for the newcomers to the console market, as it was one of the few proper sci-fi FPS games that had a rather expansive story and lore. More on that in a little bit. That released in an era of World War II shooters. From the original Call of Duty to Medal of Honor, there was nothing like Halo really at the time. It was a gamble that paid off as it went against the grain of what everyone expected Microsoft to do. Sure, we did have other sci-fi FPSs such as Deus Ex and Half-Life, but we didn't have something like Halo just yet. Before getting into the plot though, I think it's important to mention that Halo has had some accusations of being a rip-off of books like Ringworld by Larry Niven, and although I can see what people are saying to an extent due to the Halo rings themselves, it's clearly an inspiration and not a one-to-one rip-off. Let's be real, most fictional stories are inspired by other fictional stories. This is clearly a case of inspiration, not theft. What helps Halo stand out immediately from everything else on the market is the fact Halo doesn't treat the player like an idiot. Instead of trying to hit you over the head with all the information before it lets you get into the action, Halo lets you take part in the action and answers the questions that will arise. Upon waking up in the Pillar of Autumn, Master Chief is told they're under attack by an enemy only known as the Covenant. Obviously, as a player, many questions will arise immediately. Who are the Covenant? What are they doing here? Where the hell's my weapon? The start of the game is frantic, loud, and tense. We get to see the Covenant in passing. We get to see them as aliens, all different sizes, shapes. We also get to see the damage they do as they kill our fellow man. It gives them the aura of threat that we need to be aware of, at least until we get a gun. Upon meeting up with Captain Keyes, we also meet Cortana, everyone's favorite hot AI waifu.
What? I can't hear you! Too busy looking at your ass!
We learn of the dangers of the Covenant and also find out about the ring world known as Halo that is believed to be a weapon, and we get tasked with taking it down. As we head out into this epic adventure, we get straight into the gameplay after an initial walking section. Being an FPS, it plays how you would pretty much expect for the most part. However, unlike most FPS games of its time, Halo actually limits the player to only 2 weapons at any given time. Though more annoying in modern games, for the time it was actually a pretty interesting design choice, as it meant the game had to be a little more tactical. Though not lacking in weapons overall, compared to later entries in the series, the first game does have quite the limitations. It's a bit hard to go back and play, especially if you're used to the newer Halo games. The cool thing about this limitation though was the fact players would naturally find the combinations that would suit them best, and if you played with someone else you might find that you had different weapon combinations to them, and all these different combinations could potentially be more or less effective in certain situations, meaning the combat would evolve. The game's movement is pretty quick, though not as fast paced as something like Doom. Halo does reward the constant movement. However, that's not all it does, it also rewards cautious and tactical gameplay. This means it managed to cater to pretty much any playstyle at the time, doing something very few games truly managed to do. This is because of the use of the shield and health system, which was a really smart design choice. Being more than just health and armor pickups like you would have in the old school games like Quake, Unreal Tournament and Doom, but being a little bit more than just the regenning health system that made games from the mid-2000s 2000s to 2010s have a bit of a gameplay flow issue. When you shield depleted and you heard that beeping sound, you shit yourself. But being able to pick up health packs to regen health, while also having the option to just wait it out and wait for your shield to recharge, meant that you got to pick the pace of each fight. And it's not to say you're a walking tank though, you will die pretty quick, which leads to my first and only real complaint about the game's gameplay. And I wouldn't even say it's a complaint as much as an observation, and that's the fact it feels like certain enemies can take way too long to kill, and that they can kill you faster than you can kill them. I understand elites should be much stronger than grunts, but sometimes it feels like I'm shooting them forever to kill them. Even when I melee them, it feels like it does nothing, whereas if they do it to me, it feels like I've been in the ring with Mike Tyson. Consisting of 10 main levels, Halo will take you roughly 10 or so hours to beat on that initial playthrough. However, once you play the game a couple of times, odds are you'll be able to fly through things pretty damn quick, and this is because you'll know where you're going, as the game doesn't really tell the player the best directions to go on your initial playthrough. This is because Halo tries to be a little bit more hands-off and lets the levels themselves guide the player as to where they need to go, and although overall the levels are pretty good at doing this, due to some samey architecture in certain levels, it can get a little bit confusing on that initial run-through. You'd also think that only having 10 levels, the game might be lacking in variety overall, but this isn't the case. Halo has an amazing variety of locations and level design that help the game from ever feeling too stale as an entire product. As I mentioned just before though, some areas can feel a little bit samey, however they are usually in shorter bursts rather than that of an entire level. From the beach to the library, you're pretty much in for one hell of a time. While traversing through pretty much every level, you'll fight all the different forms of the Covenant, and this might be a little bit controversial, but at least by the time you hit the halfway point, they do get a little bit stale. To the game's credit though, these enemies do have enough variety in terms of how you approach them that it isn't too mind-numbing. But I mentioned the library before, and this is where we get to meet probably the most infamous zombie-like enemies in all gaming, the Flood. The Flood come at the perfect time to break up the repetitive flow of combat that we've seen up to this point. Having this horde-like enemy, for a lack of a better term, flood and surround you in crazy numbers is a masterful tonal shift from what we've seen, as the game goes from action to horror in a split second. And to just go back to what I said earlier real quick, Halo lets you ask questions and get the answers. And this is because before we even see a single flood, we get some of the greatest environmental storytelling ever in any game. And it leads to what I consider to be the greatest single scene in this game, that of the scared Marine.
Stay back! Stay back! You're not turning me into one of those things!
It makes you wonder what made this battle-hardy Marine scared, considering up to this point we've seen them take on the Covenant like it's nothing. This made the Flood truly imposing. So up to this point I've talked about the action, the gameplay, the storytelling, but what else makes Halo great? Well, the soundtrack. The soundtrack is just phenomenal. All the music was written and composed by Martin O'Donnell and Michael Salvatore, and holy shit, it is easily one of the greatest soundtracks ever written. From the absolutely iconic opening theme, to the battle music you'll hear throughout the game, there is not a single misstep in this game's musical presentation. And now's where you're probably going to hate me a little bit, and this is because I need to get something off my chest, and feel free to debate me in the comment section below. But as a character, Master Chief kinda sucks. I'm sorry, he just does. At least he doesn't deserve to be on the mantle of greatest characters ever written. I know he gets more development as the series goes on, but as a silent protagonist, he is not meant to have a personality. He is not meant to be well written. The idea is you impart on him. But Karlik, what about Link, Gordon Freeman, and all those others? Yeah, they suck too. They're just vessels for us, the player, to be the hero. That's what they're meant to do. They're meant to let us experience this world that's been created that we can't experience in real life. It is a form of escapism, and it's perfectly fine to be that way. Master Chief lets us enjoy a sci-fi epic like no other, with a story and world like StarCraft or Mass Effect. Furthermore, by no fault of its own, it caused a bit of a vacuum within the industry as everything tried to copy what Halo did. As I mentioned earlier, everything wanted to be Halo killers, just like you see with games like Call of Duty and Fortnite today. So the innovation that the series created sort of became the downfall of the industry as a whole, which, just to reiterate, is not Halo's fault, which just shows how Special Combat Evolved actually is. It set the groundwork and foundation for something bigger than itself, and it lived up to those expectations. And although I never owned an original Xbox myself, I had a friend growing up who did have one, so we would go to his place in order to play it. I remember playing multiplayer, trying to beat the campaign on harder difficulties, and just having a great time in general. And that's the story of Halo. It really has a history with everyone who's played it. Everyone who's played it has remembered it. Everyone who has played it has a story to share from when they've played with friends, when they've played multiplayer, when they got screwed over by a bloody plasma grenade. It is more than just a game. And if you have somehow never managed to play it, get your hands on it. Get the Master Chief Collection and enjoy it, because it is something special. So with that, lads, ladies, gents, ladetts, whoever, whatever, it brings us to the end of another video. I hope you enjoyed this look back at Halo Combat Evolved, and share your stories below. Tell me about the good times you got teabagged by a friend because they were a douchebag who kept killing you over and over again. Or you kept killing them. Why do I bring that up? Because I want to give a shout out to my friend Adrian, who helped me get the footage from FS Imagery. There will be a link to his Instagram page down below. Please consider giving him some love. If you enjoyed this video, please consider hitting that like button, and if you want to go a little bit further, hit that subscribe button. Today, I wanted to talk about the mascot that Capcom forgot, Megaman. Although a series I've always enjoyed over the years, I've never found myself to be a die-hard fan of the original run, at least not fully. I always enjoyed Mega Man X and the Battle Network series more so than the original, and hopefully I will get around to making videos on them in the future. For now though, I want to talk about the original core series and not the spin-offs. Consisting of 11 main releases, Mega Man has been a mainstay of gaming since 1987. If you include spin-offs and collections, the series as a whole has over 30 games, including the original run of Mega Man. Mega Man, known as Rockman in Japan, was developed and published by Capcom and released in mid-December of 1987. Releasing for the original Nintendo Entertainment System, Mega Man released in a year filled with some absolute classics, putting it in the era of games that helped save the gaming industry from complete collapse that was on the verge of happening back in the 80s. With the first half dozen of the games releasing in the 8-bit era, mechanically they weren't the most complex games. And considering what controller we had to use at the time, it makes sense. For some of you might know the Wii Remote is a deadly weapon, but for us, the original NES controller, that shit would make your hands bleed. It would humble everybody who had ever even thought about touching a controller. This means Mega Man had to get pretty creative with what it could do to stand out. Being part of the action platformer genre, it didn't really want to be another Contra or Mario. It had to do something different. Instead of being like most action platformers and going for a purely side-scrolling approach to level design, Mega Man went for well-crafted single rooms that would also have a fair bit of verticality. In most cases, the first few screens will be super simple and straightforward, just to give you the idea of what you're going to expect. But like any good game, the Mega Man games actually get more difficult the further you go, which is a good test of your skills that you should have learned up to this point. However, if you're like me, you're going to be shit at it and die a lot, so thank God for the Mega Man collection having the rewind button. The Mega Man game can be broken down into two key categories, and that is its platforming and its combat. The combat isn't the most complex thing you'll ever play in the world, as I mentioned before. However, it does get a bit better as the series progresses. They're all functionally the same between each game, as they tend to be running guns, but you will unlock some abilities that make things a little bit better. Starting off, Mega Man will only have access to the Mega Buster, shooting basically as fast as you can mash the button. By the time you get to Mega Man 4, you'll get access to the Charge Shot, allowing you to hold down your button for a more powerful single shot. As you continue to progress throughout the games, you'll also unlock the abilities of the Robot Masters you beat, which is a great system for a couple of reasons. Firstly, the way the game is designed means you can tackle these Robot Masters in any order you see fit, allowing you to go at your own pace. And secondly, and more importantly, each Robot Master has a weakness. So if you're paying attention, you'll be able to defeat them quicker if you use the right weapon. This rewards the player for paying attention. Some abilities you'll get will have more use than just combat. As an example, in Mega Man 1, Gutsman's ability to pick up and destroy boulders and big blocks allows you to traverse previously blocked areas, giving the player a reason to go back and explore, instead of just being a one and done. Furthermore, the game also has a point system, so if you're an arcade child, seeing those points pile up might make you crave a little bit more. It's not all rainbows and sunshine, however, as there is one major problem with the combat, and that's the fact Mega Man can't shoot up. Sure, there are certain abilities that allow him to hit things above himself, however, you don't really want to use all your energy, so it means you have to ignore certain enemies, and they can just get away with hitting you over and over again. There are also certain enemies that do just have really annoying patterns. Now, that's more of a skill issue, to be fair, I don't really put that on the game, but man, they really shit me. The platforming, however, is where Mega Man Man starts to shine. Its platforming is second to none, especially for an NES era game. From the very first game, the controls were super tight and responsive, and they only got better as time went on. Now, platforming itself isn't something that I would say is the most enjoyable thing in the world in every game ever. However, in Mega Man, it is actually a lot of fun, and that's because we get a lot of variety instead of just being a bog standard platformer. We don't just have to jump over pits or spikes, we actually get disappearing platforms all the way back in 1987, having to time our jumps, making the game a little more interactive. It actually makes the game more engaging. To add to this, we also get branching paths. Now, they're not the most in-depth branching paths you'll ever get, but they do give the player options, and the more options you have, the better. Now let's get into the biggest separating factor of this series from pretty much everything else, and that is its story and lore, because my god is there a lot. I'm going to do my best to summarize without spoiling too much, but do understand obviously there's going to be spoilers. But if you're upset about spoilers for a 40-year-old game, kiss my ass. Although not expanded super well upon during the game itself, the game's manual, the ancient relic that it is, that many a gamer used to read in the car ride home as a kid or as an adult, or while taking a shit instead of reading the shampoo bottles because God forbid we do anything else, would be our only way to get insight into the lore of Mega Man. In the distant future of 20XX, Dr. Light has created robots to work the dangerous industrial jobs. However, the robots one day seemingly lose control, attacking everyone. Among the robots that attacked, there were 6 robot masters, thus setting up the bosses for the first game. Dr. Light figures there was someone behind these attacks, so he figured out it had to be his old rival, Dr. Wily. Without any idea of what to do, Dr. Light's assistant, Rockman, asked to be turned into a combat robot and renamed himself to Mega Man. Setting off to stop Dr. Wily from taking over, Mega Man has to beat the 6 robot masters along with the robots made by Dr. Wily, as well as Dr. Wily himself, giving us pretty much everything we need to know. As the series progresses, Wily is still the main bad guy. Like Sonic with Eggman and Mario with Bowser, we know what to expect whenever we play a game, whether it's 1 through 11. It's not to say this is a bad thing, however, as personally I actually really like Dr. Wily's character and all the different ways he tries to cause trouble and escape at the end of every game. Now, I can understand for a modern gamer this might seem a little cliche and a little silly to do. However, you have to understand this was the game, or at least one of the games, that started this cliche in the first place. It wasn't cliche back then. It gave you a reason to buy the next game, because let's be real, functionally, they're all pretty much the same. What's the point of getting 1 over 2, or 3 over 5, or 6 over 4? Sure, there might be some slight gameplay differences, but at the end of the day, they all function the same when it comes to the core gameplay loop, which is why having Wily escape at the end of every game is something you should consider a pretty decent idea. Had to hit all those nerds with the 8-bit sequel bait. And if I haven't told you on the series yet, you should listen to its soundtrack, because holy shit is it incredible. It is easily one of, if not arguably, the best series soundtrack for the NES Super Nintendo era of gaming. And if I had to pick a personal favorite out of the 11 games, I have to go with Mega Man 2, because the intro opening theme is just incredible. All things considered though, Mega Man has unfortunately been rather dormant from our screens for the last 20 years. It's not to say he hasn't popped up in things or been around due to collections and remakes, remasters, things of that nature, but for the most part we've only had 3 mainline releases, because during his peak popularity between 1987 to 1997 we had 8 releases, whereas over the next 20 years we only had 3, being Mega Man 9, 10 and 11. And I fear Capcom has forgotten about him yet again, waiting for that day for him to just come out of retirement. I know the plots and things of the original games don't really carry across to the modern gamer all too well, but the gameplay from those games is still second to none. They hold up. He still stands strong amongst all of his contemporaries. Please, Capcom, give us another Mech Man. So with that, lads, ladies, gents, ladetts, whoever, whatever, it brings us to the end of another video. I'd like to thank you for watching this, and if you have any stories about Mega Man, or if you have a favorite Mega Man out of all of them, or just a favorite soundtrack, or just anything Mega Man related you want to talk about, let me know in the comment section below. If you enjoyed this video, please consider hitting that like button. If you want to go the extra step, please consider hitting that subscribe button. You may have noticed that this is a video I've technically done before, however, I will be privating that video and remastering it for your viewing pleasure, as at the end of the day, it was not up to a standard that I now deem suitable. So I hope you enjoy as we dive into the world of Digimon. However, I'm not going to do every single Digimon game, as with the amount there are, it's going to be a hard no from me. Now, I wanted to talk about the Digimon World series because it's a series that I think went pretty underappreciated, especially at the time, and even to this day. I do plan on covering every game within the Digimon World franchise, all the way from the first game up to the New Order. However, for today, we're just going to focus on the first game, Digimon World. Releasing in Japan on January 28th, 1999, Japan, North America on May 23rd in 2000, and the PAL regions on July 6, 2001. Digimon World aimed to bring the viral success of the Digimon handheld devices that were like Tamagotchis to the big screen. Although not getting the greatest reviews from critics, the game seems to have done pretty well, at least among fans. Developed by BEC, later BB Studios from Japan in the late 90s, and then handed to Flying Tiger Development for US reprogramming, Digimon World was published at a time when its then publisher Bandai was struggling, and unfortunately it was unable to save Bandai as a company. Eventually Bandai was bought out by Namco, giving us the Bandai Namco we know today. It's not to say the game wasn't successful, however, as it did manage to sell over 1.3 million copies. Our plot begins from the very opening cutscene, as you see two kids battling it out with their own digivices like you would in the school grounds back in the day, while our protagonist shows up and watches on with great excitement, only to later head home seeing his own digivice light up, which then leads to him being sucked into the digital world. You're applauded upon arriving to help save File City as it is in danger. In order to do so, you will need to recruit more Digimon to repopulate the city, all while finding out about an evil plot by an entity known as Analog Band. This story isn't anything special, however, what it does well is make sure that you're aware that you constantly need to go out and explore, because the more you explore, the more Digimon you can bring back to the town in order to help save it. However, one major complaint I do have is the fact Analog Man doesn't really feel like much of a threat. Sure, we know he's a threat because we've been told so, but he doesn't really make his presence all too well known, at least to the player. Digimon World is an RPG, but unlike most RPGs of its era, it plays a little bit differently. The core of the gameplay can be split into two main aspects, that being the raising and growth of your Digimon, along with the other aspect being the exploration and battle side of things, which is what you would expect more so from a game of its time. As mentioned earlier, the game took the idea of taking digivices and making it an actual 3D game you can play on your TV. So if you've ever played with a Tamagotchi or a digivice, you know what to expect. But for those who don't, to summarize it very briefly, you just look after them like you would a pet. However, obviously, virtually. In order to raise our Digimon though, there are a few activities we need to partake in. Firstly, you're going to need to feed them. This will happen pretty often, and there are a variety of foods which you can use to quell their hunger, consisting of various mushrooms, meats, and even paid meals later in the game that you can use to raise their stats. Speaking of stats, they are the other major part of raising our Digimon, as we will need to train them in order to make them strong enough to not only battle, but to also digivolve. It's a pretty simple system in theory, but in practice, trying to get specific evolutions can be pretty tough, at least until you're used to it. So I highly recommend using a guide or an evolution tool that fans have made to make life a little bit easier. All the stats are pretty straightforward as to what they achieve for you. With brains being one, I highly recommend getting to a good level on pretty much any Digimon you have, as it will give you access to more commands in the battles you have to take part in. Additionally, we also have two more things to worry about. That is our tiredness, which is pretty self-explanatory, and pooping. Pooping is a thing, as a kid, and even today, I still find funny because the little fart sound just makes me laugh. Now with raising the Digimon out of the way, let's talk about the other main aspect of the game, its exploration and combat. With the map consisting of roughly a dozen zones, you get to see how the Digimon go about living their daily lives. Unlike Pokemon, at least at the time, we could actually see Digimon in real time, no random encounters, which was just really cool to see. As we explore, you also get to see this game's visual style, which is quite interesting. It's a combination of the natural world mixed with the digital, actually creating this really cool effect, thanks to its use of pre-rendered backgrounds. While exploring, we'll basically be doing three things: scavenging items, trying to find Digimon to send back, and the game's combat system, in which the combat system might put a few people off because it's where things get a little bit strange, as we don't work on a fully traditional RPG combat system of any kind. I personally can't think of a game that does combat quite the same way. This is because instead of issuing an attack or run command, basically you suggest it to your Digimon, and based on the level and how well you've looked after them, they will then decide whether it's something they want to do or not. So it means the raising of your Digimon is incredibly important, which in concept is brilliant, although I think it would have been nice to have more direct control, especially for some of the tougher fights. Moving on from the combat, the main point of the game, as mentioned earlier, is to bring Digimon back to File City. So upon bringing back these new Digimon friends, we'll find that the game starts to open up more and more, as the game is somewhat back-loaded. It makes the early game a little bit slow, but the late game a lot more enjoyable. As we bring back more friends, we'll unlock shops, clinics, gyms, and even restaurants. All of these will evolve with more Digimon that we actually bring back. So it adds a lot of personality and makes all your work actually shown, and it feels really good to see it. For each Digimon we bring back, we actually earn what we call prosperity points. This will help increase your tamer's level. This will help with grinding later on. And that's because there is one key mechanic I haven't actually brought up to this point, and that's the fact our Digimon will unfortunately pass away. They only live for a certain amount of days depending on what level they are, so you need to balance a lot of different things in order to make things work to the best of your ability. However, upon them dying and you getting in new new Digimon, they'll actually keep some carryover stats, so it is important to make sure you train to the best of your ability, along with leveling up the town and your prosperity points, meaning the game gives you more than just a single reason to go out and try and save the world. It actually rewards the player for doing what the game wants you to do, which is something, unfortunately, a lot of games don't seem to do these days. Up until now, I've been pretty damn positive about the game. However, there is some major flaws that I think need to be addressed. Firstly, the game's lack of feedback as to when your Digimon needs something, such as sleep, food, or to go to the bathroom, mainly due to the fact that we don't find out until they need to do it already, which can get you in some trouble when you're trying to explore the world and all of a sudden, hey, they need to take a nap halfway through this exploration, or need to use the bathroom only for you to get stuck in a battle immediately. My second major complaint is the lack of a world map. Having a map that would actually tell us where we're going would help immensely, especially in the mid game when you can get a little bit lost because there are a few different things you have to sort of wait around to do. It's not to say that it needs one necessarily, but it definitely would have helped to have. I do have other complaints, but they're pretty minor, so I'm going to leave them aside for now. Overall, I think this game is a really good game. It is a solid 7 to 8 out of 10 for me. I'd love to see it ported to modern consoles, especially something like the Switch, because being able to play it for 15, 20, maybe even 30 minutes on the go would be awesome. It's a type of game you can sort of pick up, come back to, and do a little bit at a time, though I'd recommend keeping notes just for your own sanity. So with that, lads, ladies, gents, ladetts, whoever, whatever, it brings us to the end of another video. I hope you like this little remaster. There will be a link to the original video that is unlisted down below in the description if you do want to check it out. I don't believe in deleting my content necessarily. However, I am going to be replacing a lot of my older videos that I don't think are quite up to snuff for what I see as a standard. If you enjoyed the video, please consider hitting that like button. If you want to go that extra step, consider hitting that subscribe button to another video. You ever see something that makes you just go, hell yeah, in your head? Because I do for a lot of things. Dinosaurs, old muscle cars, a new video from my friend Baby Arms.
Nice.
And giant fighting robots. Although as my age continues to grow, and with every passing day I'm technically the furthest from being a child I've ever been, mentally and at heart, I will always be a giant kid. So when it got towards the end of last year and I was working on a list of games I would love to cover for this year, I remembered a little title by the name of MechWarrior 2. With MechWarrior 2 being developed and published by Activision before they started to suck ass, MechWarrior as a series had several different dev teams behind the reins along with a new publisher for pretty much every game until the franchise settled with the current publisher, Chrono. Despite all this, the series as a whole is pretty similar in their core design, which, given the 12 titles across the franchise over the last 34 years, is pretty damn impressive. Sure, they differ technically from game to game, but for the most part, if you play one, you'll understand what to expect from the next. However, for today's video, we are only going to be focusing on MechWarrior 2 31st Century Combat. Taking place in the year 3057, MechWarrior 2's plot is rather expansive in what you would expect for a sci-fi epic, so I will do the best I can to summarize. For the sake of time, we are going to skip a lot of things. With the in-game universe consisting of two main groups known as the Innisphere and Clans, we follow the clans as they deal with an ideological conflict between them. These clans are broken up into either Crusaders or Wardens respectively, with Crusaders wanting to return to the Innisphere as conquerors, while the Wardens see themselves as protectors of the Innisphere. Eventually, the Crusader faction won out and the clans returned to the Innisphere as an invasion force containing a small fraction of the clans including Jade Falcons, Clan Wolf, Smoke Jaguars, and the Ghost Bears. The invasion force consisted of Crusaders and Warden clans, chiefly the clan Wolf. The Wardens participated in an attempt to mitigate the damage caused by these Crusader clans, eventually leading to the Falcons and Wolves fighting as the Wolves wish to protect the Innisphere. It sounds like a lot, and that's because it is. The plot is honestly on par with the scale of something like Mass Effect, Halo, or StarCraft. Speaking of Halo, if you haven't seen my Halo Combat Evolved video, you should probably go watch that. Wink wink, nudge nudge. As the game released on several different platforms, you'll notice that the game itself can look pretty different based on what you play it on, as you would expect, with the original DOS version being somewhat barren and lacking in overall textures, but once you move to other ports, it starts to shine visually. Though it's not the greatest looking game you'll ever see, the addition of these textures really help things pop and make things look way better. Not only do I think the texture work is pretty damn solid, I actually find the HUD to be pretty much perfect. It really encapsulates the feeling of being a mech pilot. You will notice the enemy mechs also look amazing, which made it pretty clear as to what they wanted the hardware to do, since the skyboxes and ground textures can be a little bit lacking, but having the enemy mechs look as good as possible really helps sell the immersion of what we're doing. With the plot being crazy in depth, what about the gameplay itself? Well, for 1995, it's as amazing as you can expect. Getting access to 18 different mechs and having the ability to customize them with different weapons and armor, the amount of combinations you have access to is on another level, which is actually a staple of the series as a whole. It also has two campaigns, being the Falcons and the Wolves respectively, meaning the gameplay would continue to evolve as you would find combinations that would work for you based on the missions you were doing. Overall, the mechs handle and feel how you would expect, like a tank, yet the overall gameplay is somehow smooth and pretty damn responsive. It's no Doom, but hey, for what it is, it still plays pretty damn well. The game's overall control, however, is where some people might be turned off. Not because it's bad, but it is a little bit more complex than you would like. It's no Steel Battalion, but it's not just a simple shooter. There are a lot of things to keep in mind at any given time. Not only your ammo count, are you overheating? What body parts are damaged? Where are the enemies? What's my objective? Why am I not subscribed to Carlick on YouTube? Subtle plug. I apologize for nothing. The game, for lack of a better term, is pretty damn hardcore. It isn't a game made with a casual player in mind. And I don't mean that to sound gatekeepy or anything like that. Honestly, I think you should play it. If you understand what you're heading into, the game becomes a lot more enjoyable, since the game expects you, the player, to get used to it rather than it trying to dumb itself down for you. And I say this because the game is not easy. You can die pretty damn quick and more often than you would expect, especially when you take on multiple mechs. They are just as dangerous as you. For every bit as strong as you might be, so are your enemies. So it's going to come down to skill and just a straight up mastery of the gameplay, which is how I feel most games should be in my opinion. Not saying every game has to be overly difficult or anything like that, but I do think they should expect the player to master the gameplay mechanics. And considering you're going to play over 30 different missions if you decide to do both campaigns, I think it's fair to expect that you will master these mechanics. And while doing all these missions, you're going to have to listen to the in-game sounds, and my god, are they pretty damn dope for what this game is. Sure, the sounds aren't as realistic as you would expect for a modern day, and are a little bit cheesy overall, but it sounds how you would expect, especially for a PS1 era game. And while you're walking around in that metal machine of doom, you are going to have to listen to the game's incredible soundtrack. With a wide variety on offer, yet fitting of the overall sci-fi theme, MechWarrior 2's OST is second to none on the platform. Having the ability to be ambient and just there when it needs to be, to having the ability to getting your heart racing and causing a sense of dread when it decides to use those synth instruments. I always bring up Tekken 3 as an example of an OST I go out of my way to listen to from the PS1 era of games. And honestly, MechWarrior 2 is on that list as well because it's just as good, if not better, in certain ways. Using a wide variety of music scales, it can get a more traditional sounding tone you would expect, along with giving us some stuff that may have a bit of a Middle Eastern flair by the use of the harmonic minor. It is a game that I think is truly ahead of its time, and probably still the best in the series to date. And although I'm loving my time with MechWarrior 5, as I do love giant big robots, 2 I think still remains the king. If you have never played a MechWarrior game, but like me, you want that itch in the monkey brain to be scratched, playing a game from this series is a way to go, as you can't really go wrong, and it's going to make you go, hell yeah, brother. What? You haven't had enough? Well, there's a couple more things to cover, and that's because we actually had 2 expansions. We had Ghost Bear's Legacy and MechWarrior 2 Mercenaries, with the Mercenaries sub-series actually being one of the more popular sub-series within the entire franchise. However, we're going to go over this relatively quickly, just for the sake of time. With Ghost Bear's Legacy adding in 17 new missions, we actually get quite a lot of new content, and that's not even including MechWarrior 2 Mercenaries. With Ghost Bears adding in actually a little bit of mystery to the actual overall storyline, which is pretty interesting. It's a nice change of pace from just being, we're at war. I don't want to spoil things, so you should play it for yourself to find out what I'm talking about. Mercenaries changes up the gameplay, however. Although it still follows the general idea of do mission to unlock next, you actually get the option to do Mercenary Commander mode, which gives the player control of finances and contracts for randomly generated missions, meaning the game theoretically has quite a lot of content here for you to play. And if you're a giant MechWarrior fan, this is definitely one you should be getting your hands on. Sadly though, mech games seem to have seen an overall decline in their popularity. It's not to say they haven't been around or done well, but for the most part you don't really see them as the mainstream game everyone's playing. So hopefully in the future we can get some more hardcore mech games. As to my knowledge, the last one we got was MechWarrior 5. So if you know any other hardcore mech games that do exist, let me know in the comments below. And with that, lads, ladies, gents, ladetts, whoever, whatever, it brings us to the end of another video. I hope you enjoyed this look back at MechWarrior 2. I know we didn't really cover the expansions in all too much depth. However, if there is enough interest, maybe some point down the line I will do a more in-depth look into both of these games as a single video. If you enjoyed this video, please consider hitting that like button. If you want to go that extra step, hit that subscribe button. Today we're going to be remastering the second video we did from looking back at the Digimon World series. Being announced at the same time as the first game in the series, Digimon World 2 was made by the exact same team as the first. That being of BEC Studio, who changed their name to BB Studio down the line. The game released on July 27th in the year 2000 for Japan and on May 19th in 2001 for the NA market. Now unfortunately the game didn't seem to get a release for the PAL regions. So compared to the first and third games, I don't have as much nostalgia when it comes to talking about this game. Unfortunately, the second game was nowhere near as successful as its original counterpart. Though not a complete dumpster fire, it's one of those games that didn't go over too well with critics. Digimon World 2 was a complete departure from the original's design. Moving on from being the pet raising sim that the first game was, we actually move into a straight up dungeon crawling RPG, which makes the game a lot more traditional and safe for the market. Also, compared to the first game where we get sucked into the digital world, we now actually play as a character by the name of Akira who actually lives in the digital world. Plot-wise, I think this game is a lot more fleshed out compared to the original, and it's a lot better than the bad guy do bad thing, please stop him. Akira is basically forced to become the tamer and to battle in order to protect his hometown that's begun to get attacked by wild Digimon. Compared to the first game, we're no longer coming from the real world into the Digi world as we actually live in the Digi world. Now personally, I'm not a huge fan of this because I actually like the idea of, being sucked into the digital world rather than being a living part of it. Upon beginning the game, we're given the choice of one of three teams: the Black Sword, the Blue Falcon, and the Gold Hawks. Functionally, all three teams are pretty much the same. They don't really change your playstyle a hell of a lot, plus you can get more Digimon as you go throughout the game. In order to be successful though, you are going to need to make a team that is going to be strong against all three types of Digimon, that being Data, Vaccine, and Virus. Essentially, we get a rock, paper, scissors type mechanic. Now, you would think considering I'm remastering these videos, I would have remembered, but I also forgot in that as well. But this is in the first game, and I failed to mention it both in the original and the remaster, so I'm calling myself out here. So, as I mentioned, the game has moved to that of a dungeon crawler, which is where things may be a little bit hit or miss depending on what you prefer. Now, as for me, the game grew on me as I played it. However, it's not without its faults. It definitely can be very grind heavy and a little bit slow to kind of figure out what you're meant to be doing. But once you understand what the game wants you to do, all in all, the core gameplay loop is pretty enjoyable, though it can be a little bit tedious. Digimon World 2 can be broken up into two key components, that being its exploration and its battle system. So, starting with exploration, how do we explore? Simple, via tortoise. Digibeetle. It's all a little strange, to be honest, but we travel around basically in a giant moving tank, and we can customize and upgrade it. The game doesn't do a great job, honestly, of telling us what we can do with this to begin with, but we will figure it out, and it's not that complicated. Thankfully, all we have to do is talk to the NPCs, and everything's pretty self-explanatory. The Digibeetle is actually quite interesting as a gameplay mechanic, and this is because we have a limited amount of steps that we can take in each dungeon. Furthermore, we also have a limited amount of HP, so upon either of those numbers hitting 0, we lose. However, if you do wish to leave the dungeon because those numbers are getting dangerously low or your Digimon are in trouble, you can use an item known as the Autopilot. It will become your best friend as it will save you from a lot of headaches. You might be wondering though, how do we lose HP if all we're doing is walking around? And that is because there is a variety of traps littered around every domain. And depending on whether you've upgraded your Beetle or not, you might not be prepared to deal with some of these. The exploration also suffers from the problem of feeling a little bit slow. And that's because for every turn you make, or single move, so do your opponents. It's not the worst thing, however, but it can definitely take up a little bit too much of your time. The only real point of frustration that I had with the exploration is the fact that you can't always avoid fights, and this is because certain Digimon will actually just beeline it for you, so if you're just trying to get to a teleporter, bad luck. So you've got into a fight. What does that actually entail? Well, pretty much what you would expect for any JRPG, though with a slight twist, because instead of just a 1v1, we can actually have up to a 3v3, making battles actually have some tactics required to them, rather than just mash the X button. Another layer this game is added compared to other RPGs, at least of the time, is the fact we can use an item and still attack on the same turn. This is super useful, especially for restoring MP. As you run out of MP, obviously you won't be able to attack anymore because all attacks require MP. When we're running low, if we don't manage our MP, obviously it's going to cause some issues. Thankfully you have a couple options. You can either use an item or you can actually guard, which is classified as resting. This will restore a small percentage of your MP. It will also make sure you take less damage on that given turn. Now I mentioned earlier this plays like a traditional RPG, however that's not 100% true. We do have a few different attack types. Now instead of having a traditional magic attack and physical attack, we actually have 4 different things. We have attack, interrupt, counter attack, and assist. All 4 of these play a little bit differently but essentially do the same thing. Attack is just a straight regular attack which will cost us X amount of MP to use. Interrupt allows us to interrupt an opponent's attack. Counter attack allows us to counter attack if we're getting attacked, and assist allows us to assist assist one of our other Digimon in our team, such as curing them of ailments or healing. Now, in order to get more Digimon in our team, we have to capture them like we would in a game like Pokemon. However, it's not quite a one-to-one like Pokemon, as we'll need to give gifts to these wild Digimon in order to convince them to join us. They have 3 different heart levels, and the higher level heart, the more likely to join you they are. You do want to make sure you have room on your team in order to keep them with you. Not only will you have your 3 that you can have in battle, you can actually have Digimon in reserve that sit out on the Digibeetle. This is great because you can rotate a team through a dungeon and not rely on items as much. In the beginning, we'll only be able to store 1 Digimon in the Digibeetle, but by the end, after we've upgraded the Digibeetle, we can store another 5, giving us a team of 8. Capturing isn't the only way in order to get new Digimon. We can also Digivolve Digimon in order to make them stronger. Now, it's a little bit complicated, at least to my brain, so I'm actually going to link a video below by Devoid, who has an excellent video explaining everything in depth, but I'm going to do my best to summarize. We basically have a couple of ways to go about doing evolutions. Firstly, we have the level caps. So essentially, once we hit a certain level, we can evolve, and this isn't necessarily a set specific level, it's more of a threshold you have to hit. Next, we have DNA Digivolutions. These are a little bit tricky. You need to have a champion level or higher that you can then fuse with another Digimon that is also a champion level or higher. You'll acquire DP points, which then allow you to evolve into other Digimon within the chain. It's important to note though, when you do this, you will reset back to your original rookie form. You'll also reset back to level 1. Thankfully, grinding by the time you get to this point is pretty easy, and you can level up really quick. Now, we're going to get into some spoiler warnings here because we're going to start talking about the story and plot. This isn't going to be some full in-depth analysis of the story or plot. I'm not that kind of guy, but I do think it's worth talking about, especially given how much it evolves from the first game. Now, compared to the first game, the villains in this game are actually around a lot more, and it's more than just being Digimon that are wild, that are aggressive and attacking. We find out that there is a group called the Blood Knights that are behind this, essentially a 4th team per se. They're basically an army that used to be former guards within the city that you lived in. Like any army though, we do have a command structure. We eventually find, after many battles, that they have a mastermind who is named Crimson. He originally respected the guard tower of the digital city, but after many discoveries after his missions, he found an unknown life form. This ends up being the Overlord Gaia. We also find out Gaia is actually in control of Crimson, thus making Gaia the overlord, pun intended, of this world, thus leading to the fight against Overlord Gaia as the final boss battle. After defeating Gaia, you'll find out that you've actually managed to save everyone, obviously. However, the interesting thing is now you are free to leave the digital world, thus actually negating my complaint from earlier. This was a cool little twist, and I didn't actually see this coming. Now, in terms of what's left in the post-game, you basically get one more domain you can complete, which is called the Terra Domain. It's 100 floors long, and it's like every other domain. You can use it to capture and train any other Digimon for completion's sake. I'm not really doing the story justice, but as I said, I'm not great at really doing story analysis. I recommend playing it for yourself, and that's basically how I feel about this game. I think it does a lot of great improvements in terms of general gameplay to that of the first, with some minor kind of setbacks. At first, I wasn't really sold on the dungeon crawler style of game. However, the more I played, the more I got hooked. So if you're looking for an RPG worth picking up and you feel like playing a retro game, I actually really do recommend this. And given its relatively low sales, I think it's fair to say this game is a rare and underappreciated gem. So do check it out. And with that, lads, ladies, gents, ladetts, whoever, whatever, it brings us to the end of another video. I hope you enjoyed this remaster of our second video from the Digimon World series. We will eventually do the third. It will not be too far off, so I hope you're looking forward to it, and I will see you guys there. If you like the video, please consider hitting the like button. If you want to go a little bit further, you can hit that subscribe button. Though never truly gone from the industry as a whole, full motion video cutscenes, or FMVs for short, are something I would consider to be a bit of a lost art overall. It's not to say there aren't games that still do it well. Look at Alan Wake 2. That has probably one of the greatest FMV sequences of all time. But back in the 90s especially, we had some of the absolute best of the best in the worst possible way. A game series that had some of my absolute favorites is a little known series known as Mega Race. With the first game in the trilogy releasing back in 1993, with the subsequent games coming out in 1996 and 2002, all three were developed by Cryo Interactive out of Paris. If you gamed in the 90s to early 2000s, there's a chance you may have played something they were involved in. Not because they were a prolific developer, but because they did publish quite a few games. From Game Boy Color, Windows, Linux, even up to the 6th generation of consoles, they had a hand in publishing publishing and developing over 50 different game titles. However, sadly, as of 2002, Cryo itself is defunct and is now owned by a company known as Microids, who are another developer you may or may not know. So as we've done in the past, today we're going to tackle a trilogy and ask,
are you ready for a marvel of virtual reality?
As we dive into Mega Race. Although thematically all the same, all three games are rather different in their overall gameplay and presentation, so there will be a little bit of comparing them as we move forward, especially the first two as they are both MS-DOS releases, whereas by the time the third game came out, it was released for Windows XP and PS2. The first game in the series, like any other, has the task of setting up the world and what we're about to partake in, and my god, do they absolutely nail it. Starting off with a rather lengthy yet impressive cutscene for the time, the mix of CGI and full motion video was done pretty damn well, and it doesn't hurt that we get introduced to the single greatest TV host in gaming, as far as I'm concerned, Lance Boyle.
Can you keep up this level of intensity, tough guy?
Lance is portrayed by the American actor known as Christian Eriksen, who is this somehow weird amalgamation of seedy, creepy, funny, and endearing, but yet somehow an outright lunatic, and I just love him. The acting on display here, although campy as hell, reminds me of Total Recall with a mix of The Running Man, and I'm here for it. I can honestly not tell you the last time a game had me laughing as much as what this game did. And I think Christian Eriksen deserves more love for his hard work. We learn about the plot for the first game from its opening cutscene, where Virtual World Broadcast Television, or WBT for short, is hosting a Hunger Games-like competition where contestants known as enforcers are forced to race in quote live or die, more on that in a second, races against speed games. There isn't some overarching story here, and at its core it is just a score attack game. So it's, as I like to say, a game for a game's sake. The core gameplay consists of you picking out your car and attempting to either beat your opponents or destroy them with your weapons. Because this game isn't awesome enough, having vehicle combat makes this game turn it up to 11.
These go to 11.
Now, although you think you would destroy your opponents, you're actually only beating them in virtual reality, thus what I was talking about before. And the reason this works really well is solely because it allows for you to reverse these enemies over and over again, allowing for the game to have more content, because as a DOS game, it's not going to be particularly large. Hell, the video files for this are probably going to be larger than that of the actual game itself. And that's kind of the sad thing about Mega Race, is it's not a very expansive game. Sure, the different tracks look nice, and I think the game actually looks great for 1993. However, the game doesn't really evolve a hell of a lot. Mechanically, it's pretty much the same from race 1 to the end. It's not bad, but I think that is a fair complaint if you were to make it. So if you did want to play it, I think it's important to note that the game is designed like an arcade experience. It is not a 20-30 hour experience, it's a 20-30 minute experience. It is a great time and an absolute blast, but do not expect it to be some hardcore vehicle combat simulator.
Hey, way to go, Enforcer! That slime ball is toasted pulp as we speak. Of course he only got splatted virtually. But even so, how many times can anybody's neurons take that kind of partying? I got the statistics right here, only I'm not allowed to tell.
Moving into Mega Race 2, you'll notice it's basically the same game as the first one, however with a few extra elements to help spice things up. Before getting into that though, you will notice the visual upgrade from 1 to 2, and it's pretty damn impressive. With only a few years between the releases, it shows how quick video games were starting to come along with their graphical improvements. Gameplay wise, the second game is as close to a perfect sequel as you could have hoped for when it comes to the evolution of the series. Not only now do we buy our car and upgrade it as we go, we also have the ability to have multiple front-firing weapons along with rear-firing weapons such as mines and oil slicks, basically quadrupling the amount of combat options we had from the first game. Sure, the options themselves might seem a little generic, but for what the game is, I have no real complaints. The next major thing is the races themselves. They have changed how they work. Although the ways to win still remain the same, instead of just being one enemy at a time like we do in the first game, we actually end up with a straight-up full grid of races, making it feel more like a racing game rather than just a 1v1 arcade shooter. Now, before we go any further, I know there's a question you're wanting to ask. What about Lance? Is our boy back for a second game?
Feeling all big and nasty, Tiger?
Yes, and he's just as good if not better than he was in the first. More lines, more screen time, and now he has an assistant, Lucinda, who is played by the actress Alice Evans, whom you may know from a few episodes of The Vampire Diaries and Lost. She does a really good job of playing the ditzy sidekick character to Eriksen's witty Lance. Mega Race 2 takes a much more satirical look at a dystopian future than that of the first. It's not to say the first doesn't do this, but the second game really wears it on its sleeve.
These venues are so beautiful, you'll want to live there. Just like me. Only you're not allowed to for financial reasons. Whoever reaches and wins the last track of all is crowned King Mega Racer 2. He experiences a sense of achievement and returns in regal triumph to reality, where he'll probably never readapt.
But he'll have his memories, Lance, long after we've forgotten him.
And if I had to level a complaint at Mega Race 2, I think it's the fact that it reuses the exact same plot from the first game. It's not to necessarily say it's bad, because you are allowed to world build here. However, I think the fact that it doesn't evolve makes it feel a little bit stale. Like in Mario, how many times you gotta save the princess before you're like, I'm kinda tired of this.
I'm tired of this, Grandpa.
That's too damn bad!
Moving into Mega Race 3, you'll notice things have gotten even more futuristic and crazy than what we had before. Not that things didn't already seem to be, but the third game really pushes the boundaries of what the series could become. Gameplay wise, the third game is closer to the second than it is the first, but it definitely plays like a more traditional racing game, more so than a vehicle combat game. The vehicles allow you to toggle between 3 different modes, that being the attack, defense, and speed mode. Personally, I never use the attack mode because I could never line up my shots. However, if you're good enough to do it, you might find a use for it. The overall control in the third game is better in my opinion, but that might just be a preference of a 3D racer versus a 2D racer, considering this is the only 3D game in the series. The game's visual style has definitely changed, and I wouldn't say it's better for it overall. It's not what I would consider to be the prettiest looking game, and although some things can look alright, such as the car models, some of those backgrounds are a little too low res for their own good. Furthermore, you'll notice the king himself, Lance Boyle, has become a lot more antagonistic than what he's ever been.
It's gonna get messy out there, big guy. When we say no survivors, we mean you!
He's still enjoyable as a character, but he's definitely taken a step back. And I wouldn't say this is the fault of Christian Eriksen, I actually think this is the fault of the director and the writing itself. Mega Race 3 just sort of falls a bit flat, and it's probably due to the fact that Chrono was on its last legs when this game came out. So I think they did the best with what they had, however it does diminish the legacy of the first 2 games. Mega Race was never a AAA series, nor do I think it really got the love I think it truly deserves. But considering you can thankfully get your hands on the entire series of Mega Race games over on GOG for less than $5 on sale, hell, you can even get it on Steam, it's an experience worth having, especially the first 2. It's not to say that the third game is bad, but I do think the change in direction that it took definitely hurt it from feeling like a true third title in the series. I also think it's worth noting they did try to reboot the series back in 2015, but it didn't really go anywhere. So fingers crossed, maybe in the future we get something. However, without Lance Boyle, I don't really want it. So with that, lads, ladies, gents, ladetts, whoever, whatever, it brings us to the end of another video. I hope you enjoyed this look back at the Mega Race trilogy. I know it wasn't the most in-depth look into each game, but considering they don't really evolve a hell of a lot, it is what it is. If you have a favorite FMV sequence in gaming, let me know, because to me, the true
Marvel of virtual reality.
are the sequences in the Yakuza series. I'm down bad. What are you going to do about it? If you enjoyed the video, please consider hitting that like button. If you want to go that extra step, hit that subscribe button. Today, we're going to dive back into Digimon World 3. This is a remake of an older video, so if you want to watch the original video for whatever reason, link will be in the description below. Digimon World 3 moves into a different game genre yet again. Unlike the first game, where we were a pet raising simulator, and the second where we were a dungeon crawler, the third game moves into a more traditional JRPG. However, unlike the second game, we only have one Digimon out at a time. Digimon World 3 released in the middle of 2002 for the NA and Japanese markets, while at the end of 2002 for the PAL regions. Starting our adventure, we get to meet the player character Junior standing out front of a game center waiting for his friends. Upon them arriving and entering the game center, we find out that we're entering a virtual MMO, which is probably my favorite way the series as a whole has done this so far. In order to get our first Digimon, we have to pick one of 3 different packs. These packs consist of 3 different Digimon, as you'll have a team that you can rotate as you explore. Those teams are known as the Balance Pack, the Powerful Pack, and the Maniac Pack, each giving a slightly different playstyle, at least in the early game. Every Digimon on your team will have its own unique stats and abilities as you make your way through the game. As an example, Pandemonium is a great support Digimon as they can heal, whereas Digimon like Agumon are great for raw damage output. Now, no one Digimon is useless and will always have their place on a team, but it'll be up to you to figure out your team's strengths and weaknesses as you go through to see what will work and what won't. It doesn't take too long after getting into game for the plot to start taking place. Shortly after our arrival, we find out that there has been an error that has occurred. The game master makes an announcement announcement saying that everyone will be trapped in the game for now, however they are working on it. This is kind of similar to what has happened in Digimon World 2. At this point, it is suspected that a hacker by the name of Lucky Mouse is behind the error. Junior isn't all too phased. Assuming everything is fine, we go on our merry way and explore the world we find ourselves in. We go through different locations, fighting leaders that act very much like gym leaders from Pokemon, and also doing side quests for Digimon and other tamers within this world. Now, just to give a quick spoiler warning, because we're going to jump into some of the late game plot real quick, if you don't want to be spoiled, please go to the timestamp shown on screen right now. Eventually, after progressing far enough, we get to meet the demon of every 5-year-old's daydream, Lord Megadeath. Yes, that's his actual name. Now, I'm not going to give away everything that actually happens. I think this game is worth playing for yourself. However, what I do want to say is this game has some pretty interesting twists and turns when it comes to the hierarchy of who's doing what, so definitely worth playing. Moving on from the story and plot, you'll notice that visually the game uses an anime art style like the previous game, and it is especially on show during exploration. Most of the exploration is done through a 2D overworld which uses sprite-based character models while using pre-rendered backgrounds to walk on top of. Most screens you traverse are rather small, so it doesn't take too long to get from one place to another. This is actually really nice given the fact that this is a PS1 game, so loading times can be a real pain in the butt. There is a fantastic variety in the locations we will visit as we go from cities to fields to forests to beaches to haunted ruins and mountains, all the while having a digital and technological flair to them. We see that computer parts are scattered throughout, and it's nice to see this kind of return instead of having the kind of monotony of Digimon World 2. Although 2 City did look great, I think 3 absolutely nails the visuals. Although I think I would say I still prefer the first game for its overall incorporation of this aesthetic. While exploring, you'll notice the movement has seen a massive improvement from that of the second game. We now have full 360-degree movement that is very fluid and very quick, compared to that of the second game where it felt like we were moving through sludge. Overall, there are certain parts where it might be a bit hard to see your character when you go behind something. However, you do have a little kind of ball thing that sits near your character's head that will allow you to kind of know where you're at. Although this can be annoying because sometimes there are certain mazes that are underneath the stuff that's in the foreground, which makes it really hard to navigate, and you sort of have to just piss fart around until you get through. You'll notice that Digimon are no longer visible in the overworld like they were in the previous 2 games, and this is because we've moved to a random encounter system like you would with most RPGs of its era. So you've been running around and you get into a battle. What does the combat actually entail? Like any turn-based RPG at the time, we'll get a list of commands of things we can do. We have attack, tech, DV, which stands for Digivolve, tag, item, and run. Most of these are pretty self-explanatory, so I'm not going to go into super massive detail about all of them, but DV and Tech are the 2 that I do want to talk about. As early on, your normal attacks won't do a lot of damage, so you're going to rely on Tech, and Tech works pretty much like magic in any other RPG. This is super useful as you'll do great damage, especially in the early game. Now, DVs are pretty much the most complex part of the combat. Essentially, you'll use a turn in order to evolve into a stronger Digimon. Now, they will have a separate stat pool to that of your base form, so it is worth making sure that you do train them up as well. They do actually run on a separate experience pool, which is a little frustrating and can be very time consuming when you want to level them up, but by the time you get to the late game, you'll have it down pretty easy, so it could be worse. If you digivolve in a battle, it will actually end at the end of that battle. However, if you want to start off with a champion level Digimon or higher, you may want to go through your status screen to fix that. I want to give a shout out to Douglas628 who actually let me know, because I completely forgot about that when I actually did this video originally. Now, DV isn't actually the only way to digivolve in this game. You'll notice underneath your health bar and where you can see the indicator for your other Digimon, you have this little bar that fills up with sparkles. This is what we call the burst meter. This is a really interesting mechanic that I actually really enjoy. Essentially, once this meter fills, we will go into what we call a burst mode. This will allow us to digivolve into our mega form from whatever we're in. This is really, really cool as we can start to deal insane damage and come from behind and actually win fights we probably shouldn't. However, you need to make sure you manage this correctly because you don't want it to go off when you don't need it to. So it's worth making sure that you keep an eye on this as well. Typically, however, it won't go off unless you are in a really tough fight, as it can be pretty hard to build this meter from just regular grinding fights. There is also one last way to digivolve. You might be asking how? We've covered digivolve, the DV button, and we've also covered the burst. But some of you might not know you can actually digivolve through tag. Tag is a pretty interesting way of doing it, as it can be a relatively efficient way to do it, especially if a certain Digimon is in trouble, and you might be going up against an enemy that's a little bit stronger than you expected. We also get access to the last way of digivolving through tag, which is the DNA Digivolve. We had the DNA Digivolve in Digimon World 2 as well, however we would have a permanent outcome from that. In this, however, we actually get a single turn use of a specific Digimon. Now this Digimon will typically be extremely powerful and do massive amounts of damage, and you may end up relying on it for some of the harder fights. However, it does come at the cost of a lot of MP. Also, it is only available for specific Digimon that can fuse. This is not available for all Digimon. This is actually also probably the single best way to digivolve into a champion if you have it available, as it will allow you to do it and use that DNA Digivolution, attack, and then come out with the champion on the other end. This is also super useful for when you need to level up your champions, because as mentioned, they do run on a separate experience pool to that of the rookies. Both are relatively straightforward to level up, as they work the same as any other RPG. However, it's important to know as you level up, you'll earn TP. These are called training points. With enough training points, you can go to the gym, and at the gym, you can level up what stats you want. I'm not actually going to go into what all the stats do. I highly recommend just looking it up, because there's a lot here, and I don't really want to spend 40 minutes going through every single stat, what it does, how it affects your Digimon. Most of it's pretty straightforward, but you do want to make sure you train efficiently. It might be worth looking up a little bit of a basic guide to know what to do and what to train. You won't really soft lock yourself unless you deliberately try to, but it might still be worth just making sure you know what you're getting yourself into. Beyond training, the only other way to really raise stats is to use equipment. Now, it's a bit of a strange thing to have in this game, honestly, given the fact we're using, monsters to fight, but we can equip different weapons and armor sets and accessories to our Digimon in order to give them stat boosts and effects. Not every Digimon can use all the different items that are available, as certain Digimon can use certain items. Thankfully, each store does show you what will work and what won't. You'll also get to see what stat boosts you will get upon purchasing and equipping these items, so you don't really have to commit if you don't need to. You might need to grind for money in order to buy some of these items, as they can be rather expensive. Beyond the combat and the exploration, the story itself, there are some side things you actually get to do in this game as well. We have the card minigame, fishing, tree kicking, which kind of has to do with the card minigame. It's a little complicated. You'll understand if you play the game. Now, one thing I actually failed to mention earlier in the video is the soundtrack. The soundtrack is actually surprisingly good. And the reason why I say surprisingly is because in the previous two games, we didn't really get a ton of variety, whereas here, we actually have a ton of variety. Each song fits pretty much what you're doing and where you're located. The only thing I will say is the battle music might get on your nerves a little bit by the end of the game, due to the fact you will hear it a lot. The soundtrack was composed by Satoshi Ishikawa, and I apologize, I probably did butcher his name. He used to work in the sound department at BEC, doing sound effects and also composing music. From my research, Digimon World 3 is the only Digimon World game that he worked on, and honestly, I think he did an incredible job. He went on to become a freelance artist, from my understanding, and from all I can see, he's been working on the Fate series. I don't know if it's games or the anime, but either way, that's pretty cool, and more power to him. So up to this point, I've been pretty damn positive about this game. It's not without its flaws, however, as I know the pacing can be a little bit off, the grinding can be a little bit too heavy in certain sections. Furthermore, I don't think the game does the best job of explaining everything. However, it's not so complex that you can't figure it out on your own in your own time. And plus, playing in the modern world, you get to just hop on the internet and look up a guide if you're not too sure. But overall, I do highly recommend it, and if you can get your hands on the game for pretty cheap, I think it's definitely worth your time. So with that, lads, ladies, gents, ladetts, whoever, whatever, it brings us to the end of another video. I hope you enjoyed these remakes of the Digimon World Trilogy videos I did. Not that many of you would have watched the originals. If you've ever played any of the games, let me know in the comment section below, or who is your favorite Digimon. Personally, I love Agumon because he is a cute little bastard. If you enjoyed the video, please consider hitting that like button. If you want to go that extra step, hit that subscribe button. Before we jump into it, I wanted to let you know this video is brought to you by the team at Cross Circle Squared, your one-stop shop for gaming news, reviews, and everything in between. I just so happen to be a contributor to that channel, so this video is brought to you by me. Anyway, it probably won't come as any shock that I am a huge sci-fi and horror nerd. Hell, I have multiple speedruns of the Resident Evil games on my channel. Not that I'm any good, but horror games tend to be some of my absolute favorites, as typically they'll have a good level of challenge and some interesting gameplay mechanics, along with different and interesting narrative decisions. So it'll come as no surprise that one of my absolute favorite horror series of all time is Dead Space. Developed by Visceral Games and published by the real horror of the gaming industry, EA, Dead Space became a staple in any horror gaming fan's collection in late 2008. Releasing to mass praise amongst gamers and critics alike, it went on to sell over 2 million copies, and even in 2023, it went on to receive a remake that is arguably amongst, if not the single best remake of all time to date. So throughout the video, we'll bounce between footage of the old and new for your viewing pleasure. pleasure. Taking place in 2508 after the Earth has died, Dead Space follows engineer Isaac Clarke, who works for the Concordance Extraction Corporation, who, along with a crew, heads up to the USG Ishimura for emergency maintenance, only to, upon arrival, have everything go crazy. This isn't Isaac's only reason for being here, however, as he wanted to see his partner Nicole and sort things out after a really bad argument between the two. More on their relationship in a little bit, because I wanted to comment about something that I think only a small group of people have complained about, but they're pretty damn loud when it comes to their online voice. And that's the character model changes for Isaac and Nicole. Though I personally prefer the old character model for Isaac, his new model is no eyesore, and as for Nicole, given the fact she's meant to be near 40 by the time this takes place, it would only make sense that, you know, she looks like she's close to 40. It's also important to note it's the same actress who played Nicole in Dead Space 2. This is like the Spider-Man 2 thing with MJ. Some people refused to believe that it was the same actress and complained about it. How stupid can you be? To get back on track, as shit has hit the proverbial fan, it's up to Isaac and the other remaining survivors to make their way off Ishimura and get out of hell. On this journey, we'll find out about an evil entity only known as the Marker. Now, if you've never played Dead Space, the Marker has so much lore behind it, and with there being so much to talk about, I could spend a good couple hours trying to explain everything and still miss a ton of information. So I'm going to do my best to summarize and make it all make sense, but do forgive me if I miss a lot of information. Essentially, there are two types of markers, black and red. Red is what we run into in Dead Space 1, and these are reverse engineered versions of black markers, with them essentially being the same thing. Black markers are believed to have been sent out by brethren moons to planets in order to begin what is known as the convergence. This is where a marker will transform the dead into necromorphs, the main enemy of the series. Once there is enough necromorphs and the conditions are met for the convergence, all the necromorphs will surround the marker as it essentially takes over the planet, consuming it, and then becoming what is known as a blood moon, connecting it to the other brethren moons, creating a network of necromorphs throughout the universe. To compare it to something in real life, it's like a virus, but instead of going from one person to another, this shit goes planet to planet. There is a crapload more to go into here, but that's for another time. Getting back to Isaac, you think he'd be the classic sci-fi gung-ho hero, ready to save the universe. However, Isaac is a reluctant hero, someone you'll sympathize with. He's no Arnold Schwarzenegger. He isn't some super strong, muscle-bound sharpshooter. Sure, he gets a lot more brave as the game goes on, but for the most part, he's nervous, anxious, scared, and just as confused as anyone would be in his situation. Isaac finds himself relying on others to help him survive and motivate himself to keep going, as he's more likely to do things for others than himself. The reason I say this is because with his search for Nicole, you'll learn about what the marker has been doing to him throughout the entire game, which sets up for a good twist, because even though it does give Isaac a reason to just give up, he doesn't. He continues to fight for those around him. And now for a spoiler warning, as I want to talk about Isaac, Nicole, the marker, and that twist. I know I've already talked about some of the lore, but this will probably ruin the story for you if you have never experienced it, so please skip to the timestamp shown on screen. To continue getting into Isaac's character, at least from my perspective, you'll notice every time when he interacts with Nicole throughout the game, it's almost like he sounds guilty or unsure, as if the logical part of his brain is saying, you know she is dead, let her go, while the emotional part is holding out hope that he would be wrong. Another example of this story beat is in Sony's Days Gone, where Deacon knows he should accept that his wife is dead after the zombies overran the city and they got separated. This leads to conflict within our lead character, and I will say Dead Space probably does it better than Days Gone by a country mile. The fact that Dead Space doesn't have a happy ending makes the ending way more impactful, and it makes the subtle clues in the way Isaac is portrayed become infinitely more important to the overall narrative. It's honestly astounding how well written and acted Isaac actually is. He's a guy trying to do the right thing, wanting that happy ending, knowing the world he lives in has gone to shit. Yet, even though he knows the outcome, he persists and pushes through the hard times. So overall, I think he's a wonderful character, and I don't think the story has anywhere near the impact it does without him. And speaking of impact, this game's environmental storytelling will leave you with one, as Dead Space has some of the best of all time. It's not to say it's without its faults, as I do think there are a couple spots where it does drop the ball. Firstly, the introduction of the necromorphs. I think they could have done better to have left this for another 5 minutes or so and let the environment actually tell the story of what's going on. Not that the introduction of the necromorph is inherently bad, but I do think it could have been done slightly better. It's still scary as hell. I know this is just randomly in here, but she decided she wanted to cuddle while I'm trying to record, so enjoy. Secondly, cut off the limbs. Brilliant. Yes. However, 30 seconds after seeing that on the wall, you get a call just telling you to do it anyway. I think it would have been better to have just left it to the player to figure out on their own. No one here knew what they were getting into, so why do we need to be told everything right now? This doesn't ruin the flow of the game or everyone's favorite word, immersion, but I do think it's something that they had an opportunity to fix in the remaster and they just never did. But these complaints are nothing when it comes to talking about the rest of this game, because its environmental storytelling, especially when it comes to the Ishimura itself, is just absolute perfection. The Ishimura is more than just a spaceship. It is more than just a level that we traverse. It is an extension of the necromorphs themselves, an extension of the marker. It gives them darkness to hide in, vents to crawl around in and sneak up on us from behind. It gives them everything they need to be as terrifying as possible. It makes the Ishimura basically a character within the game. And as you make your way through the Ishimura, you'll find yourself navigating down corridor after corridor, creating a sense of claustrophobia the likes only the original Resident Evil ever made me feel. However, unlike its old school counterpart, Dead Space is more in line with Resi 1's younger sibling, Resident Evil 4, with both being a little more heavy on the action side of things, more so than just being straight up survival horror. It's not to say you couldn't count Dead Space as survival horror, but I don't think you're going to run out of ammo anytime soon unless you're just a terrible shot like myself, but even then, I rarely ever run out. Not to say that you won't run out, but odds are you will be fine, especially because you'll find yourself swapping between the 6 main weapons you get to pick from, and each of these guns feel pretty damn unique, and all have alternate fire modes, giving them a lot of utility. As a couple of examples, the plasma cutter can either shoot in a vertical or horizontal line, which can help in cutting off certain enemy limbs. The pulse rifle can use up to 25 ammo in order to shoot out a grenade that will basically one-tap most enemies. However, it can be pretty useful when you're fighting 2 necromorphs at once and you want them to both just be gone. On top of these weapons, Isaac gets access to different suits that he can buy at the shop to get access to more protection. All the weapons and armor can be upgraded at workbenches that are scattered throughout the Ishimura. This is done using power nodes that we insert into them. However, this is where Dead Space Original and Remake differ quite heavily, as in the original you would have to decide whether to use power nodes in order to get into certain locations to get more ammo versus upgrades. And compared to Remake, where the upgrade nodes are right next to each other on our weapons and armor, we actually have some spots in Original where you would just have to put a node into a blank space. This made the upgrades in the original feel a lot more hefty, even though functionally they're the same. To give the combat a little bit more depth than it already has, we get access to 2 special abilities which we unlock relatively early on in Isaac's journey, that being the Stasis module and the Kinesis module. Though mostly being used for the in-game puzzles and exploration, we can use both of these when it comes to combat. The Stasis module allows us to slow down things, including enemies, and if you've upgraded it enough, you'll slow down multiple enemies as long as they're next to each other. Furthermore, the Kinesis module allows you to pick up objects and throw them with extreme force in order to kill enemies. You can use it to actually pick up things like exploding barrels, pipes, even enemy limbs in order to defend yourself, especially useful when you don't have any ammo. Not enough in-depth combat for you? Well, we have a few more actions we can take. Firstly, we have the absolute monster of a haymaker that Isaac throws. It doesn't really do a hell of a lot of damage, but damn it looks cool. Secondly, we've got arguably the coolest thing in the game, the stomp. The stomp, which isn't typically used in combat, is mostly used after combat in order to stomp on enemies to get ammo or credits, as well as other items. You can also use the stomp to break boxes that you find throughout the Ishimura in order to hopefully get new items, ammo, or credits as well. And considering Dead Space is a horror game, you can always do the reliable action of running away, in which you'll notice Isaac isn't the fastest or most agile character you'll ever control. Though he doesn't feel like a tank, he does struggle a little bit with some of those tight 90-degree corners that you'll find yourself running into time and time again. It really helps perpetuate the overall sense of dread as you might be running out of items, haven't saved in a while, or are just trying to conserve ammo. There are sections of the game that have you exploring with no oxygen, which helps really instill more of this anxiety that the game is trying to put into you. On top of that, there are also places that have zero gravity, and although a little bit janky, I think it's a really solid implementation of what they're trying to do. And what is arguably one of the coolest attention to details in Dead Space is when you go into the zero oxygen locations. Sounds are highly muffled and barely exist, thus using silence as another way to instill horror and anxiety in its player base. Somehow, I wouldn't even say it's the best thing about the sound design in Dead Space. If you're paying attention as you make your way through, you'll just hear tons of ambient sounds. These make you paranoid as all hell. It's like being at home in the middle of the night, hearing sounds of the fridge starting up, or the creaks and cracks of floorboards, the wind rustling the windows. It's brilliant. built. Dead Space takes that and absolutely runs with it. You'll hear monsters yelling and screaming, yet none of them are actually next to you, but it feels like they're only a couple rooms away and they could come to get you at any time. Speaking of which, you'll hear them crawling around in the vents, and some of these vents will start to speed up and overload and just scare the crap out of you whenever they can. Dead Space just doesn't want you to feel safe. The only time in which you do feel safe is when you're on the tram, and that's about it. Adding to this absolute feeling of dread that Dead Space makes you feel is its soundtrack. It is chaotic as hell. It is not something you will go out of your way to listen to as an individual song. However, if you hear it in conjunction with the horror that is Dead Space, holy crap does it work. You couldn't have made a more perfect soundtrack, and the team behind it, led by Jason Graves, deserves all the credit in the world. So up to this point, I've been pretty damn positive about this game, and do you think that I'm going to complain? No, because I actually have more positives. The game's HUD. I haven't talked about it up until this point. I wanted to give it its own section, because this is the most perfect game heads-up display of any game in history, and no one can tell me otherwise. It is built into the core game itself. It is part of that environmental storytelling. It serves a purpose. It is not just a health bar. It's not just an ammo count. It's not just an inventory. Everything makes sense and is done deliberately to build the world of Dead Space. It made everything believable within this universe, and Visceral have created arguably the greatest sci-fi horror game in history. Only to have EA ruin it later, but that's a story for another day. So with that, lads, ladies, gents, ladetts, whoever, whatever, it brings us to the end of another video. I hope you enjoyed this look back at Dead Space, and I hope you hate EA as much as I do. If you enjoyed the video, please consider hitting that like button. If you want to go that extra step, you can hit the subscribe button. In today's episodes, remaking my old videos that I could have done better, we're going to talk about a seemingly long forgotten series from the Game Boy Advance known as The Legacy of Goku. Now, if you haven't seen anything to do with the Dragon Ball franchise, it is important to note there will be some rather large spoilers, as this is based on the manga and anime Dragon Ball Z, created by Akira Toriyama. The Legacy of Goku series consists of 3 main titles, those being The Legacy of Goku 1, 2, and the third game being called Boo's Fury. The series as a whole follows pretty much all the major plot points from the entire series of Dragon Ball Z, only with a couple little things fleshed out in order to make it more of a game. Developed by Webfoot Technologies back in the early 2000s, making just about every single game in the series pretty much around or above 20 years old, not a lot is known about the entire team at Webfoot. The most I could find online was that it was a rather small team consisting of between 11 to 50 people, at least according to their LinkedIn profile. This would track as they haven't really had any major IPs over the years. They aren't known for releasing bigger games and typically would do more budget related titles. And if anyone lived in the early 2000s, you would know budget usually meant shovelware or just complete garbage. However, the Legacy of Goku series was a diamond in the rough. Sure, the first game was not a flawless masterpiece by any means, but by the time they got to the second and third game, they really honed in what they were trying to do. Gameplay between the 3 games is basically identical, playing like a top-down action RPG in the vein of Zelda, Illusion of Gaia, or the Legend of Mana series. It's a pretty timeless gameplay style, and it's easy enough to just pick up even after all these years. It isn't particularly complicated, but you mix in the abilities you get with the characters as the series progresses, and it allows for enough variation as for it to not get too stale. Each game isn't overly long, with the first game taking around 8 hours, while the second takes around 15, and the third taking around 12. These games do themselves a service to not overstay their welcome. In a somewhat rushed storyline, the Legacy of Goku 1 follows Goku during his first 2 major sagas within the anime, following the Saiyan saga and Frieza saga respectively, with the latter being probably the most beloved in the entire franchise's history, as evidenced by the fact they keep bringing Frieza back, while leaving pretty much all other villains to the side. Shout out to Dragon Ball Superhero for finally bringing my Plankton sounding ass boy Cell back, because he is my favorite villain. Like the opening episode for DBZ, we start off with Goku going to Roshi's Island in order to see his friends for the first time since the defeat of Piccolo at the end of the original Dragon Ball, only to then have his brother Raditz show up, kidnap Gohan, and thus set into motion the insanity that is Dragon Ball Z and Super. Basically, it follows the plot one-to-one, so we're not going to go too in depth with the story. Do note some things are definitely fleshed out a little bit worse than you would expect, and some things definitely take a little bit of liberty when it comes to adding in missions, but it is a video game from the early 2000s, so it is what it is. Mechanically, we start out with 2 attacks, a basic punch, which never changes, and a special move, or in this case, a ki blast to start with. As you progress, you'll gain access to abilities like the legendary Kamehameha and Solar Flare, and although it's a move Goku doesn't use often anymore, it's nice to see it get used in a defensive manner here, because Solar Flare is one of the coolest moves. Also, as a nice little touch, if you do a fully charged Kamehameha, you'll hear Goku shout it out. Beyond the combat, you can move in 4 different directions as the game works on a grid-based system. So whether you walk or fly, you're going to have to deal with these limitations. The flying is a little bit janky, especially in the early days since you can only fly a small amount of tiles, but as the game progresses, this becomes less of an issue. This grid system does cause a couple of issues. Firstly, and arguably the biggest fault of this game, is its hit detection. The grid system, although in theory perfectly fine, does lead to some situations where you'll be able to hit your opponent, they can't hit you, and vice versa, which can lead to a lot of unnecessary deaths. Secondly, a lot of the fights do feel pretty samey as they either punch and pray or key blast and run away. Although I really like the Frieza fight, and especially the Super Saiyan transformation, because I think they absolutely nailed it, for what it is, it's pretty boring. So honestly, I don't really recommend playing Legacy of Goku 1, unless you do just want to smash through it relatively quick. Again, thankfully it is a shorter game. However, in saying all this, by the time you do get to the second game, things get a whole lot better. Moving into the second game, the Legacy of Goku 2 improves on pretty much everything the first game had built. Graphically, although mostly the same, it has seen improvements in certain aspects from the characters and their animations, as well as some of their character portraits, which can be a little bit off-putting. It's not all bad though. Chi-Chi doesn't have a single thought going through her head, and I love her. Another massive improvement is the locations we get to visit. I do understand in the first game, given the arcs it follows, it is going to be rather limited. However, since we have the Android and Cell saga here, we actually get to play around a lot more in the actual world that Dragon Ball Z takes place, allowing us to travel pretty much anywhere. The general movement is also greatly improved. No longer do we have the grid system as we have moved to an 8-way system, which gets rid of pretty much all of the previous problems. Further improved was the game's pacing along with enemy variety. Overall, 2 is just a lot more enjoyable to play. And this is because you get more side missions, actual missions, having multiple characters, increased level caps, more collectibles, just everything here is so much more improved than what it was in the original, and you could not ask for a better sequel. It's not to say the game is without its flaws, though for the most part they are pretty minor and they can come down to personal preferences. For me, I would say the grind of level 50 with every character can definitely be a little bit too tedious for its own good, even if it is pretty rewarding with secret bosses and collectibles. The grind is massively improved from the original game, however, as the combat feels way more responsive. Plus, you add in animations moving from single punches to combos, it makes the game visually just feel so much better. Furthermore, having multiple different special attacks on every character you play means mechanically things get to stay fresh, especially when you swap between them. It could be more in depth than what it actually is, to be honest, but for the most part, I think Webfoot have really nailed things here, especially when it comes to adding in the stat system, as the 3 main stats we get access to make the game feel a lot more like a proper RPG. And with characters having specific stats that they're best at, it makes them all feel pretty unique. Again, helping with that really tedious grind. And up to this point, I can't recommend this game enough. The gameplay is smooth, it looks and feels incredible. It is 100% the better game of the first 2 releases in the series. And I have no major or barely any complaints when it comes to this game, other than getting Wombo combo to death, which is 100% my own fault because I'm an idiot. So can Boo's Fury one-up Legacy of Goku 2? Personally, I find the third game to be the best in the series, improving upon pretty much everything the second game did. Having the ability to now equip gear changes absolutely everything. This, in my opinion, is the single best thing about this game compared to the previous ones, as being an action RPG, now we actually have some proper RPG mechanics, allowing us to spec our characters to specific fighting styles. Granted, still could be more in depth, but for a Game Boy Advance game, it is what it is. If we want someone to be super fast and agile, maybe we want someone to be a hard hitter that sacrifices some of their ki to do so, or even someone who specializes in ki attacks specifically, we now have the ability to actually make that happen. You'll get 4 equipment slots consisting of body, arms, legs, and an accessory slot. Each category will have tons of different items you can collect, and you can basically mix and match to your heart's content. Now, granted, like a lot of RPGs, obviously late game items do tend to be way better than what you get early on, especially the Goku hat, probably arguably the most broken item in the game, as for every level you get while wearing it, you gain an extra ability point, meaning it is a must while grinding. They also added weighted gear, which depending on how heavy it is, will increase the XP gain, making leveling and grinding much less of a chore, and also thematically fits the show. Another massive improvement, and something you might not necessarily care about, are the character portraits. They look so much better than they do in the second game. No one looks really weird. Flying from location to location has seen a massive improvement as well, as now we have the ability to go into optional encounters, meaning there is just more to do than just go from A to B. I also really appreciate the fact that money is now in the game, since now we can go to stores in order to buy equipment, or items. These items can be either food or drinks in order to replenish ki or health respectively. This means fights, although a little bit easier, are definitely a lot more reliable than what they used to be. Also, this is the only game with a bloody block button. It took 3 games, but they figured it out. So for what it's worth, that's why I consider Boo's Fury to be the best of the 3. It has more characters, more locations, more techniques, more abilities, just more of everything that I loved about the second game. I can still understand why people like the second game more, but for me, the third game is king. So with that, lads, ladies, gents, ladetts, whoever, whatever, it brings us to the end of our video on the Legacy of Goku series. I hope you enjoyed this video, and if you have a favorite character within the Dragon Ball franchise, let me know in the comment section below. Krillin will always be my favorite. I love the little ball bastard. If you enjoyed the video, please consider hitting that like button. If you want to go that extra step, you can hit that subscribe button. Not too long ago, I had the pleasure of doing a podcast over on Cross Circle Squared with my good friend Benny on the topic of today's video, Alan Wake. So if you enjoyed this video, please consider heading over to Cross Circle Squared to get a more in-depth discussion. With that out of the way though, let's jump into what could be considered the birth of what has come to be known as the Remedyverse. Consisting of both Alan Wake games, Control, and potentially Quantum Break, though that one's a little bit up in the air due to IP ownership, the Remedyverse is one of the most ambitious projects within the gaming space. They aren't the only games company that's ever done something like this, but they are definitely one of the best implementations of it. Starting with the original Alan Wake back in 2010, the developers, Remedy Entertainment, were looking to continue the success from the original 2 Max Payne games. Selling over 3 million copies, the original Alan Wake went on to be much loved from those who played it. On a surface level though, a lot of people would see it as just another horror game with action elements from the mid-2000s to early 2010s, as games were slowly starting to mature overall as a medium. It's not to say games back then weren't mature, however, the average game was typically pretty light on focusing on story, let alone thematic ideas. This does come with its own issues that I will get into later on in this video, but for now, the best way to describe Alan Wake, in my opinion, is as a psychological thriller, which is thankfully a genre that doesn't get oversaturated. Taking place in the fictional town of Bright Falls, Alan Wake and his wife Alice arrive in order to enjoy a vacation that is meant to help them both relax and work on the issues they've been having with their marriage. Immediately upon arriving, however, you'll notice Bright Falls feels more than just a town or a setting. It feels more like a character itself, and I hate to say it since everyone else does, but it is unavoidable, and that is the fact that this is very Twin Peaks inspired, and you will notice immediately just with the diner scene alone. While at said diner, Alan is meant to be meeting someone by the name of Stucky in order to get keys for the cabin, only to receive them from someone else who seems to be pretty ominous. Now, with the exception of Barry and the sheriff, you'll meet pretty much every key character that Alan's going to interact with throughout the story, which is a neat touch. After getting those keys and heading to the cabin on the eerily named Cauldron Lake, we learn of Alice's fear of the dark. In the business, we call this foreshadowing. Well, it's more like getting smacked in the face with a shovel and someone saying, "I bet you won't guess what the major theme is." I'm not actually complaining though, because it's actually interesting to note how far Remedy has come in their abilities of writing a compelling narrative, as you can see what the series will become in its infancy here. Once the lights are on and the not so happy couple are inside, Alice decides to surprise Alan with a typewriter in order to help him with his writer's block. However, since Alan is a giant fucking asshole, he gets mad, yelling at Alice, who only did this for Alan's sake. So filled with rage, Alan begins to shake, causing Alan to vacate. I'll stop it now. Walking off his own stupidity, Alan gets about halfway across the bridge only to hear Alice scream. Taking about 3 to 5 business days to react, Alan jaunts his way back to the cabin only to find a giant hole in the railing. Hearing a splash, he assumes Alice has fallen in. Again, taking his sweet ass time, Alan dives in after her only for everything to go dark, with him eventually surfacing, short of breath, confused, and dazed. In the only sensible action he takes in the early stages of the game, he heads off to find help and try and get some answers. This is where we start to get the first real taste of Alan Wake's gameplay in action. Being a third-person shooter, Alan Wake has some really interesting mechanics going on, while dropping the ball in some others, but more on that in a bit. You would assume, with the team being behind Max Payne, we would get some pretty damn tight action, and although they do some things incredibly well, Remedy deliberately made it so Alan didn't feel like Rambo, which is a smart way to use game mechanics to enforce a narrative decision, as I mentioned in my Dead Space video, wink wink. Only for it to fall a bit to the wayside though, as by the time you're done through a regular playthrough, you've probably killed a triple-digit amount of enemies. Beyond that minor complaint though, the limited weapon and ammo capacity works really well in driving the anxiety the game wants you to experience. Furthermore, the Taken can't be damaged just by shooting them. You'll need to use a source of light, which in most cases will be your flashlight, in order to strip them of the darkness that surrounds them before shooting them. Plus, we also have access to the single greatest gameplay mechanic to ever exist in any game, and that is the ability to reload faster by tapping the reload button more. It's simple but brilliant, and I wish more games would do it. Alan gets access to a bunch of different tools in order to combat the darkness. darkness, from his trusty revolver, shotgun, hunting rifle, flare gun, flashlights, flares, and flashbangs. The player won't find themselves with a lack of options when it comes to dealing with the Taken. On top of these options, you can find light poles scattered throughout that will provide a lot of light that you can take refuge in. These despawn enemies and heal Alan, which is pretty useful. However, if you have listened to that podcast that I mentioned at the start of the video, you will hear me say that I don't really like this mechanic, at least 100%, because, as for me, I would have preferred it if it didn't get rid of the enemies, as once you see the light, you have no need to fight, since you will just beeline it there instead of having to deal with the actual game. And yes, this is 100% personal, but since Alan Wake as a game is relatively easy to beat, a little bit more challenge would have been more appreciated. Furthermore, at least on normal difficulty, you won't ever really run out of ammo or batteries, making the limited supply of these resources feel kind of pointless. The game's already pretty damn generous when it comes to what it gives you, but if you compound that with the fact that you can get caches that are left by Cynthia Weaver throughout levels, you then basically have an unlimited supply. It's honestly way too easy for its own good. By the late game, I was running around with max ammo, flashbangs, and flares to the point that I didn't even bother fighting half the time. I would just run from A to B. It just makes the game fall a little bit flat. If they had made the game just a little bit more difficult, have that little bit more challenge, I think it would have helped a lot. A strange addition to the game, and what I would hazard was some bigwig's idea, is the addition of collectibles and in-game achievements. I know they're both pretty commonplace, especially within the gaming space, by 2010, but to have them in a narrative-driven game just feels a little bit off. They feel like they were added in order to give replayability more so than any actual substance. At least the manuscript pages make sense, but the coffee mugs and everything else, I'm not too sure about. Since, realistically, due to the fact the game only has one ending, you will sit there and beat it once and not time and time again. It's not an overly long game, as you can beat it in under 10 hours comfortably, but it is to me at least a game you might only play once or twice a year max, just to experience its story. The game itself would have been better off without the collectibles, and I would say probably the achievements as well. Even if they can be fun, they are pretty meaningless. I'm here to experience the story and world of Alan Wake more so than its gameplay, which, if you know me, is a little bit strange considering I'm typically a gameplay first type of guy. On paper though, the gameplay itself is really good, and I don't want to take away from that. Especially the combat, it is a lot of fun. It does have a few issues that pop up through the course of a full playthrough though, mainly the enemy variety itself, with it basically being a mix of a dude, a fast dude, a big dude, birds, and possessed objects. Sure, it works, but it could have done something more with the dark presence itself. I also haven't mentioned the tutorial yet. When you start, you get treated to a stalker-like section, akin to something like Mr. X from Resi 2, with the lumberjack, and this is a brilliant intro to a game. It's actually the thing I remember most about Alan Wake after all these years. So I think having a stalker enemy in the game to push Alan forward in his journey, especially with the light system, would have been a lot more interesting than just the hordes of Taken. Not to say you couldn't have those fights, but I don't think we needed as many as we got. The only other real complaint I have is how often the Taken throw shit at you. They are relentless. They don't stop. They just keep throwing over and over again, and it can be really frustrating when they're a mile away, so you can't really get a clean shot at them. So you either have to keep getting hit by the axes they throw, or wait until they eventually stop doing that stupid shuffle forward because they're close enough. And this isn't even the biggest sin of the game. The biggest sin the game commits is in Chapter 3. And for those who know, you know. But it's when Alan meets who he believes to be Elsa's kidnapper, and you have to do a fight alongside him. However, you don't get to just have a weapon like he does. You only get the flashlight. So you have to get rid of the darkness while he shoots. And he sucks. He can't hit anything more than 3 feet in front of him. And it is really frustrating, and I died to this a lot because he just would not make a single shot. Even the really tall enemies he couldn't hit. How big do you need their hitbox to be? Now thankfully they do fix this by the late game when you have the sheriff helping you, because she's actually useful. However, this does lead to one point that I will say that might make this game a little bit tough for people to enjoy, and that is the fact it has such a combat focus. As I said, it would have been better to have a stalker enemy where it can push the narrative forward more so than worrying about the combat. Because it's not that the combat's bad, but it's not a flawless system. What makes Alan Wake worth playing though is its characters. Not Alan himself though, he's an insufferable prick. But pretty much everyone else is great. From the unhinged FBI agent Nightingale that will shoot at civilians without hesitation like a fucking madman, to Barry, the real MVP of the story, to Thor and Odin, who are really eccentric and somehow aware of absolutely everything going on, to Cynthia, Sheriff Sarah, Thomas Zane, and the many others you'll come across. The characters of Alan Wake make it so memorable and stand out from a lot of games of its era. Just to plug the podcast again, I say it is the right game at the wrong time, time. And if it was made today instead of Alan Wake 2, or even reimagined by Remedy themselves, I think Alan Wake himself would be much better written and wouldn't come off as so abrasive. He wouldn't seem so dark to the other's bright characteristics. Another thing that makes Alan Wake worth playing though is its presentation, and that is the fact the game still holds up incredibly well. And yes, I know there is a remaster that you can play if you do want it to look just a little bit better. However, I think the original holds up incredibly well, except for the faces. They are the stuff of nightmares.
Brother,
Some of the textures are definitely dated, but the general level design being the way it is means the game's lighting really carries everything, and they've made something really special here, especially in the forests. When everything's in motion, the game looks brilliant. The other aspect of the presentation that is really well done, in my opinion, is the surprisingly good voice acting. Although Alan himself can be a little bit dry, and some characters are definitely a little bit campy, if you consider that the game is inspired by Twin Peaks, it all makes sense. As a cherry on top of the already incredible package we have, the game's OST is absolutely amazing, with a range from soft piano pieces to grungy pop, rock, and metal. The variety on display is something special, and it's something they would do justice to in the game's sequel. I mentioned earlier that the township of Bright Falls itself feels like a character, and it's shown throughout the game. Not so much just the town center, but the forest surrounding it as well. The town is a beacon of light, quite literally, whereas the forests don't have any lights running through them. They are unchecked darkness. It's the unknown. If you pay attention to most of the encounters and locations that Alan has to travel to, they are abandoned, run down, empty, devoid of life and light itself. This is one of the more subtle ways Alan Wake pushes this theme of light versus dark. Although a pretty cliche thematic device, it's done really well here. Just look at the name of the town, Bright Falls. It's right there. Bright, or light, falls or fades. This is where Alan Wake is at its strongest. Not the combat. Not that I hate the combat, I actually really enjoy it, but I think this game is so much better when it is trying to tell a narrative. The story isn't as deep as it wants to be, but the darkness versus light plot of the game at its very core is done incredibly well, and it is very enjoyable, and it only gets improved upon in Alan Wake 2. It's the give and take of it all. You can't just cast a shadow without light. Without light in the world, the darkness has nothing to feed upon, meaning it has to make sacrifices and concessions to get what it truly wants. It is at its very core what Alan himself has to do in order to save Alice. Now, if you're paying attention up to this point, I haven't really mentioned the story outside of the initial setup and what I just spoke about now. And even then, I want to leave it very ambiguous. This is a game where you need to experience it yourself. It is 100% what you make of it. You can either read into it as much as you want or as little.
It's not a lake. It's an ocean.
So with that, lads, ladies and gents, ladetts, whoever, whatever, it brings us to the end of another video. I hope you enjoyed this slightly more in-depth look at Alan Wake. We're not going to do a ton of these style videos, as most retro games don't really have a ton to them. However, like the Dead Space video, I'm pretty proud of this one, and I hope you enjoyed it as well. If you want a more in-depth discussion than what I already did here, please go check out that podcast that I did with Benny over on Cross Circle Squared. If you enjoyed that, you can then watch the Alan Wake 2 one with Jared from Avalanche Reviews. If you enjoyed this video, please consider giving it a like. If you want to go that extra step, you can hit the subscribe button. It's no secret that most tie-in games tend to be pretty average at best, but every now and then you'll get something that seems to, at least according to its fans, stand out above the rest. One of those few shining examples seems to be Toy Story 2 Buzz Lightyear to the Rescue. Developed by Traveler's Tales and published by Activision and Disney Interactive in late 1999, going on to receive somewhat okay scores from critics, Toy Story 2 seems to be one of those games where I feel the fan base enjoyed it a lot more than the critics did at the time. Though, in saying that, I think it does come down to what platform you played it on. As for me, I played the PS5 port of the original PS1 version, but it is worth noting that there are several versions, including a Dreamcast, Mac, N64, Game Boy Color, and PC version, so your experience may vary. Going on to sell over an estimated 2.5 million copies across these platforms, Toy Story 2 was definitely a massive success, especially for a lot of tie-in games at the time. Though, not anything revolutionary, what it did as a 3D collectathon action platformer, it did fairly well. Sure, not to the standards of something like Banjo-Kazooie or Spyro, but it was definitely above average for the millions of other games that were coming out at the time. Consisting of 15 different levels, the game will loosely follow the events of the movie. However, it is important to note that the developers did require a fair bit of creative license in order to turn this into an actual game, more so than just being a one-to-one retelling of the mega successful movie that it's based on. And for what it's worth, nothing here feels too out of place, as you'll explore the surprisingly expansive levels in your quest to collect enough Pizza Planet tokens in order to progress. From Andy's house to Al's toy barn and even a battle against the Emperor Zurg, everywhere you would expect to visit in the game, you will. Just as a quick aside, who else wanted that Zurg game that Rex was playing in the movie? Because I always wanted that to be a fully fleshed out game growing up. As mentioned, being a 3D platformer, the player will find themselves playing as Buzz Lightyear, starting off as you would expect in Andy's room. And Toy Story 2 is surprisingly more hands-off than I remember, although not lacking in tutorial messages and hints, as you will constantly be yelled at by other characters for them to tell you what to do. The game itself expects you to do what most of us would have done at the time, and that's read those forgotten tomes of a bygone era, the manual. God, I miss manuals. The reason I say this is because you're pretty much thrown straight into the deep end. You'll notice as soon as you boot in, you are just standing there, and enemies are moving around in front of you. You have no idea what's going on, no idea what you need to do, other than you're here, figure it out. Which, given how overbearing tutorials will come in the future, it's actually kind of refreshing to go back and play this. Mechanically, the game is relatively simple, though it does have some complexities to it, but nothing that is going to be mind-breaking or impossible for you to figure out. Firstly, the movement. Although relatively fluid, it can take a second to get used to. At least it did for me, but this could also be the fact I haven't played the game in over 20 years. I'm really old. Beyond just walking around in 360 degrees of motion, Buzz has the ability to jump, double jump, grab and climb, shoot his laser, do a spin attack, and even do a ground pound. Now there is more to the game overall, but these are the main things you're going to find yourself doing. And although the game does have its fair share of combat, for the most part you are going to be trying to solve puzzles and traverse the world. So jumping and butt slams are going to be your best friend. Although it does take a little bit of getting used to when it comes to judging the depth of a certain jump, thanks to the game's really tight controls, you will figure it out pretty quick, making the game's traversal actually a lot more fun than you would expect. Granted, you can drop quite a distance, and it can be very frustrating if you haven't unlocked the shortcuts, in which, shout out to whoever thought of the shortcuts. You're a genius, and I love you. But overall, you're not really going to struggle when it comes to the game's traversal. The biggest challenge you're going to face when it comes to the traversal, outside of enemies being in the way, is actually typically the game's camera, which, although quite functional and pretty impressive for a PS1 game, is something you might want to set to the manual mode more so than the auto mode, as I found myself having to constantly go into the first person aiming mode for shooting in order to realign it, because it just didn't want to line up the way I wanted it to, which is where the platforming can get a little bit difficult. This is, as mentioned, due to the fact you can fall quite a large distance upon failing a jump, and this is due to the game's incredible verticality. This use of more vertical platforming really adds to the stakes and challenge of Toy Story 2 in a way that feels really natural, since we are playing as toys that are relatively small. It would only make sense that everyday objects and locations that we would take for granted seem almost insurmountable for Buzz Lightyear. It helps the game become more engaging while also capturing the spirit of what Toy Story is in a way that's shown and not told, adding to that overall hands-off approach that this game seems to have. Another layer adding to the challenge of this game is its collectathon elements. From gold coins, planet tokens, and power-ups, Buzz will find himself running around like a madman trying to collect everything he needs in order to progress the game, which on paper is pretty simple. However, due to the game's verticality, as mentioned before, it can be pretty hard due to the fact they can be in hard to reach places or placed quite vicariously, and this might require you to figure out some optimal pathing or just get lucky. Sometimes items will be hidden behind puzzles, but most, if not all, of the game's puzzles are relatively simple and won't require a lot of effort to figure out. In an interesting move, Toy Story 2's boss battles actually play more like a puzzle than the actual in-game puzzles, as they can take a little bit of patience and time to figure out, making them a lot more engaging, more so than just a shoot and win, which is a great decision as it makes use of more of the in-game mechanics, making each of these bosses feel rather unique, more so than just a copy-paste job. Sure, a lot of them do end up functionally going down the same way as pretty much most bosses in any game would. However, I think this adds to the overall depth of the combat which this game sorely needs, due to the fact it is quite limited. It's not a bad combat system, but it is definitely not a great combat system. So if the combat system isn't the biggest selling point, why do people rant and rave about this game? Well, solely its presentation. It is second to none. And I know I say that a lot about a lot of PS1 games, but I think a lot of them look absolutely incredible, and especially in a way that we don't really appreciate at the time. Sure, we appreciated good graphics, but we didn't really appreciate really well done coloring. Now, if I do have to critique this game, its faces, are a thing. but for the most part, everything looks and feels as it should. The game's soundtrack is incredible, very catchy, and one of those things you might want to put on just to listen to in the background, especially the main menu theme, considering it is just You've Got a Friend in Me by Randy Newman, just the backing track. It's wonderful to hear it, and I can't get enough of it. You also get pretty much the entire original voice cast. Granted, not absolutely everybody, and as something that made me chuckle, you get Jim Hanks instead of Tom Hanks playing Woody, which is what actually separates Disney from pretty much everyone else back in the day when it came to their tie-in games. They would typically get most of the original voice crew in order to make everything sound and feel right, which was a great treat, especially for kids. It's part of the reason why I think these games age so well. And it's not to say other tie-in games don't, but I mean, let's be honest. Disney is king when it comes to nostalgia for a reason. Mickey, I said the line. Please put the gun down. Don't. You can't do that. I have a cat. No. I don't shy away from the fact that I am typically a gameplay first, story second type of guy, but today's game, Thomas Was Alone by small indie dev Mike Bithell, is something that made me question that. Originally releasing back in early 2013, this puzzle platformer got rid of all the fancy graphics and over-the-top animations you would expect, keeping everything relatively simple and minimalistic. You think this could lead to a somewhat boring experience, but it is far from it. Although the game's characters are represented by simple geometric shapes and a relatively basic color scheme, they all seemingly have their own personalities, well represented by how they work mechanically, along with wonderful narration provided by Danny Wallace, which went on to win him a BAFTA award.
Laura was pleased this one was behind a wall. Maybe he'd never know what she could do. Maybe they could just have a conversation.
This game would receive critical acclaim, and amongst the majority of players, it is well loved. However, it is worth noting that some people gave this game a rather low score. But from what I can tell, the whole point of this game went straight over their head, so I'm not sure it would be fair to say this game deserves any real major hate to the point of giving it a 1 out of 10. Sure, I can understand a 5, a 6, a 7, hell, even a 4, but to be able to sit there and say, oh, this game deserves a 1, a 0? I think you're crazy.
It's only a game. Why you have to be mad?
Is it a perfect experience? No. It has its own issues, and we will get into that, but considering one of the complaints basically boiled down to I had to solve puzzles in the game using the game's mechanics and I didn't enjoy that, I think it's fair to say we're going to ignore most of these negative comments. The general plot of Thomas Was Alone follows a bunch of AIs that have become self-aware and are attempting to free other AIs and let them become a part of the real world. As you can probably take away from this, symbolism is going to play a massive role at this game's core, to the point that every character, action, and level itself represents something. It's not so convoluted that you won't understand what's going on. However, there is enough complexity here to make it interesting so you don't lose interest. And it's all done in a way that feels really natural and makes sense and flows with the story. A good example of all of this though is the orange bloke of Chris. He's short, can't jump very high, and the narration gives us insight into his personality, with him being somewhat grumpy at the world for his situation, wanting to mainly be left alone because of his own shortcomings. Eventually he finds Laura, whom, by his own admission, he falls in love with. And since Laura has the ability to boost jumps of anyone who lands on top of her, it really helped complete Chris. It helps him overcome his biggest weakness. The character of Claire was ready to die. She was introduced as such. However, upon finding out she can float in water, which no one else can do, she resolves herself to help everyone she can. Wanting to be a superhero, to be someone that can be relied upon, to be useful, to be needed, to be loved. This is only the tip of the iceberg when it comes to discussing these characters, and I'm not ashamed to admit that I grew really connected to them all. With their battles and struggles throughout the game, I was finding myself getting emotional over a fucking square. We all go through struggles, and with this expansive character roster consisting of Thomas, Chris, John, Laura, Claire, James, and Sarah on their quest to become architects for the second generation, I'm sure you'll find someone that you can relate to amongst all of them. Visually, the game is pretty much the textbook definition of minimalism, consisting of high contrast characters, with the exception of the second generation of AIs, more on those in a little bit. You will notice the ground that you jump on is always black blocks, while the background is typically a solid color. They will have some minor animations and things of that nature for the player's benefit, so they're not too boring to look at, but pretty much your focus is going to be on the character you're playing, which is something that I think is a wonderful choice because it really drives home this character focus that the game has. It's using its art style to drive home a narrative point, and I've talked about this in the previous videos where games will use mechanics to drive home a narrative point, but this is probably one of the first times I've seen a game do it visually, with it arguably being the best I've ever seen try to do this. The game's sound effects also take a pretty minimalist approach as well, being simple bleeps and bloops. whereas the game's music has some wonderful complexity to it, while with the help of the game's narration, it invokes emotions in a way that reflects what's going on when it comes to the challenges that the characters will face, making this one of the most cohesive experiences I've ever had, with not only the visuals and audio working well together in order to drive home the characters and their characterization, but the game's core mechanics as well. Just look at the second generation of AIs. They're grey blocks. They actually have no inherent abilities by default. However, by passing through coloured areas within the level, they actually gain those abilities, meaning they learn from the previous generation. Unlike the previous generation, however, they actually can change their abilities, making them not so limited when it comes to their gameplay possibilities, making everything meld together pretty much perfectly. As mentioned, this game is a puzzle platformer. So how is the platforming and how are the puzzles? Well, this is where things can get a little more subjective and it comes down to your own personal taste as the player. Personally, I enjoy a good puzzle game, and something that can make me think a little bit about what the answer is going to be as I learn the game's logic is something I always really enjoy. However, I will say the puzzles, although not completely brain dead by the later stages, is where the game can fall a little bit flat, as they aren't very difficult at all. They will stump you a little bit in certain parts, but once you're aware of how the game wants you to play and how its physics work, you're going to fly through this game. The platforming itself is pretty responsive, though I think it is worth noting I did get the occasional little bit of input lag, so just be wary, it might happen to you. In saying that, it could be down to my setup, so I'm not going to blame the game outright. Everything you would expect in a platformer is here, from spikes to moving platforms and other hazards in general. You'll find yourself navigating through levels with relative ease, with this game thankfully not being one of those rage-baiting or overly difficult platformers like a Super Meat Boy. Thomas Was Alone won't leave you feeling overly frustrated at any point and wanting to put the game down. However, it is not a flawless experience. The game does have some wonky hit detection, and in my 2 different playthroughs on 2 different platforms, I did unfortunately encounter. It didn't ruin the overall experience, but that with the occasional input lag can definitely drive you a little bit crazy from time to time, but it's not going to make this game impossible to play. If anything, the hardest part of this game was swapping characters, and that is 100% a skill issue on my part for sure, but I did find myself getting annoyed swapping characters from time to time, as I would want to get to one character that might be several clicks away, but I might only hit the button once or one too many times. Sometimes I'd even go in the wrong direction because my brain just wouldn't click with it, causing me to move a character I didn't want to. This usually doesn't cause any major problems, but when you got everyone lined up in their boxes and you just need to move one character, it can be a little bit frustrating. If the game had a more traditional wheel select option, I think that would have helped a lot. It does have a way to do it similar to a wheel select, but the way it's formatted, I just did not enjoy it, so I never used that mechanic. Consisting of 10 main levels with 10 sub-levels to each of them, there isn't a lack of content here for you to enjoy. However, overall, Thomas Was Alone is not an overly long game, as you could probably beat it in a few hours. This could be due to the fact that it was Mike Bithel's first major release. Being an Indiegogo project, it is one of the few community-backed games from that time period to actually come out. They're actually still plagued by Kickstarter, GoFundMe, and Indiegogo scams and failures to this day. If I was to level another criticism at the game though, I would say due to its focus on narrative over pretty much everything else, it means the game doesn't have a ton of replayability, meaning if you've played it once, you might not want to play it again, or at least not for a while. And that is understandable. I'm not a firm believer that every game needs to be played through a million times in order for me to get my money's worth, but a little bit more replayability definitely would have helped. As a neat touch though, if you do want a little bit of replayability, you can play with developer commentary. And if you get a chance to do a playthrough with this commentary, I highly recommend it, because you'll get insight into the characters, the symbolism, the puzzles, and the general level design itself. Overall, it made the experience even better for me because there was stuff that I just didn't quite pick up on initially. If I had to sum up Thomas Was Alone very quickly, I would say the game is a breath of fresh air. It's new, it's different. Even over a decade after its release, it still has a story to tell. There are characters you will relate to, a world you will explore, and things that you will question. Could it have more difficult puzzles? Yes. Could it have more difficult platforming sections? Certainly. It could have more gameplay. It could have more focused ideas. But if it did, it wouldn't be Thomas Was Alone. It would lose its identity and just be a run-of-the-mill platformer in the never-ending sea that is the run-of-the-mill platformer. And given this game's thematic ideas about identity, finding yourself, and your place, to me, even its existence is a symbol of what Thomas Was Alone is about. So with that, lads, ladies, gents, ladetts, whoever, whatever, it brings us to the end of another video. I hope you enjoyed this look back at Thomas Was Alone, the lovely little platformer that is. If you enjoyed this video, please consider hitting that like button. If you want to go that extra step, you can hit the subscribe button. In the middle of 2007, the gaming world saw the birth of what would be one of the greatest games ever made in Bioshock, being developed by 2K Boston, who are also known as Irrational Games, and 2K Australia. Bioshock went on to be a massive success, selling over 4 million copies while having massive critical success, with it still to this day being one of the highest scored games on Metacritic. But does it stand the test of time? There are plenty of games from back in the day that are considered brilliant. However, even though they might have transcended the medium of gaming at the time, being head and shoulders above their peers, when we return to these experiences with how the landscape of gaming has changed, they don't really deserve that kind of praise. So, does it deserve to be one of the greatest, or is it better left as a beautiful memory from a long time ago? Join me as we jump back into Rapture and explore Bioshock. Before we get into everything, it is worth mentioning that I played through the remastered version of this game, so things might look a little bit better than you remember. However, functionally they are still the same game, and there will be a ton of spoilers if you have yet to play this game. So if you haven't yet, go play it and then come back. This video isn't going anywhere. The basic plot of Bioshock has the player controlling a man named Jack, who is seemingly the only survivor of a plane crash. With no other options, Jack swims to the lighthouse in order to find safety. However, upon entering that lighthouse, you will notice things aren't quite as they seem, as you are greeted by a giant bronze face and a banner stating, "No gods or kings, only man." Continuing further into this mysterious building, Jack eventually finds what is known as the bathysphere. Pulling the lever,
pull the lever, Croc.
the bathysphere takes off, showing a cutscene introducing us to Andrew Ryan and Rapture. Upon our arrival, Jack immediately is shown that shit has hit the fan and everything seems to be crumbling around him, only to hear a kindly voice call out over the radio instructing him on what to do.
I aim to keep you alive. Now keep on moving. We're gonna have to get you to higher ground.
And holy shit, if Rapture isn't one of, if not the absolute coolest setting for a game, I don't know what would be better than this. The deco-punk aesthetic is immediately on display, and it's one of the few games that actually does it. Being inspired by a 1957 novel, Atlas Shrugged by Ayn Rand, whose name I probably butchered, so I do apologise, which depicts a dystopian United States on the verge of collapse. The book explored themes such as objectivism, sanction of the victim, property rights, individualism, and the roles of the government and business. All these themes can definitely be seen throughout the game, but I would highly recommend taking the time to read into these themes and explore them so you can have your own interpretation, as mine might be a little bit different to yours. Just take objectivism, being described by Ayn Rand as, and I quote, "the concept of a man as a heroic being with his own happiness as the moral purpose of his life, with a productive achievement as his noblest activity, and reason as his only absolute." You can see this philosophical idea on display with a lot of different characters throughout the game. However, none more than Andrew Ryan. Ryan is basically the embodiment of all of these main thematic and philosophical ideas that are mentioned. I'm sure there's probably some 2 to 4 hour long video out there exploring all of the characters and how these ideas apply to them. However, I'm not the best at this sort of analysis, so I'll leave it to those who are much better than I am, but I did want to mention it at least, because I think it is interesting. Bioshock is a horror FPS at its core. Not everyone would see it as a horror game since it's not trying to be outright scary, nor does it rely on jump scares in order to get a reaction out of you. However, to deny the horror of this game would be to deny the core of the game's storytelling. Just take the splices. They are deformed, they have a warped sense of reality due to their obsession with Adam, which is a magical concoction that allows everyone to seemingly have supernatural abilities. Rapture itself is a place of pure misery, a capitalistic hellscape overrun by man's greed, where all the inhabitants are left to the torture of living in an unescapable maze of buildings and tunnels. I wouldn't say it's a horror game first and foremost, but I have seen a lot of people dismiss Bioshock as a purely action game, and younger me would have agreed with that. However, as I've got older, I've noticed the more subtle details of what the storytellers are going for. As an example, younger me would have seen the literary classic Frankenstein as nothing more than a horror story, ignoring the fact that it is actually a sci-fi story as well. It can be more than one thing. Throughout the course of the game though, you're going to deal with more than just the splices that I've mentioned. You're going to be coming across what are known as little sisters, and for every little sister, you're going to meet just as many big daddies.
Daddy, chill.
And boy oh boy, you don't want to mess with Daddy. These behemoths in diving suits are a force to be reckoned with, especially in the early game. However, depending on what ending you want, you are going to need to save or sacrifice these little sisters. And in order to do this, you're going to need to defeat the big daddies. In saying it though, if you sacrifice the little sisters, then I'm sorry, we can't be friends, because I will die before I ever choose to do a playthrough doing that. They're just little babies, they don't deserve to be hurt, so leave them alone.
Is it time again already? Thanks, Mr. Bubbles.
In saying it though, kudos to the developers for allowing the options, as it's still pretty rare even to this day to take this kind of action in a game. Being an FPS, it plays pretty much how you would expect. However, this is from a time before 2 weapon loadouts and everything being aimed down sights. Starting out with what would become one of the most iconic gaming weapons, the oversized wrench, with you eventually gaining access to a pistol, machine gun, shotgun, grenade launcher, chemical thrower, crossbow, and the research camera, which we will touch on that camera in a little bit. All the damage dealing weapons are mechanically different, however this is the first mark I have against Bioshock because they all feel pretty similar, excluding the chemical thrower for obvious reasons. If it shot bullets, odds are it didn't feel as weighty as you would like. And it isn't the fault of the weapons, as they sound great and the animations for them are really solid. But it was more to do with the enemies being so bullet spongy, as it made some of the guns feel like they didn't quite have enough oomph to them. And sadly, it was a pretty common game design choice of this era. To help alleviate this issue, the game does allow for weapon upgrades. These upgrades are all pretty self-explanatory. On top of this, you also get different ammo types. Again, like the upgrades, they're pretty self-explanatory and it doesn't take much to figure out. On top of the already decent arsenal, the game gives us ability via plasmids, which are the player's other main system for dealing damage. These powers, basically being magical in nature, allow the player to have more options when it comes to engaging in combat. Early on, you'll learn about the 1-2 punch, when you will shock the water or the splicer that is in the water and then hit them with the wrench to defeat them easily, allowing you to save bullets. This system allows you to make of it what you will. You can keep just the basic damage dealing plasmids, or you can use traps and zoning abilities to try and keep enemies at range or under control. They go beyond just combat functionality though. As you'll learn relatively early on, in order to progress you'll need some of these powers to solve puzzles, which is a nice way to break up the core gameplay loop. They aren't anything special, but if you notice a shelf has a lot of ice on it, you could use the incinerate plasmid in order to melt it. Maybe there's an item that's just a little bit out of reach, maybe use the telekinesis plasmid in order to grab it. Some of these abilities you will gain access to are also passive, which can help in the hacking minigame, although good fun, gets a little bit tedious after doing it about 120 times. It can help shorten the length of alarms that you might accidentally trigger, or even deal more damage with specific weapons. It's a relatively robust system and there is no right way to play, and having these options, especially in an FPS game, was very refreshing. And if you add that with the 3 different endings, it gives Bioshock a hell of a lot of replayability. The camera is the odd man out when it comes to this game's combat, and I'm personally torn on its use in the game, as although it's functionally fine, when in the middle of combat, having to stop to take a photo while swapping weapons to get to the camera can be a little bit of a chore. You'll gain access to the camera in the first half of the game, and it allows you to take photographs of all the different types of enemies in order to gain bonuses against them. Now, it's not something you need to do on an average playthrough, but if you are playing on one of the harder difficulties, it wouldn't hurt to do it. However, as I said, I'm not a big fan of having to change the camera, so I think if it was just hotkeyed to a single button press instead of having to swap to the camera, it would have made the combat flow a lot better, and it would have made this mechanic more useful throughout the entirety of the game, rather than me just doing it for 30 minutes and then getting annoyed. In saying that, it didn't ruin my playtime by any means. Speaking of playtime, this is where things can be a little bit hit and miss for Bioshock, as I personally beat the game in roughly 6.5 hours, give or take, while trying to explore pretty much every nook and cranny. However, according to How Long to Beat, the game should take roughly 12 hours. Now, the reason I mention this is because I personally found the game's pacing to be a little bit off, although in saying that, after seeing most people take a little over 10 hours, it might have just been my playstyle that caused this to be the case. So unless you're planning to do a speedrun, do yourself a favor and slow down. I know this game's incredibly smooth movement and just general gameplay makes you want to run as fast as you can, but take your time, immerse yourself in the world of Rapture and listen to those audio logs. The voice acting, which we'll touch on in a second, is second to none, especially for its era. To help immerse yourself in the world of Rapture, take note of the incredible sound design. I've mentioned the weapons, the sounds of the glass and the steel sounding like they want to buckle and break at any moment, the groans of the big daddies, making them feel almost supernatural in their existence, the echoes of the vending machines and how they just haunt the area you're in, making so much noise that you become worried and paranoid that enemies are going to find you and then close in. It's more than just these examples though. Take the audio logs. I know I've spoke about them a lot, but they're really damn impressive. Listen to the clicks when they're activated or when they stop the recording. The static in the silence that you would expect to hear from old recording equipment. It makes everything feel as if it's actually happened. The voice cast, not consisting of your typical Hollywood actors we would see these days, but voice actors that you would consider to be some of the best of the best. They all put in some of the most believable performances I've ever heard in a video game. And without them, the lore, the storytelling, and everything in between just wouldn't hit the same. The audio logs aren't the only tool that Bioshock uses to drive home its lore, however, which is surprising given its pretty linear design. There are some moments of absolutely incredible environmental storytelling. You add those logs to what is shown to you organically through the level design itself, and you have something truly special. There are two stories in particular that really got to me. That being the family that wanted their daughter back,
We saw our Masha today. We barely recognize her. That's her, Sam said. You're crazy, I told him. That thing? That is our Masha? But he was right. She was drawing blood out of a corpse by Fontaine Fisheries. And then when she was done, she walked off hand in hand with one of those awful golems. Masha!
And the story of Jasmine Jolene.
I thought you had forgotten about poor Jasmine, but I'm so glad you didn't.
I'm sorry, Mr. Ryan. I didn't know Fontaine had something to do with it. What are you doing? No, don't, please. I loved you, don't, please, no.
That creepy Dr. Tenenbaum promised me it wasn't going to be a real pregnancy. They just take the egg out once Mr. Ryan and I had... Oh, I needed the money so bad. But I know Mr. Ryan's gonna suss it out. Gonna know I wasn't being careful. Gonna know I sold the... Mr. Ryan's gonna be so mad at me.
I'm not ashamed to say that both of these scenes left me absolutely devastated, to the point that I had to stop and take a breather. I'm only human, and I am man enough to say I cry. Hell, I still cry at the first Pokemon movie when Pikachu cries. I will always do it. But this is one of the few games, due to its incredible writing and its perfect vocal performances, that I felt my gut sink from underneath me. With the exception of the Darkness games, I can't think of any other game that has even come close to making me feel like I've been kicked in the guts as hard as what Bioshock 1 did. And all of this is without even getting into arguably the greatest twist in gaming, which is set up absolutely perfectly by Fontaine, making you believe that Andrew Ryan is the bad guy. And granted, to Fontaine's credit, Ryan doesn't exactly do the best job of helping himself. However, upon actually meeting you, Ryan realizes everything, with it all to be made abundantly clear to you. It's not to say there aren't hints throughout the game, but there's nothing that is so in your face that it's like, oh, this is what's going to happen. Like with Alan Wake. Having Ryan walk towards you after delivering arguably one of the greatest speeches in gaming, essentially chanting,
"A man chooses, a slave obeys,"
over and over until you kill him. You really start to learn the extent in which Fontaine has taken control of you, making you the victim, destined to slave away to another more powerful man's whims, to suffer until they decide you are useless, only for you to fight and take the power back, to break free of this torture and enact revenge on those who did you wrong. This goes back to a theme that I mentioned earlier, the sanction of the victim, which is described as, and I quote, "the willingness of the good to suffer at the hands of evil, to accept the role of the sacrificial victim for the sin of creating values," tying into one of the three endings. Now, I'm not going to actually spoil this ending, but if you played it, I'm sure you can figure out what I'm implying here. And if you did read into these like I asked you to, then you might actually come up with your own interpretation. Again, that's the beauty of the writing here. When firing on all cylinders, Bioshock is a practically flawless experience. From the extreme highs of the story to its gut-wrenching twists and turns, it is a game that for sure will want you craving more. It is a hard game to put down once you've started, and I personally cannot recommend it enough. So yeah, I would say it definitely still holds up, and it should be considered one of the greatest games ever made without a shadow of a doubt. I'm sure there are people who want it to be more action, more horror, or more sci-fi. Or pretty much anything else for that matter. But as an overall package, I think they absolutely nailed what they were going for. The only problems I have are the camera and the hacking minigame getting a little bit boring after doing it a million times. But beyond that, I wouldn't change a damn thing. So with that, lads, ladies, gents, ladetts, whoever, whatever, it brings us to the end of another video. I hope you enjoyed this look back at Bioshock and a return to Rapture. I had a lot of fun making this video, although it was a lot of work, so I really appreciate you watching this. If you enjoyed the video, please consider hitting that like button. If you want to go that extra step, you can hit the subscribe button. As one of the longest running game franchises of all time, originally created by Muse Software and later id, with id making it the forefront of the FPS genre, being one of the core building blocks of what would eventually create one of my all-time favorites in Doom. It's fair to say without the success and hard work from id, FPS games might not be what they are today. And for that reason, I wanted to look at probably the most forgotten Wolfenstein game, simply titled Wolfenstein. This adaptation of the FPS classic from 2009, developed by the legendary Raven Software, seemingly got lost in the shuffle of all the incredible releases we had that year, from Assassin's Creed 2, Batman Arkham Asylum, Uncharted 2, Borderlands, and even Resident Evil 5. It's little wonder as to why this game was sadly overlooked at the time. Although scoring somewhat favourably with critics while being relatively enjoyed by its player base, sadly this is a game you can't easily get your hands on, as thanks to rights disputes, Wolfenstein 2009, as I will refer to it from now on, was taken down from all digital storefronts, which is why I will always prefer physical over digital. Add this to the fact that the game only sold an approximate 100,000 copies across all different platforms, and you've got yourself a game that's hard to get. I'm fortunate enough to own a PS3 copy, as I did buy it back in the day, and thanks to myabandonware.com, I was able to actually get my hands on a working PC copy for today's video. That will look a lot better than what the 7th generation of consoles can provide. There will be a link in the description to the game if you do want to try it yourself. The plot of Wolfenstein 2009 follows BJ Blazkowicz attempting to stop the Nazis in World War II, who are using the powers of the supernatural and mutant soldiers along with other sci-fi weaponry to strengthen their stranglehold on Europe as they attempt to overthrow the world. It's about what you would expect for a Wolfenstein game, although it does have more emphasis on the occult and supernatural than the typical sci-fi beats of the previous games. Not to say that they're not there, but compared to those prior games, at least up to this point, this game is a lot more balanced in its usage of sci-fi and the supernatural. With the game mostly taking place in the fictional German town of Eisenstadt, Wolfenstein 2009 moves the old school level design into the HD era of gaming. With there being secrets behind every nook and cranny, it makes you want to explore, and explore you will, as you'll spend a fair bit of time here. Though not the longest game by any means, most of the missions that BJ will be sent out on will typically be their own levels, while Eisenstadt tends to be a hub location for you to run between these missions. This is probably the first major hurdle for a lot of players, as it does feel a bit like padding, since the enemies will constantly respawn upon returning to the area, and even though it means there's always action going on, it can make the pacing a little bit slow. If I could just go from mission to mission, I think it would have helped a lot. As a hub location, the town hosts a couple different factions along with the black market, which I will touch on that market in a little bit. The first faction you really deal with is the Kreisau Circle, that are based off a real-life group of Germans who wanted to overthrow the regime, though not violently, at least from my understanding, with the other faction being the Golden Dawn, who are also based off a real-life group, though they are claimed to be a secret society. But if I can just look them up, it doesn't really make them a secret now, does it? They end up being nothing more than a building location for you to visit, as they don't really feel like they're impacting the world around them, which sort of sucks. Although yes, you can see them fight Nazis occasionally, it'd be nice to see them actually control an area and have to repel the attacks more so than just when you show up. And although these factions are based on real historical groups, to my knowledge the Nazis were not ever confirmed to actually believe and study the occult. At least from my research, which was very brief to be fair, it's just the speculation and arguments of some historians, and there's no concrete evidence to say otherwise. With that said though, the choice to use the occult as a narrative device makes Wolfenstein way more interesting. It's not that it wasn't interesting to begin with, but this is really damn cool, which was really refreshing, especially by 2009, since we probably had maybe 100 different World War II shooters with them all feeling basically the same. Adding sci-fi elements to the supernatural along with the real-life elements like the majority of the game's arsenal, it made the combat so much more than just another FPS. Functionally, most FPS games sadly are the same, as when it comes to the combat there's only so many ways a player can aim and shoot at enemies, but thanks to the supernatural abilities we gain access to along with some sci-fi weaponry, Wolfenstein 2009 is still a blast to play. Starting off with the abilities you unlock throughout the game, BJ gets access to the Veil, which allows him to see things that aren't always visible to the naked eye, along with highlighting enemies making them easier to see. BJ also gets a shield that will tank damage for him, as well as tank environmental damage, allowing him to solve puzzles. He'll also gain access to the ability to slow down time, which works how you would expect, and basically a rage ability allowing him to shoot through shields and do more damage in general. All of these abilities are more than just combat focused though. As mentioned, they can be used to solve puzzles as well as traversal of the game's world, allowing you to find a lot of those hidden secrets, so you're going to want to make use of these powers as you explore. Combine these abilities with the impressive arsenal of over 8 weapons and you won't find yourself running out of any winning combinations anytime soon. Consisting of the Kar 98, MP40, MP43, flamethrower, particle cannon, rocket launcher, Tesla gun, and the Lycan Frost 44, they all work how you would expect. Add the ability to upgrade them to your liking through the black market, as I mentioned earlier, and these guns become incredibly powerful. I do want to mention very quickly that the scope for the MP43 did not work on my playthrough, and this could be a compatibility issue with Windows 11 versus when this game was made, but I do think it's worth noting just in case you try to do it and it doesn't want to work for you. The upgrade system goes beyond just the weapons though, as the abilities themselves can be upgraded, making them more powerful and have more utility overall. And you're going to want to make sure you have all your weapons and abilities available to you, because this game has several boss battles. Now, they're not necessarily the hardest boss battles in any game by any means, but they are fun little mechanical change-ups to what you've been doing up to this point. So how do you afford these upgrades at the market? Well, you're going to need to find gold and treasures that are hidden throughout the levels. This means Wolfenstein 2009 really likes to reward you for exploring. It wants you to treat it like an old school game. On top of keeping an eye out for gold though, you need to watch out for tomes, as they will unlock more ability upgrades at the black market, as well as intel, although intel isn't necessarily as important as it mainly serves the purpose of filling out the game's lore, at least for what's going on outside of your little world that BJ is a part of. They're all pretty well voice acted as well, which is actually pretty surprising, although their delivery can be a little bit campy.
Dr. Kohler, why are so many guards being stationed around the large tanks? The tanks are empty, aren't they? I realize General Lasetta is personally overseeing this equipment, but I would think that these soldiers would be better used to secure the firing range instead.
But if they were trying to be overly serious, I think it would have fallen flat and failed to convey the overall feeling the developers were trying to go for. BJ is played by Peter Jessup, who you might know as the voice of Albert Wesker from the Resident Evil 2002 remake, and he delivers a very by-the-book Macho Man type performance. And by no means is that any disrespect to Peter, but I think BJ kind of comes off a little too generic for his own good. Speaking of generic, you would expect this game to have a pretty generic sound design, however that's not necessarily the case. I would say some of the enemies do sound how you would expect for a 2009 World War II shooter. However, the guns themselves sound really damn good, since they have enough punch to them to not get lost in the game's OST, which is great because the OST itself isn't what I would say is particularly great. I don't think it's bad by any means, I actually think it's very solid. It just doesn't do anything to inspire me to want to kill Nazis. It feels more like a movie soundtrack than a video game soundtrack. Wolfenstein 2009 is a fun action romp, and as long as you don't expect something crazy, you're gonna have a good time. It's not too long to beat, and it's not overly difficult, although in saying that there are a couple difficulty spikes to watch out for. With the amount of secrets and great level design, you could easily come back to this game again and again and again, especially if you're someone who likes to 100% games. So with that, lads, ladies, gents, ladetts, whoever, whatever, it brings us to the end of another video. I hope you enjoyed this look back at the Wolfenstein game you maybe didn't play. So if you want to give it a go, as I said at the start, there will be a link in the description to download it and try it for yourself, as sadly there is no official way to get your hands on it. I highly recommend giving it a go if you do like FPS games, or if you just like the old boom shooter style of games. It's not as quick paced as some of those older ones, so just keep that in mind. If you enjoyed the video, please consider hitting that like button. If you want to go that extra step, you can hit the subscribe button. You may ask yourself, why putt-putt? Well, firstly,
drop too fast, drop too furious. I'm too fast for y'all, man.
And secondly, we've covered some pretty heavy games of late, so I wanted to play something that was just a little more lighthearted and fun, so I settled on Putt-Putt. Originally releasing back in late 1992, Humongous Entertainment released this little purple talking car Putt-Putt to the world. Aiming to be a part of the edutainment genre of games, Putt-Putt did the idea of cars before Pixar had even released a full movie. Being a point-and-click game series aimed towards children, there isn't too much to expect here, so we're going to talk about pretty much every game in the Putt-Putt-verse I can be bothered talking about. Originally created by Shelley Day as a series of bedtime stories, Putt-Putt eventually would become a point-and-click educational adventure puzzle series, that's a mouthful, that ran from 1992 up until 2003. Our glorious little purple car, Putt-Putt, was voiced by 3 different voice actors over the years. Starting off with Jason Elfson, sorry I probably butchered your name, who was the main voice actor for the majority of the series, eventually passing the role on to Nancy Cartwright, yes, that Nancy Cartwright, eventually ending up with Michelle Thorson. Fun fact, in Italy, Putt-Putt's name is Gas Gas. I had to do it. Starting out with Putt-Putt joins the parade, as it is our introduction to King Double P, who wants to join in the parade. I know, shocking. But he finds himself unable to, as he doesn't have a pet in order to partake, so he heads out on a quest in order to try and find one that he could adopt. Heading into town, he meets with Smokey the Fire Engine, who gives him some ideas that could help him join the parade later. And without a second of hesitation, Putt-Putt goes out into the world in order to earn some money and find a pet. This is where you'll find the core loop of basically every Putt-Putt game. Typically, you'll find yourself helping locals with a bunch of simple tasks, such as mowing lawns or even delivering groceries. There are certain roadblocks that you will run into. They will require 1/1,000,000th of your brain power, or all of mine, in order to get past them. Though, unlike most other point-and-click adventure games, there isn't any real moon logic here. Everything actually makes sense. Like getting the magnet to pick up the nails, or using the car radio to get the marching band to move. Which might seem a little bit stupid, but it's actually kind of nice to go back and play one of these games that makes sense instead of something stupid like using buttered bread to lube up a screw in order to undo it. Since this is the first game, it's pretty straightforward. It's a relatively linear experience, and you might expect to lose maybe 20-30 minutes of your day at best, with 10 of those minutes spent clicking on pretty much everything in the background to see what happens. A core experience you'll find across pretty much all the games. Those other 10 minutes will be spent mowing the lawns, cause god damn that shit is satisfying. Though, some of the cars you work for, I think they should be on a list. Hey yo, Trixie, I'm trying to smash. Moving into the second game, Putt-Putt Goes to the Moon, we take the childlike wonder and immediately turn it up to 11, with the game starting out with Putt the Plug wanting to make fireworks, and after a series of unfortunate events dissolving into him being rocketed into space, you can see how Humongous Entertainment wanted to keep the game more fun and fantastical. On his trip to the moon, you end up passing this guy. And you know what? Same. Being stranded on the moon, King Putt is forced to explore and interact with the locals in order to get home. This is where Go to the Moon takes a big step up overall from the first game instead of being strictly linear in its approach to solving problems. You actually get a lot more free reign to tackle the quest for the 5 items you require to get the rocket going, and it's a lot more fun for it. Also, the educational side of things here is a lot better. From teaching kids how to read grids thanks to the apartment building, to telling you what NASA don't want you to know. The Pluto is a planet.
Pluto is the 9th and smallest planet. It is the farthest in our solar system.
I still love you, buddy. Goes to the Moon is just more of everything. More animations in the background, more puzzles, and more stuff to play around with. It's a great time, and honestly, I would probably skip the first game to play this if you wanted to ever go back and visit this for some reason. You'll notice a quality improvement as we drift over to Putt-Putt Saves the Zoo. At least out of everyone I know, this is typically the go-to Putt-Putt game. The visual improvements are immediately apparent, and the overall animation quality has improved tenfold, while Putt-Putt himself has transformed into his most iconic look, that more of a cartoon car compared to what we would see in the first 2 games. Teaching kids about the animal kingdom, all the while tasking them with saving the children of the adult animals, I would argue that this is the first game to have a real game plot. At least what I would expect out of a child's game, more so than it being a bedtime story. Having possibly the best minigame in the series with the ice hockey game, which is essentially just Pong, and I can see why people love this so much. To add to the game's depth, Humongous added in more adventure game logic, but not moon logic. Although it was technically on display since the first game, as Putt-Putt would require items along with some simple back and forth traversal to solve puzzles, Saves the Zoo requires the player to use some basic logical thinking in order to solve its puzzles, which in turn actually helps elevate the core gameplay to a new level. Overall though, like Goes to the Moon, Saves the Zoo is another big step up for the series, and you could see that Humongous Entertainment was really starting to hit their stride at this point. Also, as an Australian, it's always funny to hear someone try to do an Australian accent or be an Aussie character within a video game. Especially this guy, because I feel like what he should be saying is more like, yeah, nah, I don't know what the I'm gonna lose me job, I don't wanna go on Centrelink. Having big shoes to fill, travels through time, sees Putt-Putt having to save his pet dog Pep, who has been sucked through a time portal. Upon booting up the game, you'll notice a lot of callbacks to previous titles from the series. From the cow that Putt-Putt has to honk his horn at in order to get it to move, to the fireworks sign being boarded up after the moon incident. There's just a lot of nice little touches here. Sadly, I wouldn't say there's been really much improvement in the overall visual design or the sound design. As mentioned before with Saves the Zoo, Humongous Entertainment had pretty much settled on their style by this point going forward. Where Travels Through Time does outshine the prior games though is its puzzles. Instead of just having 1 or 2 steps to solve them, they can get a little more in depth. Also, Travels Through Time adds in replayability, which is a first for the series, as the 4 items that Putt-Putt needs can be in each of the different times, allowing for up to 24 different combinations, giving Putt-Putt Travels Through Time the most meat to its gameplay in the series to date. And honestly, it's still a great game for younger audiences to get into the adventure game genre, as it has all the foundational elements required to teach them how the genre works. And these 4 games go a really long way to showing off the charm of Putt-Putt. It's a very bright and colourful game. It is the sort of game that, yes, as a kid, I would thoroughly enjoy. And hell, even going back to play them now is kind of healing for the soul, since it's nice to go back and just play a game from a simpler time when there were less worries in the world. So with that, lads, ladies, gents, ladetts, whoever, whatever, it brings us to the end of another video. I hope you enjoyed this look back at our little purple guy in Putt-Putt. I know this video was a little bit silly. I just needed a break from the super serious stuff, so I hope you enjoyed. I hope it brought a smile to your face, or at least got you to giggle. And if you hated it, I'm really sorry. If you want more videos about Putt-Putt in the future, like the rest of the franchise, let me know down below. I'll gladly do it at some point. I do want to do the other Humongous games, but they're going to be put on hold for a while because I want to get back to the serious stuff again. I just needed a quick little kind of breather, to say the least. If you enjoyed the video, please consider hitting that like button. If you want to go that extra step, you can hit that subscribe button. From the mid-90s to the 2000s, Jim Carrey was arguably the most well-known name in comedy outside of probably Robin Williams, dominating the box office with many classics like Ace Ventura, The Mask, The Truman Show, Liar Liar, and many, many others. And although I am a fan of pretty much everything I've seen him in, one of my personal favorites has always been A Series of Unfortunate Events, being based on the massive massively popular book series, A Series of Unfortunate Events by Lemony Snicket, aka Brett Holquist, from the late 90s to the early 2000s. The movie, like many of its counterparts aimed towards younger children, had a tie-in game. And as we know, most tie-in games tend to be pretty average at best. So let's see if this game is actually any good, or if it's an unfortunate event.
Oh, brother, this guy stinks!
Like a lot of tie-in games, it doesn't follow everything in the movie one-to-one, which in this case might be for the best. But overall, all the major scenes and events are going to be pretty much encountered here. Before getting into the gameplay though, you'll notice first and foremost the visual style of this game is nearly perfect to its source material. With that Victorian Gothic-like aesthetic, you'll notice the game looks incredible, reminding me both of that Nightmare Before Christmas game and also Don't Starve. It's hard to fault the overall presentation here. If I was to criticize anything about the game's visuals, it's actually more to do with its animations, as some of them can be a little bit too over the top. Most of them are actually quite well done. However, if you look at Sunny when she bites things, she's a gremlin, and it makes me laugh, but it also scares the shit out of me.
I'll bite your legs off!
The core cast of Olaf, Violet, and Klaus are all voiced by their movie counterparts, which really helps sell this game as punching above its weight. Though, like the animations, I do have some criticisms, and Liam Aiken's performance feels very bored, as if he doesn't really want to be there. It is in line with his movie performance as someone who's a little bit disinterested in what's going on, especially with what's happened. However, he seems really just unenthusiastic, even for the game. Also, as an interesting note, they had Tim Curry come in to replace Jude Law as Lemony Snicket, and it's a change I wouldn't say is better or worse, as both do a really good job in the role, and I don't know who I prefer. If you have a preference, let me know in the comment section below. Just to continue with this game's overall presentation, its OST is surprisingly good. I wouldn't say every track is necessarily the best thing you'll ever hear, but for the most part, the music does a damn near perfect job of capturing the very essence of what A Series of Unfortunate Events is all about. Its orchestral score is composed by Jeremy Soule. I do apologize, I probably butchered his name. Although you might not know his name, I'll be damned if you don't know his work. From the Putt-Putt games to the Elder Scroll games. Yes, Skyrim. That was him. Harry Potter and the Guild War games. Dude is an absolute monster in this industry. However, from my research, it seems he retired from writing music professionally relatively early on. And although I wish him a happy retirement, I do hope he comes back one day because his work is incredible and I would love to hear more of it. However, I wouldn't say the entire presentation is flawless, as the game's sound effects are probably the weakest part. I wouldn't say they're anything offensive, but they are definitely a little more cartoony in their approach. I do understand that this is a game designed for younger audiences, and especially given when it was made, so you don't necessarily expect that punch to the sound effects, but it would have been nice just to have a little bit more oomph to them. Getting into the gameplay, A Series of Unfortunate Events is a little more than you would expect on the surface, and although it could have just stuck to the tried and true collectathon third-person action style that most tie-in games did at the time, which by all means it is technically doing, they were willing to change things up a little bit by adding some more puzzle and exploration elements rather than just having a focus on straight up collecting and combat. And although there are plenty of those, the gameplay itself has a pretty decent balance between everything that I could ask for. From the 2D platforming sections where you would play as Sunny, to the stealth sections where you would play as everybody, the combat sections that would normally be handled by Klaus, and the puzzle sections that would typically be handled by Violet. It fits the characters well and helps the characters translate into the game world rather than having them be there just for set dressing. It makes everything feel just more cohesive. The game's controls are relatively responsive, but I wouldn't say it's a flawless experience. It can feel a little more floaty than you would like from time to time, and that is the nature of games from this era. However, it can make things feel a little more finicky than you would like when it comes to its general movement. I would also say the game's puzzles are lacking in a bit of depth, as they basically boil down to find X objects in the world, put them together for the inventing portion of the solution, which in turn creates the item to basically auto-solve any puzzle or obstacle you're going to run into. I wouldn't have minded if the inventing side of things was a little more in depth rather than just rotating an item until you would get a marker pop up saying you can now place the item you need to and just being done with it. It is certainly a functional system, and the game makes it relatively easy to figure out where the items you'll need to invent are located, almost treating the game as an old school point and click, which probably would have been the coolest way to do this game anyway, and actually kind of makes me wish they did. The combat also doesn't have a ton of depth, however it isn't a core focus, so I can give the game a bit of a pass here, as overall it feels like instead of having the combat be constant throughout the game, they wanted to have the combat sections feel a bit more impactful impactful and having them be more unique. And this is especially true in the early game, as the first few real fights you get into all play pretty differently, from the spider battle teaching you about range and timing, while the fight in the kitchen is more of a traditional slog. Fighting Olaf's henchmen throughout his house is also a nice break to the exploration, as they are typically short, contained encounters. This really helps when you have to traverse through the admittedly small levels. It helps keep the action moving. It makes me feel as if there's always something to do without being too much busy work. There is a little bit too much back and forth for my liking, but having these encounters within the game definitely helps make this less of an issue. Basically covering 3 books, we will go from Count Olaf's abode to Uncle Monty's and Aunt Josephine's. Each of these levels will typically take you an hour or 2 max to beat, with them all using a mix of the gameplay elements I mentioned before, the 2D sections, the puzzle and the combat, which really helps things not overstay their welcome. And yes, even though it is a shorter game, it can get a little bit frustrating from time to time when you have to just constantly do the same thing over and over again. The game, like its movie counterpart, has a lot of little issues that stop it from being an all-time great. If I had to level any major complaints at the game, it's the fact it doesn't necessarily delve into the book side of the story all that much. And I understand that screenplays are definitely going to be a lot more limited than books. That's an argument for another time. But given the fact this is a game and they could have drawn from the books, it would have been nice if they had done it a little bit more. The game isn't really going to give you the story of a series of unfortunate events, so I highly recommend reading the books. But if you're someone who's like, oh, reading is stinky and nerdy, fuck that, watch the Netflix series. It's pretty solid. It's not the best thing in the world, but I'll take it over nothing. So with that, lads, ladies, gents, ladetts, whoever, whatever, it brings us to the end of another video. I hope you like this look back at the series of unfortunate events tie-in game. If you've read the books or watched the TV series, or if you like me and adore the movie, let me know. What's your favorite quote from the movie? I can't really decide, but I think my favorite is, "Where's the roast beef? It's Swedish for beef that is roasted." I've always fucking just adored that line. Jim Carrey is brilliant. If you enjoyed the video, please consider hitting that like button. If you want to go that extra step, you can hit the subscribe button. There are plenty of underappreciated movies that never really get the love they deserve, and the same can be said about some games. Typically, you wouldn't say this about a tie-in game, but both 2005's Robots movie and its subsequent tie-in game are hidden gems. Although, in saying that, it's a bit weird to say a movie's a hidden gem when it made over $200 million at the box office. But since I can't watch it on any streaming service here in Australia, and every time I bring it up with friends when we're talking about animated movies, I'm usually met with a look of confusion. As you would expect, the tie-in game follows the plot of the movie. However, unlike most tie-in games, it wasn't afraid to change up the flow of the story in order to make the character introductions feel more natural for a game. Developed by Eurocom, who you might know for some of the following classics: Sphinx and the Cursed Mummy, Buffy the Vampire Slayer, Chaos Bleeds, and James Bond 007 Nightfire. They weren't always known for pumping out gold, but when they were on, Eurocom did make some brilliant games. With the plot basically following the same outline as the movie, you'll meet an interesting cast of characters and explore the world of Rivet Town on your quest as Rodney Copperbottom to meet with the legendary Big Weld to show off his invention, which honestly was basically a sentient being. Is Rodney a god? Upon beginning the game, you start out as a very young Rodney, getting taught the game's basic controls in its tutorial. Now normally I don't like to talk about tutorials because who the hell cares, but this little intro sequence is just mwah, perfection. It sets everything up I can expect throughout the game when it comes to the little details. You can interact with every NPC, and there's surprisingly a lot of them, especially for a PS2 game. It's way more than I could have expected, all with voice lines that fit them. There isn't a ton of variety here when it comes to those voice lines, and sure, you get the typical they must be twins because they reuse the same handful of models over and over, but going back to play games of this era and seeing that Robots is one of the few games that has this level of interactivity to it makes it stand out above the rest. Visually, the game is basically flawless in my eyes, as everything looks and feels as if it's part of a lived-in world. From the street level where everyone is just getting by, to the big city where the robots are all shiny and upgraded.
Upgrades, people, upgrades!
The game's OST also does a great job of representing everything going on around you. Even though I wouldn't say it's necessarily something you're going to go out of your way to listen to, it does a really good job of servicing the game more so than being a focus, which is something I've mentioned in the past. The voice acting is also really solid across the board, even if Rodney's obligatory tood lines do come off a little bit lame even for a tie-in game. Thankfully, he doesn't say them too often, so they're not going to drive you too crazy, but you will hear them time and time again. You will notice this game has some pretty big similarities between itself and the Ratchet & Clank series, and I understand thematically there is only so much you can do with robots when it comes to currency, but nuts and bolts is a little bit on the nose. To get around this being a straight rip-off though, they do name it Scrap. Good save, guys. This isn't the only place you'll notice some of these elements between the two games being similar, though I wouldn't say it's done in a way where they felt like they were trying to steal ideas from Ratchet Ratchet & Clank, but they did do something that I would consider more adjacent to. You add that with what was popular at the time when it came to the average game in terms of its core design, and the gameplay ended up being, drumroll please, a third-person action platformer. Hooray! Like in recent times with Battle Royale games, the PS2 era was especially flooded with this style of gameplay. So in order to stand out, you had to do something different, or at least do it a little bit better than most. And in my opinion, I would say Robots does a little bit of both, with there only really being one major issue in my book, but we'll get to that in a little bit. The game's movement is pretty damn fluid, however, I would say it doesn't really give you the sense of momentum of something like a Ratchet & Clank or Jak and Daxter. We have access to a double jump, ledge grab, zip line, slide, and even a glide. The game's movement options are well utilized throughout, and that's thanks to its use of more vertical level design rather than just flat planes. Though in saying this, the ledge grab can definitely be a little bit finicky at points, so prepare to get a little bit frustrated. It makes the general exploration to be really enjoyable, especially since the game's basically broken up into two core sections, with one of those, as you would figure, the exploration, and the other being the combat. Both will have platforming throughout them, but the combat sections are where you'll notice that Ratchet & Clank comparison I mentioned earlier. However, for both your sanity and mine, I'm going to try my best to stop comparing the two, because they are their own games. Having access to several different weapons, Rodney doesn't have a lack of options when it comes to dealing with his enemies, with his main rotation consisting of the scrap launcher and his trusty wrench. Motherfucker. The Blue Rod Dog will also gain access to the Scrap Launcher Mega Shot, which is an upgrade that allows him to do more damage and also a charge shot, or he could have the Scrap Launcher Homer Shot, which homes in, the Spray Shot, which is a shotgun, and the Rico Shot, allowing bullets to bounce off walls. You can only have one of these upgrades at a time, but you can swap them at the game store at any point. However, it is for a fee, and this is where Robots does something really damn interesting, because the scrap that you pick up through the game is not only your ammo, but it's also your money. So you have to decide between spending the money or using your weapon that might make the fights easier. It's a mechanic I would have loved to have seen in a survival horror game more so than a 2005 action platformer, and it gives the game depth in a way that I don't think it needs it, but hey, it's really cool that it's here. It's a nice way to get the player to interact with all the different mechanics instead of just relying on one or two. Add this with the incredible enemy variety that's on display basically from the get-go, with each of them having more ideal ways of being dealt with than others, and it just makes this game's combat flow and feel great. The combat, even though it is simple, never feels like an afterthought, and they also made sure it never felt like it dominated in terms of the gameplay. You'll find yourself solving some pretty simple puzzles throughout the middle of these sections. These puzzles will make use of the other tools that Rodney has at his disposal, like his magnet gun that can be used to move boxes around to reach areas he previously couldn't, and his little Wonderbot that can fly to areas that he just can't reach. I won't pretend like it's the deepest gameplay mechanics for these puzzles, and I would have enjoyed a little bit more challenge more so than doing a combination of entering first person mode to shoot a target, then doing a butt slam on a button to either activate something or to use it as a trampoline. But I will say there is enough variety that you're not going to get too bored with it. If the game was any longer, it would be an issue, but thanks to its shorter runtime of roughly 6 to 8 hours, it doesn't really overstay its welcome, which is great because the major issue that this game has that I mentioned earlier is this game's camera. It is painful to deal with in certain sections, and even though it's functional 99% of the time, it does feel like it's too zoomed in for its own good. It also feels a little bit sluggish when I need it to move, almost as if the game takes a tiny bit of time before it allows the camera to move after I've moved the stick. Honestly, at no point is it more annoying than the transport pod sections. As you're zooming in these transport pods, you'll notice if you hit another pod, you take damage, so you will think to yourself, maybe I should avoid these. So you do, only to end up getting hit from behind over and over again. And not in the fun way. Those balls are going to be slapping together.
What did he say?
I'm not sorry, but it is definitely a source of frustration to be getting hit from things off screen that you can't see. If the camera was just a little more zoomed out, I think it'd be a lot better. Beyond the camera and any other minor issues I've mentioned, Robots itself is honestly a really fun game. It's not perfect, and it's not trying to be. In the world of overpriced, overhyped, and underdelivered games that we get these days, being able to go back and play a game that knows exactly what it is and does it well is just really refreshing. There are better third-person action platformers out there, but this game never claimed to be the best. It's better than average, and if you can get your hands on it, I highly recommend it. Also, watch the movie, because it's great. So with that, lads, ladies, gents, ladetts, whoever, whatever, it brings us to the end of another video. I hope you enjoyed this look back at Robots. If you've seen the movie, or if you've played the game, let me know in the comment section below, and tell me how good it is, because it's great, and I love it. If you enjoyed the video, please consider hitting that like button. If you want to go that extra step, hit that subscribe button. Given that the Tony Hawk's Pro Skater series, or just the Tony Hawk's games in general, have generated an estimated 1.4 billion in sales, and yes, I said billion, it's fair to say basically everyone who has played video games should know who Tony Hawk is. However, sometimes, even though rarely, when talking about the old Tony Hawk games, people would forget about the first real spin-off that the series had, which was Tony Hawk's Underground. Being a fresh new take on what the Tony Hawk games were up to this point, Underground sought to move the series into a more new and interesting direction by adding more story and gameplay elements. Developers Neversoft managed to take the formula that was tried and tested with the first 4 games in the Pro Skater series and managed to migrate them into this 2003 classic, which if you're American means it's now old enough to drink, because we don't feel old enough as it is. While bringing in new traversal, level, character, and custom skateboard design options, along with refining the gameplay to be its most responsive and snappy to date, Underground was so well received that the amazing remasters we had of Pro Skater 1 and 2 ended up using this game's control scheme because it was arguably the best the series ever had. Starting out in New Jersey with your created character and would-be friend, foe, and part-time arsonist Eric Sparrow, attending a skate demo by legend Chad Musker, who eventually convinces you, the player character, to try and get sponsored by a local skate shop run by Stacy Peralta, who himself is actually a former pro skater. These days he seems to mostly be into making documentaries, and more power to him. Upon attempting to get this sponsorship though, drug dealers break into Peralta's shop, stealing a bunch of gear, leading you to be tasked with getting them back, leading to a rather strange stealth section. However, it actually does set up what you should expect in this game, and that's a lot more variety than what we've had in previous Tony Hawk games. Once you've collected everything, you'll see why I said Eric is a part-time arsonist as he burns down their car in revenge. Eric is unhinged. Forced to run for their lives, both Eric and the player character flee, setting everything into motion as you travel around the world to different locations in attempts to go pro. The plot itself is pretty interesting, especially for a sports game, even if it is arcadey in nature. I wouldn't claim it to be the best by any means, but thanks to its relatively short runtime and the fact it moves at a rather rapid pace, the twists and turns can keep you engaged throughout. Compared to prior games in the Tony Hawk's franchise, Underground saw tons of cutscenes, all voiced by the actual skaters, who do a surprisingly good job, especially for some who it was their first time ever actually voice acting. It should come as no surprise though, in my opinion, that Bam Margera probably does the best out of everyone here. He also arguably has the best cutscene in the game.
It's so good. We can't go skating right now. Look at these tanks. Damn!
It's not only the surprisingly good voice acting that stands out here, as is customary with the Tony Hawk series, the game's soundtrack is incredible. Consisting of all licensed tracks, I can't really show you any here, but I do highly recommend taking the time to listen to it because there is a rather wide range of genres and there is plenty for you to enjoy. Underground's level design overall is more of what you come to expect from the Pro Skater series, however I'd say it's a bit of a 180 since it has a bigger focus on city environments more so than skate parks. A really nice change from the Pro Skater series was the removal of the timer. This got rid of a lot of the stress and allowed players to learn the levels in a more natural way. What I find most impressive about the levels themselves is how the missions utilize pretty much the entire map. Although there are certain tasks like score a certain amount of points that will get you kind of sticking to a specific location, most of the collect, interact, or break X amount of item missions will have you going everywhere. And they teach you some pretty sick lines, making you learn things in a very organic manner. If I had to level any real criticism at the game, I would say it's the lack of overall mission variety. Sure, there's plenty of missions to be done, and it is a fun time, but you're going to expect the same handful of mission types throughout each level. They pretty much boil down to either having a vehicle, run around on foot and collect, score X amount of points, do specific tricks, learn specific tricks, and find X item, person, or location. There are a couple missions that break up the repetitive nature, such as the sneaking missions that are... they're a thing, and the skate competitions themselves, but I would have appreciated just a little bit more variety here, which, if memory serves, they did do that with Underground 2, though I haven't played that game in roughly 18 years. An interesting addition that Underground also has is the ability to create your own tricks. Now, I won't lie, I've never really messed around with this system at all, even as a kid. Even these days, it's not something that I'm really that interested in. It's not a bad system, it actually works quite well, but it's just not something that I'm particularly going to go out of my way for, as I have a hard enough time staying on the board as is. Speaking of tricks, everything you would expect this game to have from the grabs, flips, grinds, and lip tricks are here, and thanks to the ability to both sketch on vehicles and get off your board, you now have a ridiculous ridiculous amount of options when it comes to making the perfect combos and lines. You pretty much get to treat the world as a playground. It's not all rainbows and butterflies though. As you'll notice early on, you can't really do a hell of a lot, and that's because of the game's stat system. Compared to previous games where you would just collect stat points and put them into a character, Underground has you completing challenges in order to complete them. Want to increase your grinds because you love doing them? Hold a grind for 5 seconds in order to gain a point in grinding. A really nice fact is if you can complete multiple challenges in a single go, you are rewarded for it. It just means you level up faster. However, if you're not necessarily particularly great at the game, and you might struggle, you might only get to that 5-second grind, but you gain that 1 stat point, which then means it's now easier the next time around you go for the next challenge. It's a really rewarding system, and, I'm sorry for the awful pun, it gets rid of the grind. You can hate me for that one. I mentioned earlier that there are vehicles in this game, and sadly, if I was to level another criticism, it is this game's driving. The vehicle sections themselves are probably hands down the worst parts of the game for me. If anything, they're the only bad part of the game for me. Although as a kid I didn't hate them, these days I find myself wishing they weren't there so I could just do the skating, since this is where the game obviously excels. I know there are plenty of you out there who are purists for the Pro Skater series and just as many fans of the Skate series of games. But if you can get your hands on Underground to replay it, I highly recommend it. It's definitely arcadey, and it's not going to be a real skating simulator style game. But if you want to figure out some insane lines while listening to a banging soundtrack and beating the shit out of Eric because he's a douchebag, Tony Hawk's Underground is where it's at. So with that, lads, ladies, gents, ladetts, whoever, whatever, it brings us to the end of another video. I hope you enjoyed this look back at the Tony Hawk's Underground game. If you have a favorite Tony Hawk's game or skate game, let me know in the comments section below. If you say you like Simpsons skateboarding, I hate you, and we can't be friends. If you enjoyed the video, please consider hitting that like button. If you want to go that extra step, you can hit the subscribe button. It's pretty commonplace for games to copy gameplay elements from one another, and nowhere is this more apparent than in the 2001 tie-in game for Scooby-Doo and the Cyber Chase. Following the same plot as the movie it's based on, which we will talk about in a little bit, publisher THQ had hired a small Japanese development team known as Artco. Sadly, like THQ, Artco seemed to no longer be around, seemingly bought out by a corporation known as Furyu. Now I do apologise, I probably butchered the hell out of their name. Though, I'm not sure how true this is since I can't really read or understand Japanese, I'm just going based off what I could find on their website. They were pretty much a team that was always tasked with developing ports for mainline titles, and Scooby-Doo was probably the biggest IP they ever got to work with. Though, surprisingly, given the longevity of the Scooby-Doo series, you would expect there to be an absolutely insane amount of games. But what is actually mind-blowing is the fact there's only 15. 13 if you don't count the ones where they're just side characters like Multiverses and Lego Dimensions. I'd love to see a point-and-click adventure game for the mystery game, because honestly I think it's the perfect genre for the perfect team. It really feels like a missed opportunity, so hopefully maybe in the future we get something. Being a game based on a cartoon movie special based on a video game, you would hope they would knock it out of the park given the fact that they had some pretty solid foundations here to work from. However, instead of following the movie's seemingly ever-evolving gameplay loops, the game itself sticks to a single genre, that of a third-person action platformer in the vein of Crash Bandicoot 2. It's not something I would say is a full-blown one-to-one clone, but it really wears its inspiration on its sleeve and it's easy to see exactly what they're going for here.
I shall call him Mini-Me.
They did think to evolve the combat just a little bit by adding in the ability to throw pies to defeat enemies. However, these do have their own source of frustration, as the controls can be a little bit floaty, making the aim a little more difficult than you would like. It's not so bad that you won't be able to get decent with it, but it can definitely lead to some hair-pulling moments. These slightly floaty controls can become a bit of a problem towards the end of the game, because even after spanning a decent variety of level locations, in order to make the game feel like you got your money's worth, it does what a lot of games of its era did, and that was make things more difficult than they needed to be in order to pad out its playtime. The level of precision the game asks for by the time you hit dinosaur levels is definitely going to cause you to lose your mind if you're not used to these type of games. To counter this, and to be fair, the game is pretty generous with its extra lives, allowing you to power through most of these. However, I know younger me would have smashed a controller or two trying to play this. I don't get gamers rage much these days, but this is as close as I've got in a long time. Beyond the floaty controls, the only real issue that I had with the game was the fact text pop-up for dialogue would actually cause the gameplay to be frozen until the dialogue itself is finished. This really hurts the flow of each level in my opinion, as the momentum you're building basically stops on the spot. Now, in the game's defense, you do have to accept most of these text pop-ups, as you'll get a little notification in the top right corner telling you that there is some dialogue to be had. But I think just letting voices play over the top of the gameplay would have been the better choice. Though, again, to give the game some credit, this wasn't really normal for games until we got to the PS2, Xbox and GameCube era of gaming. The voice acting itself is incredibly good as it consists of the same cast as the movie that it's based on. If anything, it's a little sad that there isn't more voice acting within the game. I understand it's a PS1 game and there's only so much data you can fit on a single disc, but it would have been nice to see this incredible talent that they had be displayed a little bit more.
I've spread my evil virus all over this game. Yeah, boy.
The best chance to get to hear any of this really good voice acting is during the boss fights, as every boss fight will start off with a dialogue to introduce them.
Looks like you've detected one of the Phantom Virus's main bosses. Defeating him should get you out of Japan and back to safety, Scooby.
Sometimes you'll get hints on how to beat them or what to expect, so it's worth paying attention. The fights themselves, when it comes to the gameplay, are probably the highlight of the game for me, as they have a good variety overall and never really feel too stale. Though, as I mentioned earlier, thanks to the lack of finer aiming when it comes to throwing pies, it can make them a little more difficult than you would like. They're never so hard you won't ever beat them, but they definitely can be a source of frustration. Add this with the fact you can only hold a certain amount of pies, and a lot of the combat turns into ignore everyone but the boss if possible. It's like an uncoordinated Shaggy and Scooby. The game just seems to be tripping over itself as it goes. Where the game really starts to shine though, at least for me personally, is its overall presentation, as it has a lot of personality while capturing the very essence of the show. Sure, it doesn't have the toot of its inspiration Crash Bandicoot, but it does have a wonderful bright colour palette. With an overall variety of different level design. From Japan to Dinosaur Land, the game's visuals are a feast for the eyes, at least for a PS1 game. If I was to criticise anything about the game's presentation, I would say its soundtrack does leave a little bit to be desired. And even though it's perfectly functional, it feels mostly generic more so than inspired. I've said many times in the past, a soundtrack should service the game more so than be the main attraction of the game itself. And I would say for the most part, the soundtrack does do this, but not in the best way possible. It's functional, but there's nothing here that stands out. There is nothing here that makes me go, oh, that reminds me of that level. It just feels very generic. And it's not the only thing that left me a little bit disappointed. The fact that we only get to play as Shaggy with his scoliosis and Scooby-Doo kind of left me wanting more. I'm a fan of the entire Mystery Gang, and even though I understand Shaggy and Scooby are the main characters, it would have been nice to play as Velma, Fred, or Daphne. I think they would have evolved the gameplay just a little bit more by adding in their unique personalities. And even though, as I mentioned, we do get to hear from them, we never really get to play with them. The overall experience itself is pretty short, being about 2 to 3 hours at best, and the fact that there aren't really different levels, character selection, or overall gameplay variety means there isn't a lot of replay value here. If anything, it reminds me a lot of Disney's Lilo and Stitch more so than it does Crash Bandicoot. I've avoided talking about the plot up until now, mainly for spoiler reasons for both the movie and game, so consider this your warning. It follows the Mystery Gang as they enter cyberspace in order to chase down a villain known as the Phantom Virus, who has started infecting a game that's being created based on the Mystery Gang's past adventures. So it's a game based on a movie, based on a game, based on cartoons. What the f? As usual, it pretty much always boils down to bad guy does bad thing, good guy shows up and saves the day. However, this is one of those times I don't think it necessarily translates too well to the video game adaptation. I think the concept is cool, but the gameplay not evolving does make it feel like it falls a bit flat. Whereas in the movie, they kept things fresh and a little more exciting. Now, could you do worse for a Bandicoot clone? 100%. I wouldn't say this is the quintessential Scooby-Doo experience either. It's neither great, nor is it really bad. It's pretty much just okay. If you want a little bit of nostalgia, you could definitely do worse. I do think it's a game worth playing, but not a game worth going back to. So if you've never tried it, give it a go. But if you have, I'd leave it in the past. So with that, lads, ladies, gents, ladettes, whoever, whatever, it brings us to the end of another video. I hope you enjoyed this look back at Scooby-Doo and the Cyber Chase. I know it's been a little while since I made a video in terms of a proper video, so I just want to say thank you again for those who watched and were patient with me. Who's your favorite member of the Mystery Gang? Mine will always be Velma because I like thick nerdy girls and I am the human equivalent of a thumb and sad. So there's that. If you enjoyed the video, please consider hitting that like button. If you want to go that extra step, you can hit the subscribe button. Before jumping into today's video, I do want to talk about the elephant in the room, but I am going to keep this as brief as I can. If you haven't heard, at the time of recording at least, Bungie has recently fired quite a big percentage of its workforce. And given the way that the current owner, or at least the person in charge, seems to be living, I am not a fan of this. And although I'm very positive about Bungie, at least throughout this video, I can't say with good conscience that I support their current actions. With that said though, let's get into the video. It's pretty rare for sequels in any type of media to be considered at the same level, let alone better than their original release. For every Doom 2, Diablo 2 and Super Metroid, we have plenty of examples like Bubsy 3D, Mortal Kombat Special Forces, and Tomb Raider The Angel of Darkness. So when developer Bungie was tasked with making a follow-up to their instant hit Halo, you wouldn't really blame some gamers for having some concerns that things could go wrong. And although the series as a whole could be said to have lost its way down the line, Halo 2 is often cited as, and has a very legitimate argument for being the greatest sequel of all time. With its extremely imaginative title of Halo 2, in which it gained this title because you can use two guns at once, not just because it is the second game in the franchise. Master Chief's second outing went on to be the single most successful original Xbox game in terms of sales. Beyond just increasing the amount of weapons that you can carry around, Halo 2 basically turned everything from its older brother up to 11. From the combat, enemy variety, missions, and story, Halo 2 is a near flawless experience. And it truly cemented Halo as more than just a flash in the pan. It made Xbox a console worth having. Having its development confirmed in 2002, aiming for an initial release window of the holiday season of 2003, Halo 2 aimed to add in all the original cut content from the first game. The team at Bungie basically wanted to make their definition of a perfect game. However, it wasn't smooth sailing due to their ambitions being a bit more than what they could manage. This led to them having to cut a ton of content in order to eventually hit a release date of November 9th, 2004. YouTuber RocketSloth has a really good video documenting the development cycle of Halo 2, and I highly recommend watching it. I'll have a link below if you want to know more. To summarize the dev cycle with a quote, "Pressure makes diamonds." And boy oh boy, did they make one hell of a diamond. Consisting of 13 missions with the campaign taking roughly 9 to 10 hours to beat, Halo 2 has near perfect pacing. And thanks to these different missions, we actually get an incredible amount of variety for locations we get to visit, making the game visually stunning. Add on top of this the fact that there are tons of different enemy types, weapons, and way more vehicles, and you have a winning recipe. The opening of the game is basically an updated version of the beginning of Combat Evolved, and I don't mean this in a bad way. If anything, it's a lot better to me. The action feels more impactful, especially now that we have context of what to expect. Like the first game, it has Master Chief feeling like an absolute monster, while allowing the Covenant to have an impact and feel like a threat, while still being understandable as to why they're sort of scared of you. In what I found to be an interesting twist, we actually get to see things from the Covenant's perspective, with the game showing us what happens to an elite who has been labelled a heretic for failing to stop the events of the first game. Wanting revenge, the Covenant attack, thus setting everything into action. However, there's a bit more at play when it comes to the plot here. And getting to play as both the heretic elite on their journey to become an Arbiter, and Master Chief attempting to stop the Covenant is a really damn cool dynamic as their stories start to intersect. It makes you wonder what the hell is going to happen, only for a third party that you've probably forgot about to pretty much show up and make everything get turned upside down, with that being the Flood. It makes the game become so much more than just bad guy shows up, does bad thing, good guy saves the day. There's some real depth here to the writing, and I can't praise it enough. The Flood themselves are controlled by a hive mind known as the Grave Mind. Get it because the Flood are zombies? Good job, Bungie. Great naming conventions. The Flood are a lot more complex than our initial impressions though, as just being that of unintelligent beings driven to consume. Even the Grave Mind is more than just a villain, and sure, they have their villainous intent and they do want to take over everything, but they serve more of a purpose for the story than just being the bad guy. They reveal to both Master Chief and the Arbiter about the Prophets lying about the Great Journey, leading to a civil war within the Covenant. The layers to the story here are incredible, and when you take into account the struggles and the crunch that Bungie went through during development, it's actually really insane they managed to get this incredible level of world building within their game. It'd honestly make a great TV show. The gameplay itself saw some wonderful changes, although not something that everyone personally enjoyed. Firstly, the ability to dual-wield weapons. This just made combat itself a lot more fun and a lot more hectic for a game series that isn't really as quick as you would like it to be. Sure, I'm a Doom guy and I do love going 100 miles an hour, and Halo just isn't that game. But getting to use these dual-wielded weapons definitely helped pick up the pace of the action. The second big change was to that of the health system. No longer do we have a health bar that we can refill with pickups along with a shield, we now just have a shield and then one more hit and we're gone. This leads to my only real issue with Halo 2, and that is the fact the gameplay feels a little bit disjointed here. Because of this health system, the game makes me want to play slow and methodical, whereas the dual wielding makes me want to play aggressive and a little bit crazy. It's a functional system by all means, and they don't necessarily compete against each other that often. And it might just be a me thing to be honest, but I think I would have preferred to have the health bar system in this case. Beyond these two changes though, there is also a lot more vehicles as I mentioned earlier. Now we actually get to to fly the Banshees, and they control great. They're a lot of fun. Their controls are a little bit more arcadey than you would expect, but I think this is definitely for the best. It makes them a lot more accessible, even if to this day people still use them in multiplayer just to fly into other people on the ground. Yeah, I know you're an asshole. The gameplay isn't the only part that saw major upgrades, as personally I find the game's presentation, for Halo 2 that is, to be much stronger than that of the original. Everything is just more refined, from the visuals, the sound, and even the OST. It's not to say that the originals is bad in any way, but I do think Halo 2 is just that 10% better. And that's really the story of Halo 2. It is the first game, but better. And that's thanks to its improved visuals and presentation, the gameplay, hell, especially the multiplayer scene thanks to Xbox Live being born. Halo 2 to me is still the definitive way to play Halo. And that is just personal preference. I know there are some people who love the games post Halo 2, Reach especially, along with that of Halo 3. But Halo 2 is always going to hold that place in my heart as my favorite of the Halo games. So with that, lads, ladies, gents, ladetts, whoever, whatever, it brings us to the end of another video. I hope you enjoyed this little look back at Halo 2. I know it's not exactly the same type of retrospective as I normally do, but I mean, it's an FPS, so there's only so much I can talk about. What's your favorite Halo game? Let me know in the comment section below. Mine, as obviously you can tell, is Halo 2. I adore it still to this day, and I have great memories playing it. If you enjoyed the video, please consider hitting that like button. If you want to go that extra step, you can hit the subscribe button. As time goes by, more and more older games from the 20th century, and yes, I wrote that line to make us all feel really damn old, find themselves stranded, while others might get lucky to get ported to some more modern hardware. Occasionally, some of these older games end up getting a remaster or even remade. One of these lucky titles is the beloved classic DuckTales. Based on the 1987 Disney cartoon series of the same name, the original NES game was developed and published by Capcom, with its remaster being developed by WayForward Technologies, with Capcom still publishing. The original release went on to be an instant classic, so does the remaster live up to the standards set by the original? Beyond the obvious graphical improvements you would expect to see, it's safe to say the remaster is an extremely faithful interpretation of its original source. Graphically, the games do vary quite heavily between the two, and that's pretty obvious considering one uses 8-bit sprites while the other uses a hand-drawn aesthetic that is trying to be a modern representation of what the original cartoon would look like. Although I personally love the presentation of the remaster, its use of a 2.5D perspective here can make some of the visuals feel a little bit disjointed. And I will say that is a personal thing, more so than the game itself, but to me, something is a little bit off-putting how most of the collectibles and interactable items are 3D assets while the character models themselves are only 2D. It makes them feel a little bit flat compared to everything else in the world. And I kind of wish they just made the whole game stay 2D instead. And it's not a deal breaker by any means, but I feel if they stayed 2D, they could have taken full advantage of their beautiful art and absolutely outstanding animation work. The OST has also been wonderfully remade here with a lot of love and care being put into it, and with good reason, because DuckTales has arguably one of the greatest soundtracks in the NES library. It's really wild to think that we've gone from 8-bit processors to things that are tens of thousands, if not millions of times more powerful. The reason I wanted to bring this up is because I really want to give props to the original composers because they had to make do with what they had. I mean, listen to this. Which just makes the hard work that was done at WayForward even more impressive. They made something that was completely faithful, yet its own thing. It really is the DuckTales of this remaster.
Oh, brother, this guy stinks!
In all seriousness though, they absolutely nailed the presentation, and although I do have my own personal gripes with some aspects, at the end of the day those are 100% personal, and I can definitely respect and really appreciate what they've achieved here. The only real issue I have is the fact Scrooge himself sounds a little bit muffled, almost as if he has a face mask on. It's not that the voice itself is poorly done, if anything the voice acting is actually great, but it just sounds like he's got something covering his mouth when he recorded. They even managed to give the story a little bit of a shot in the arm, which, although simple, is a big improvement over the original's rather lacking plot. And I don't mean that as a swipe at the original game, considering it released for the NES of all things. If anything, it's pretty understandable why there was a lack of plot. However, having just this little bit more story added definitely gives the game a lot more depth and makes it a little bit more worthwhile. It makes Scrooge feel more than just a money-hungry duck, and although yes, he still cares about his money, it actually helps give a little bit more personality to him when it comes to his family. Not saying that he never cared about his family in the original, but it's definitely more evident here. So now for the real important question, does the gameplay get the same sort of love? And to put it bluntly, yes. The original game handled with some of the best platforming controls the NES had to offer, especially at the time. The remaster gives us controls that are just as fitting of this series' legacy. And although gameplay-wise things are relatively simple given the fact it is a 2D platformer, the levels themselves are designed in such a way to make the most of it. This is because both the pogo and golf swing abilities that we have access to serve multiple purposes, being exploration and the combat. Now combat isn't really the main focus of the series, as the enemies feel more like an obstacle rather than an outright fight. However, it's not to take away from the wonderful boss battles that we do get access to here. These have been expanded upon within the remaster, giving them a lot more overall depth rather than feeling like a run-of-the-mill NES boss. They managed to feel a lot more modern, but not take away from what the original game intended. I would have liked to have seen more puzzle elements within the game considering it is meant to be a treasure hunt, but I'm not upset that WayForward chose to stay as faithful as they could. Now I can understand this is where some people might have an issue though, as given the nearly 25 years between the remake and the original, you would have expected the developers to add a little bit more than what they have. And sure, they've added some things, but not as much as I would have personally liked. The addition of the collectible shop is great, and being able to live out the childhood and adulthood dream of swimming through your riches is a nice touch, but beyond that, they haven't really added anything else to the game. It's still the same levels. I would like to have seen more levels added. The game itself just isn't particularly long, as it's relying on unlockables for its replay value. And although the collectibles are worth getting due to the gameplay being a great time, a little bit more variety wouldn't have gone astray. Maybe if they added the sequel and did a remastered compilation of the first and second game, then it would have been a bit more in line with modern expectation, because unfortunately this game is incredibly short. You'll definitely be able to beat the game in under 4 hours if you're just playing on the easy mode, and for full disclosure, I did for this playthrough just so I could get the footage quicker, as you know, I do have a life outside of YouTube, this isn't my job, but just the fact that you can die quicker doesn't really make the game have more substance to it. Unfortunately, DuckTales is just a short game. It's not a bad time by any means. If anything, it's a great time. It's the best 3 hours I've spent playing a game in a while. I just found myself wishing there was another 2 hours or so. The game itself is incredible and the level design really helps carry things, but 1 or 2 more levels definitely would have made it a more satisfying overall experience. I think if the collectibles shop just had 1 or 2 unlockable levels that maybe were prototype levels or levels developed by WayForward themselves, it would have been that cherry on top that I'm looking for. With all this said though, I do have to give some major praise to WayForward, as they came out with this during the era of HD remakes or remasters being nothing more than widescreen ports of their original titles. They were pretty much nothing more than cash grabs, and I, like many others, are definitely guilty of buying my fair share of these, but the passion that WayForward showed, the care, the time, and the effort they put in proved to the industry as a whole, remakes and remasters can be more than just a lazy port. And sure, I'm probably giving them a little bit too much credit. I'm not saying they necessarily changed the industry, but I'll be damned if they don't deserve some love for their hard work. That entire team should be proud of what they've created to this day. Being able to play these games from my childhood again and play them on modern systems like it's a whole new experience is just mind-boggling. I always like the question, if you could replay any game for the first time, what would you pick? And being able to play some of these games with this fresh coat of paint is like experiencing them for the first time, and it's just wonderful. There are plenty other games I would love to see get remade and remastered. Hell, I've got a series of videos on it. But at the end of the day, it makes me want to say thank you to Capcom and especially the developers at WayForward for being so faithful to the original source material, allowing me to enjoy this game once again. So with that, lads, ladies, gents, ladetts, whoever, whatever, it brings us to the end of another video. I hope you enjoyed this dive back into DuckTales. I had a lot of fun doing this video, and it was a good time just going back playing a childhood favorite. What's your favorite NES game? Let me know in the comment section below. Mine is Arch Rivals, the basketball game, because I love it. It's stupid, it's silly, it's nonsensical, and I'm all about it. If you enjoyed the video, please hit the like button. If you want to go that extra step, you can hit the subscribe button. I, like many others, grew up watching an early morning TV show here in Australia called Cheese TV, in which they would play episodes from different cartoons and the occasional anime. Now, my younger brain didn't understand what anime was, and I just enjoyed the show where a young boy went around collecting the cute animals, and the other one where the muscly men beat the ever-living shit out of each other. The pain of having to wait for the next episode, along with some of the early days of DBZ's more notorious pacing issues, made it a bit tricky to always keep up with the story. So often we would turn to the video game adaptations in order to know what had happened or what was going to happen next. As I may have mentioned in my video on the Legacy of Goku series, there were some hit or miss DBZ titles around, one of the best series of games being the Budokai games. And since I currently am on a massive Dragon Ball kick, I thought why not have a little bit of a look back at one of my all-time favourite PS2 titles, Dragon Ball Z Budokai. Being a 3D fighter in the vein of something like Tekken, rather than having a free-flowing 360 degrees of movement, the combat takes place in a softlock 2D plane while allowing for sidesteps in order to dodge. Mechanically, Budokai isn't quite on the same level as a series like Tekken, not that you would expect it to be. However, what we do have access to is enough to challenge a player in order for them to be able to get good with what's on offer. There's definitely the ability to gain some skill when it comes to the overall combo system and special moves, but it is important to note the game doesn't really reward button mashing, at least outside of the clash moments. My only real complaint when it comes to the combat system itself is the inconsistency of some of the special moves when it comes to their inputs and their animations, but more on those animations in a bit. There'll be certain moves that require you to hit forward and kick at the same time, then 2 individual kicks, then forward and kick again, followed by an energy attack. When I'm doing this, sometimes it just doesn't seem to come out. I feel like I'm doing it right, but the game doesn't tell you how fast you need to input the combo. You see, for some fighting games, they want you to input that combo within a certain time frame, while others require you to do it based on animation. And for the life of me, I can't figure out what the hell Budokai wants. And I know it's a skill issue. I'm not gonna pretend that I'm great at every fighting game. I'm better than most of my friends, but not good enough to play against anyone who actually practices. In any other fighting game I've played, I've been able to figure out the combo system and the special moves, but Budokai does leave me feeling a bit frustrated in certain points, as some moves I just could not get to come out for the life of me. Now, it's not all bad, as most of these, such as the Kamehameha, are pretty easy to get out, along with basically every other character's signature move. It is important to note though, for this video I played the NTSC version of the game, and the reason why I bring this up is because the NTSC and PAL releases are slightly different. For the most part it's the exact same game, however there are slight differences when it comes to translation along with that of presentation. Where Budokai really fumbles outside of some poor translation choices such as the Kaioken being the Kinkai Fist, even though I don't really hate Kinkai Fist as a name for the attack, is the fact some of these signature moves are really poorly animated. The most egregious mistake within the game though is Goku's Kamehameha being yellow instead of its traditional blue. It's not every character that suffers from it, but the fact that Goku, the face of the franchise, is the one that has this issue makes it really frustrating. It screams lack of polish. The worst example is Goku having an attack known as the continuous Kamehameha, but in reality it's just a regular volley of ki attacks, and this is an animation that gets reused for pretty much every character, even if the attack has a different name. Another major fumbling point, though not something I technically hate within the context of the game, is the lack of balancing for some of the special moves. There are certain ones, such as the instant teleportation Kamehameha, that are absolutely devastating, while something like Special Beam Cannon is a little underwhelming to say the least. With all that said, that's pretty much the end of my major complaints when it comes to the game as a whole. The only other issue that I could see people having, and I can agree with, is the fact that the game's story mode is arguably too short. I don't mind shorter campaigns in fighting games though, as realistically I'm going to be playing with friends or against bots in its arcade mode. In Budokai's case, it's the World Tournament mode. You're going to be spending more time in this, more so than worrying about the story, in which Budokai gets all the way up to the end of the Cell Saga, but the only issue is it skips pretty much every fight on your initial playthrough, meaning after you finish the story the first time, you have to go back into the story missions and find the ones you haven't done. It would have been nice to have been able to just do all these missions in order and then do the what if scenarios at the end, and sadly we lose a lot of DBZ's charm here because things get boiled down to single lines or cutscenes basically saying, "And then the heroes won because Goku kicked the villain's ass." Where Budokai really begins to pull ahead of pretty much every other Dragon Ball Z game at its release was its presentation. Visually you could argue this is the best at its point in time any Dragon Ball game had looked, especially in 3D. The character models themselves were well detailed, well voiced, and all the combat is really well animated, even if they did reuse some of those animations. It actually reminds me a lot more of the early days of Dragon Ball Z and even the old Dragon Ball when it comes to the fights, because Z is kind of known for having those blurry line fights more so than the choreographed fights we used to get. It doesn't really convey the same sense of speed that we would expect, but it's done in a way that makes it feel more like what the fighters themselves would be seeing. Also, I'm a big fan of the music and the sound effects. The music absolutely absolutely rips, and the sound effects sound like they're straight out of the anime. And as a fan, I really couldn't ask for much more. What helps separate Budokai from a lot of other fighting games is its use of a capsule system, allowing for you to have custom versions of your own characters as long as those capsules are usable with that specific character. So as an example, you're not exactly going to be able to put Super Saiyan on Hercule. For the most part, this won't ruin the game's already not so great balance, as each of these capsules will have a specific use case and requirement in order to make the most of them. In order to get new capsules, you have two options. Play the story mode, which will net you a certain handful and very specific capsules, or do what is most likely expected of you and play in the tournament mode to earn Zenny. With that Zenny, you can then purchase capsules from Mr. Popo, making this possibly one of the earliest examples of loot boxes in gaming. It can definitely get a little bit grind heavy towards the end if you're trying to fill out all the capsules, but given the fact the game has a suggested purchase which won't double you up, it does have a solution for its own issues. We also get access to a pretty decent roster of characters, with there being over 20 that are playable, even though a few of them are just different versions of Gohan. But overall, given the time period in which this game takes place for the series, it's pretty much the roster I would expect to see, with only really Master Roshi being the obvious character that's left out. Well, at least to me. I've always enjoyed his character, not so much the pervy side, but just that of the wise master who's a bit of a goofball. But you take these 20 playable characters and you add in that customizability that I mentioned before with the capsule system, and all of a sudden you have something truly special. I wouldn't call Budokai one of the greatest fighting games of all time, let alone one of the best DBZ fighting games, even if it is one of my favorites. It definitely has its issues. I would say though that it raised expectations. It set a new baseline for the franchise going forward when it came to its video game formats, and I would say for the most part they've definitely stuck to it. So with that, lads, ladies, gents, ladetts, whoever, whatever, it brings us to the end of another video. I hope you enjoyed this look back at Dragon Ball Z Budokai. It was definitely fun to go back and play it, even if it's a little bittersweet since we did lose Akira Toriyama, in which I do want to say thank you to him, and may he rest in peace. If you enjoyed the video, please consider hitting that like button. If you want to go that extra step, you can hit the subscribe button. By the time 2006 had rolled around, we'd already seen the release of the Xbox 360 and were well on the way to seeing the Sony PS3, which would release towards the end of that year. So it's safe to say games as a medium were starting to evolve from the mostly arcadey-like feel that we had towards a more blockbuster design. It was definitely a trademark of the 7th generation of consoles, but it's not to say the 6th didn't have its fair share. Right at the end of the 6th generation's life cycle, a game from developers Criterion Games, mostly known for the Burnout series, released what is possibly the most cinematic experience the 6th generation could offer, simply titled Black. Far from the only FPS to release for the 6th generation of consoles, Black is notorious for having what is considered to be some of, if not the best graphics and sound for its time. Now, for full disclosure, I am playing this on the PCSX2 emulator, and I am uprising the game, but you can see how well some of these textures and models have aged. It's really damn impressive what they managed to do with, by today's standards, extremely weak hardware. I mentioned the word cinematic, and honestly, it's the best way to describe the experience of Black. If you want to have a little bit of fun while watching this video, drink every time I say the word cinematic. Following a Black Ops agent known as Jack Keller, whom is being interrogated about his prior missions that involves terrorists, and seemingly his inability to follow basic orders like stand still. The story isn't really the main focus, oddly enough. Although it is intriguing, the way in which it's delivered through cutscenes makes it a little bit harder to follow than most games of its era. As I said before, it's very cinematic in its approach. I can appreciate what they were trying to do, but it's very evident that this is the early days of making something a lot more serious and seemingly realistic, or at least something in the vein of a TV show. So, is it a game that is style over substance? Is it worth revisiting all these years later, especially given how many incredible FPS games we've had since? There's no real way for me to put this simply, and from my perspective, it's somewhere between a game worth replaying and one that you might just want to leave in the past. Functionally, the game works really damn well, and yes, its presentation is going to carry the overall experience, but the game seems to have a slight identity crisis going on. By that, I mean it was pretty common for the time for most FPS games to be run and gun. Sure, we had stealth games, but if you have health packs, high ammo counts, and tons of explosions, you would expect the game to want you to make the most of this. However, Black doesn't seem to want that. It seemingly wants you to play slow and very methodical, which I don't have an issue with, but given the amount of enemies it wants you to take out, especially by the end of the game, it feels like they couldn't decide what they wanted to go for. You definitely can meld the two systems, but it just feels like a bit of a clash at points during the experience. What is nice though is the fact you could use either playstyle throughout the game, as long as you can deal with the game's less than stellar aiming. In saying that though, this could be down to the fact I am emulating, but I do remember missing what felt like clear headshots, thus alerting enemies to my presence, pretty much instantly ruining any stealth plans that I had. In what is a saving grace, the way in which most of these encounters are laid out with the level design means if you fail a stealth approach, it's not going to carry over to the next group of enemies. Because these levels are really damn expansive, way more than I remember any PS2 or Xbox game being, especially while looking this good. So you failed an attempt on a stealth run. How does the general combat feel? Well, the gameplay is a major highlight. Each weapon sounds incredible and it gives them so much punch. What detracts from this though is how overly bullet spongy enemies are. The enemy health becomes a real issue by the late game, as I mentioned before, because you're going to have to fight waves upon waves of men, and this makes it feel like you just can't take them out fast enough. It really drives home that identity crisis I mentioned earlier, and it can leave a bit of a bad taste in your mouth, at least it did for me, because it creates an artificial difficulty. Even on easy, you can get absolutely massacred. It's not uncommon for games to be overly difficult in order to pad out their runtime, and I think Black is a little bit guilty of this. Your first playthrough might take 6 to 8 hours, but if you know what you're getting into and what to expect, you're probably only going to have a 3 to 4 hour long affair. It doesn't mean that the game overstays its welcome, but it does mean that outside of finding intel, there's nothing really else to the game. There's no more secondary objectives, no in-game challenges, and it just feels like it's lacking that meat on the bone. It's not all doom and gloom though. As mentioned, the presentation is next level, and it wouldn't have felt out of place as a 360 or PS3 launch title. One aspect I think gets overlooked from Black is its OST. Just to use our favorite word of this video, the soundtrack is extremely cinematic, and it really encapsulates the grandeur they were going for. Composed by Chris Tilton, I would say it's amongst some of his best work. Everything is super fitting. Honestly, with the amount of explosions and over-the-top action, the soundtrack would probably fit right at home in a Michael Bay movie. Another positive is the amount of different weapons that you get access to, with a variety of pistols, SMGs, assault rifles, shotguns, a sniper, machine gun, and a couple of different RPGs. You won't find yourself running out of options when it comes to dealing with enemies. You also get grenades, where you're able to carry up to 9, in which if you throw one of these towards the enemy, their AI, which is pretty solid in most cases, are smart enough to run away if they notice it. Also, they will sometimes yell out, "Granada!" which to this day is something I still yell every time I throw a grenade because I played this game so much as a kid. Going back to the enemy AI though, most enemies are really damn solid with the exception of the shotgun enemies. They do tend to be a little bit brain dead as they will run straight at you with no regard for their life. I found myself more often than not just meleeing them as it was quicker than just shooting them, since they are a little bit too bullet spongy for their own good. The friendly AI is also really solid. Although they will miss a lot of shots, they will still take out terrorists instead of you needing to do everything yourself. Where Black really begins to shine to me is actually its controls. Though slightly different from the standard that was to come with the 7th generation consoles, the actual control scheme in Black to me is a rather innovative experience, even if aiming can feel a little bit off thanks to that minimalistic crosshair. Black basically boils down to a game that is fun to play, where the weapons feel great, the overall experience is immersive and impressive, but it does have its issues. Some of the enemy AI, the amount of health they have, the game's length, the lack of multiplayer and co-op, and you have a game that leaves you wanting a little bit more. If EA wasn't EA, we could have had a franchise that was something special. I don't think it would have rivaled something like Battlefield, but it would have had its own fans for sure. A stealthy based FPS with an extremely cinematic approach to its design wouldn't be out of place today. I would have loved to have seen a follow-up, and even though we did technically get a spiritual successor in Body Count, we never got something official. So with that, lads, ladies, gents, ladetts, whoever, whatever, it brings us to the end of another video. I hope you enjoyed this look back at Criterion's Black. Do you have words from video games or little phrases that you've heard that you repeat like I do with Granada? Let me know in the comment section below. If you enjoyed the video, please hit that like button. If you want to go that extra step, you can hit the subscribe button. It's safe to say that the dominant genre of the late 80s to mid 90s was the 2D platformer, as there was only so much consoles at the time could do. As we began to rapidly improve the technology that would power our after school days and weekends, 3D began to be the standard. It was only natural for platformers to move into this. However, not every game did. Some became what were known as 2.5D platformers. Think of games like Chrono and today's game, Pandemonium. Published by Crystal Dynamics and developed by Toys for Bob, who are more recently known for their work on the Spyro Reignited trilogy, Pandemonium attempted to do something I don't recall a lot of platformers of its time doing, and that was have its fair share of lore. Taking place in the land known as Lear, we meet our main protagonist, a terrible jester named Fargus, his stick puppet Sid, who is completely sentient, and Nikki the acrobat, who is somehow also a sorceress. Upon booting up the game, we meet this trio as they're on top of a tower casting magic in an attempt to create fireworks, and as you would guess, some shenanigans ensue. You might say they cause some pandemonium. After Fargus suggests a spell, the group accidentally summon a giant monster known as Yungo, who simply eats an entire village in a single bite, meaning they need to set out on an adventure to fix their mistake. Because we have two human characters in this party, we can swap between both Nikki and Fargus before each level. The core stuff between the two is pretty much the same, as we can run, jump, and duck. However, what makes Pandemonium stand out is the fact each of these characters has their own special ability. Nikki has the double jump, which is, to me, arguably the best in the game, since it allows you to get to those secondary paths and avoid enemies a lot easier. More on those paths later though. While Fargus has the ability to attack enemies head on. However, this isn't as useful as you might think, since you only have a limited range and a limited amount of iframes, and since there can be quite a few enemies on screen at any given time, this can leave you pretty open to taking damage. So, if you want to challenge, play as Fargus. If you want to get through the game, play as Nikki. This journey will have you traversing through 18 different levels filled with traps, enemies, winding paths, and puzzles, all the while showing off a massive amount of variety in its pretty fascinating world design. I have a hard time putting my finger on exactly what I could say to describe what I'm looking at, because all that comes to mind is Dungeons and Dragons. Its use of magical powered devices, the caves, strange monsters, and odd architecture just keep bringing my brain back to D&D. Even the opening cutscene reminds me of it, when they mention a level 10 spell, and in order to fix their mistake they need to go on a quest to find a boon. It's just screaming D&D the platformer to me. Not enough for you? Well, beyond just the three wacky main characters that could easily be user characters in any given D&D campaign, we have more than the traditional way of defeating enemies that most platformers have. By that I mean jumping on their heads. We also get access to magic power pickups that we can use to aid in our battles. This includes a fireball, ice ball, and a shrink ray. By the time you get to the second game, you get access to a thing called the Eldritch Fireball. So, I think I made my point. You will notice, unlike most platformers of old, you can take more than one hit, allowing for two at least in the early days. If you want to increase that amount, you could find pickups throughout the levels that will allow you to permanently add more hearts. Well, at least until you turned off the console. Because in what was a strange choice, you couldn't actually save your game, at least for the console versions. So instead we got the ever common password system, meaning you would need to backtrack and learn the game inside and out to know where these pickups are in order to have a smoother experience. In what is a saving grace though, as is for a lot of games of this era, it has cheats. And even though it is only a 2 to 3 hour experience, I highly recommend using the cheat like I did for more lives and for more hearts, because it does get incredibly painful towards the end. This game isn't overly difficult, but it definitely has its challenge. Outside of the power-ups I mentioned before, you will notice there are tons and tons of coins for you to collect in each level. Like you would expect, after collecting a certain amount, you gain an extra life. Though, in what is another strange choice, you need to collect 300 of them. Now, you will find 300 of them pretty quickly, but why 300? It's just such a weird decision. Is it because there's 3 characters and you need 100, so 3 by 100, therefore 300? I don't really understand. If you do want to try collecting everything possible, then you're going to need to make the most of those branching paths I mentioned at the beginning. This is where your character selection will determine if you can or can't go a certain way, in which you'd probably want to make sure you pick Nikki, because she's the one who can kind of go everywhere, whereas Fargus sucks. Not a fan. He's ugly, stinky, and ugly. A lot of those branching paths actually really just lead back into the main path that you're going. They're more just like little side shoots, if anything. You will find nice collectibles and you do get rewarded for going down them, but they aren't necessary for finishing the game. You will notice out the gate that the game is pretty quick, far from a lot of the slower, more precise platformers of its time. Pandemonium sees you going 100 miles an hour, and although you're not Sonic, you're definitely going to be flying through things here. It makes the collectibles more integral to the overall game design itself, as it helps you slow down. It makes you explore the weird and wacky level designs. They're generally well laid out, and they do have enough variation to make redoing them to go down those different paths worthwhile, but they can feel a little bit disjointed when it comes to their design choice. It doesn't always make sense as to why things are the way they are. Why are there these weird floating teeth things? Why are there random bridges that are only 3 steps in length? It doesn't hurt the overall presentation of the game, but it does leave me a bit confused as to what they were thinking. And it could just be because of the name of the game, they just threw things at a wall and let it stick. It would make sense, but even the enemy designs are victim to this. I mean, look at this thing.
He made me in his own image.
Hell, the sounds they make. Pandemonium is a strange mishmash of ideas. It's bright and colourful, generally quite pleasing on the eye, at least for the time, but the character designs are a little bit questionable. It just feels like there's a little bit too much going on, with its OST basically being the only seemingly focused part of its overall presentation. And although I might not have been overly positive up until this point, the OST is for sure a high point. It has a wonderful mix of medieval thematics while making them a little bit more modern with a hint of campiness to them. They have a wonderful bouncy energy, and although not really something you would go out of your way to listen to outright, in the context of the game, they fit the levels just perfectly. Composer Burke Trashman, who I apologize for butchering your name, worked on titles from Star Control 2, The Horde, Gex 3, and Toe Jam and Earl 3. Sadly, he seemingly hasn't composed music outright since 2002, which I think is a shame. He has a great style and does an impeccable job of matching the music to the theme of what we're actually playing. He still has done some audio work in more recent years, but not so much in terms of a soundtrack. The game itself controls pretty well, with the exception of some input timings, such as the double jump, feeling like it has a little bit of a learning curve to it. Nothing you can't master though. It makes the game itself pretty damn accessible for everyone. And sure, it does have its frustrating points because it does get hard by the end. But if you collect those heart power-ups as you go, or cheat like I did because I'm trash at this game, you'll probably find yourself having a great time. It's definitely a trip of a game, and it is pretty self-aware of its own shortcomings, and even some of its odd design choices, making it have that B-grade movie type quality to it. If you like the gameplay, but you wanted it to be completely different in terms of the plot and characters, you could always play the Japanese port, titled Magic Hoppers. Everything else is the same, minus the cutscenes now being anime instead of nightmare fuel, and the general story has completely flipped. Now, don't ask me what it is, because I have no idea. I don't understand Japanese all that well. But it's nice to see them get the Mario 2 treatment for once. It's not a landmark title of the genre, and it's more of a hidden classic. Thankfully, Pandemonium itself is still available on Steam and some other consoles. I played the PlayStation version for this video, and it is a game I do recommend, but I would say get it on sale. It's a flawed experience, but it's not one you're going to forget anytime soon. Hell, if you enjoy it enough, there's a sequel that was released a year later that is basically more of the same. So with that, ladies, gents, ladetts, whoever, whatever, it brings us to the end of another video. I hope you enjoyed this look back at Crystal Dynamic and Toys for Bob's Pandemonium, the most oddly named game that I can think of. If you ever played this game, let me know in the comments below, or if you have any other kind of weird, wacky games that you remember from your childhood, share them, because it's always fun to talk about them. If you enjoyed the video, please consider hitting that like button. If you want to go that extra step, you can hit the subscribe button. It'll probably come as no surprise that I am a giant fucking nerd that enjoys science fiction in pretty much any form. So it'll also be no surprise that I like the 2005 film Aeon Flux, for reasons. I love the world and the aesthetic that it creates, and little did I know that, upon originally seeing it, that it was based on an animated series. From the mind of Peter Chung, Aeon Flux is often described as avant-garde, and I don't think there is a better way to put it. The animation and design isn't what I would describe as traditionally pretty, but it's extremely fluid and expressive. There are tons of ugly character designs within this, and they fit perfectly to the world that is presented. And I really recommend watching this if you get a chance. It deals with a lot of heavy themes, from government overreach, morality, mortality, and for those of you who are like me and a sucker for a good love story, because yes, I am that lonely, forbidden love. So why bring this up if all I'm going to be talking about today is the tie-in game? Well, because unlike a lot of tie-in games of its era, Aeon Flux is thankfully based off both the movie and the animated series, attempting to hit on all the themes of both while filling in the gaps. And although I know the movie isn't particularly great, even if I do enjoy it, having access to probably one of the greatest cartoon series I've ever had the joy of seeing gives me a lot of hope for this game. So does it live up to those hopes, or is Aeon Flux the game going to be a disappointment like its live-action counterpart? Before answering this though, I am going to say now I am actually going to avoid talking about the plot of this game pretty much throughout, as honestly I think it can spoil things from the cartoon and the movie, and I think you would be better off watching those than playing the game, since it does fill in the gaps between. It doesn't mean I won't mention some things, but I'm trying to keep this as spoiler free as possible. This game is an action-adventure beat-em-up hack-and-slash-ish style game. It sees you controlling Aeon, who is absolutely caked up as she's being a model for a fashion designer. Immediately, even if you aren't aware of what's going on in the world of Aeon Flux, it informs you. Instead of being a traditional fashion show, it's a whole competition where these models will need to compete in an obstacle course and even fight each other, all the while having Aeon infiltrate the event in order to gather intel for the resistance movement. This whole thing works as our tutorial, but it pretty much shows you everything to expect for the rest of your time with the game. You'll have access to a lot of movement options and your fair share of combat abilities as well, but let's start with the movement. Being an action game at its core, you would expect the movement to be pretty fluid, and for the most part it is. The game has a wonderful amount of verticality to it, more than I expected, as it requires its fair share of climbing. Actually, it does remind me a lot of the original Assassin's Creed game, even if it doesn't really have the same level of free running that Assassin's Creed game does have. This is due to the linear level design that is mostly corridors as you make your way throughout. We also get access to vaulting, allowing for longer jumps, ledge running, dodges, which if you do while attacking have some dope animations, and ball. Yes, ball. In what is a strange choice, Aeon Flux has you rolling around in a ball to traverse the levels and solve puzzles. Now, it's not the worst thing in the world, but honestly, it's in the game way more than it should be, but more on this issue later. For the most part, the movement makes traversing the levels a lot of fun. However, there are times where the game requires inputs that can be a little more frustrating. It's no Catwoman, but it did require me to hit the jump button way more than I would have liked. It felt like I was going to do a panic jump every single time instead of actually just land where I wanted. In the game's defense though, even though this can be frustrating, with the exception of the sewer level, it never really interrupted my progress at all. And if you do fall, most times the game just resets you to a checkpointed area without you taking any damage, which was actually pretty nice. The combat is where this game both shines and fails at the same time though. The light and heavy attack system combos really well into each other, and it feels really smooth in action, but due to overly tanky health of some of the enemies, fights tend to drag out. So to speed things up, you might rely on guns that you have access to, with those being the Magnum, a single hard-hitting shot, the Shockwave, a weapon that can push enemies away, the Zinger, a lock-on bouncing rocket that is going to save your ass, and the Fletchet, which you'll probably be using the most. This is an SMG that is extremely useful for ticking enemy health into the red. Getting their health into the red is your best friend, as it allows you to do one of 4 special moves. Using a combination of inputs, you'll either have the option to recover health, style, throw an enemy, or plant a spider bomb. All of these are instant kills, and all of them have their use when you're fighting these waves of guards. Now, for the most part, these are all extremely straightforward, but what is style? Essentially, it works as a rage bar. Once you've filled it up, you can hold down your strike button, allowing for a massive damage output, which is very pivotal by the later stages of the game. Getting hit or failing quick time events will see you eating shit and losing some meter. That's why they call it style. As I mentioned, there are waves of enemies, and due to their tanky nature, it really slows down the pace of this game. So what I would recommend is putting on the unlimited ammo cheat, which the game gives you very early on, and treat this as almost a beta version of Bayonetta. It really helps speed up the pace of the game when you can use these guns to kill enemies way faster instead of just relying on the hand-to-hand combat. However, it does lead me to the biggest problem that Aeon Flux has, and that's its pacing. It does begin to feel like every level or gameplay section is just several minutes too long for its own good. This adds up over the roughly 6 to 8 hour runtime of the game. One thing that really padded out my personal playthrough were the puzzles where you had to guide that little hacking ball that is on a timer. This little ball drove me insane. Now, it's the only thing in this game that actually upset me outside of the pacing and one very specific platforming section. This little guy is pretty straightforward for the most part. Well, at least you would think so. Collect the batteries to keep the timer going and avoid the obstacles. However, by at least the second half of the game, most of these obstacles are going to be one-hit kills. A lot of these paths you have to go down are small pipes over giant pits, meaning you're going to die or fall off. And if you do, guess what? You have to start again, but not from where you were. You get kicked out of the minigame and then you have to restart from the very beginning. Now, you might not think it's that bad, but it doesn't control as precisely as you want it to. You are either way too slow to get over hills or make it on time, or you're like Sonic the Hedgehog going a million miles an hour. The controls don't affect you when you're in the big ball as much, and that actually feels quite weighty and responsive, but with the little one, you're going to lose your temper, I swear. I don't think anyone can do this and have a smile on their face. Visually, the game is much more heavily inspired by its movie counterpart, more so than the cartoon, which, although I see as a bit of a shame, is understandable. It helps that Charlize Theron is absolutely stunning, and even though the world depicted in the animated series is something truly special, I don't think it would have translated to a game as well as what the movie did. You will notice that Aeon is incredibly well modelled and she looks great in all the different outfits you see her in throughout the game. Basically any major plot character you come across, it looks incredible, with only the NPCs looking a little rough. Enemies look great, and thanks to the colour palette that's on display, the game is overall pleasing to the eye. The OST has to be torn, as although it fits the world of Aeon Flux pretty damn well in my opinion, it does leave me wishing it wasn't as understated as it is. It's there, serving a role, but it never feels like it's driving the action. It makes some of the encounters feel a little lackluster, well, at least to other games in the same sphere. And a little lackluster is probably how I would say I feel about this game overall. It's solid, but to me it's missing that X factor that the cartoon has. And even though I appreciate it for what it is, I do find myself wishing we had a more faithful adaptation of the original animation. Sadly, at one point there was a couple games that were in development, but they were both cancelled, with one of them eventually turning into a PS1 game titled Pax Corpus, a game that by all accounts is really bad. It's a game worth playing in my book, just not a game worth trying to do every little thing or master the combat system. Do as I said earlier, turn on unlimited ammo and just have fun. It eliminates the pacing issues and just makes the game a lot more fun. So with that, lads, ladies, gents, ladetts, whoever, whatever, it brings us to the end of another video. I hope you enjoyed this look back at Aeon Flux. If you have a favourite sci-fi series that you think is underappreciated or forgotten about, like for me with Firefly, let me know in the comment section below. If you enjoyed the video, please consider hitting that like button. If you want to go that extra step, you can hit the subscribe button. In the late 90s to early 2000s, there were few game genres that dominated the space quite like the real-time strategy. With classics from Age of Empires, Command & Conquer, StarCraft, and Warcraft, it's safe to say there was no shortage of great RTS games to play. One game that took inspiration from a legendary title like Warcraft was a little-known RTS called Armies of Exegol. This cult classic from developers Black Hole Entertainment released in late 2004. Going forward, I will refer to this game as Armies, as just saying Armies of Exegol over and over again will drive me a little bit bonkers, and I don't think you need to hear me speak more than I already do. Sadly, this game did find itself being another fish in the ocean as it released at the end of an RTS boom. However, due to this later release, this led to the game being relatively well polished both mechanically and in its presentation. It does have some minor issues running on modern hardware that I did run into, although the game itself does run fine. The issue stems from the fact the game has very limited resolution options, and even though there is a widescreen mod, it doesn't limit the mouse when you have a multi-monitor setup, and this is what I had to deal with while trying to play the game. So please don't judge the game too harshly if it does look a little bit blurry. I will say in action, the game actually looks phenomenal. Visually, you can definitely see the Warcraft 3 inspiration here, both in the gameplay and the building designs themselves, as it wouldn't feel out of place in either game. I'm going to avoid comparing them as much as possible, but it's definitely going to happen as we continue. Beyond just the buildings looking great, the characters themselves do look pretty good, even if some of them do have a little bit of that Giga Chin going on. The game consists of 3 different factions, with all of them having their own unique look. From the Empire, which are humans, the Fallen, which are these kind of Daedric monsters, and Beasts, which are, well, beasts. The 3-faction system works as a core staple in a lot of RTS games, and it's in my all-time favourite, StarCraft. And it works really well here because it helps keep the metagame interesting, even if there isn't much of a scene these days. If you've never played an RTS game before, it's hard to describe what's going on because usually when you see it at a pro level, there is just so much insanity happening. But I'm going to boil this down as simply as I can. Gameplay consists of 2 main factors, the macro and the micro. Macro refers to your economy, which is arguably the most important part of any strategy game since it allows you to make units, buildings, and upgrades, and pretty much anything else you would expect to be able to do. Micro refers to your unit control, and typically this is more important in the heat of battle. Micro can save you in a fight, macro will win you the war. It's pretty common for these games to have more of a focus on one of these factors over the other, and in Army's case, it does a pretty good job of balancing both. However, it does lean a little bit more towards the micro-oriented gameplay style, with the reason behind this being because Armies uses a leveling system for its units. As your units fight and survive, they'll gradually gain experience to level up, making them a lot stronger. This makes it really important to try and keep them around as long as possible, especially by the late game, as some of these fights can take quite some time. This definitely favours more tanky units and definitely the more tanky factions. Someone like the Fallen, who tend to be more of a swarming army, aren't always necessarily going to have a ton of leveled up units by the late game. This makes them a lot more formidable though in the early game, and this goes back to why I really enjoy that 3-faction system. It allows the game to really have a fun metagame. Where Armies really begins to separate itself from pretty much any other RTS ever is its use of an underground map system. Now, I don't just mean maps that are set underground, I mean you fight on 2 different layers at the same time. This will see you building, attacking, and maneuvering using underground tunnels all the while dealing with everything above ground. The game allows you to seamlessly transition between the two, and it's really fun and really damn cool in practice. I would have loved to have seen pro players make the most of this because I think it could have led to some incredible games. However, this does introduce one hell of a learning curve, especially for someone who might not really know what's going on or just isn't overly experienced with the genre. This is something that helped and hurt armies. As someone who's experienced with the genre, I found this to be exciting and just a breath of fresh air. However, for someone who might not know it, I think it's going to make them want to avoid it like the plague. It definitely makes it hard for the game to potentially have a strong competitive scene, as only the most dedicated players are going to be willing to learn this. And honestly, I think it hurt the game in the long run. It does make me a bit sad, as I mentioned. Could you imagine the pro games that could have been had here? The game's campaign actually does a pretty decent job of helping you learn these mechanics. There are 3 different campaigns in total, with each of them consisting of 12 missions each for a total of 36. Each campaign will take you roughly 5 to 7 hours. The story is relatively intriguing, if not somewhat generic, however, it's enough to keep you engaged. I didn't really find myself playing the game for the story all that much as enjoying just the gameplay itself. It does get a little repetitive towards the end of each campaign for each faction, however, the game does a really great job of introducing new units gradually as you progress, allowing you to basically just go crazy by the end. It's actually a really well balanced campaign. It doesn't feel rushed, and it doesn't feel like too much of a slog. I will say though, make sure you save and save often, because this game can definitely punish you for silly mistakes. If you accidentally attack and you weren't aware that an attack was about to hit you, odds are you're probably dead. Up until now, I've been very positive about Armies, and I want to reiterate that I think the game is incredible and 100% worth your time. However, Armies is missing a major component that a lot of other successful RTS games do have outside of a competitive scene, and that's its lack of gameplay modes. Games like Warcraft 3, StarCraft 2, and Age of Empires 2 all have some incredible game modes that let you vary what you're doing. Sure, you might be using a lot of the same mechanics, but they're different enough to keep the game fresh and intriguing. Armies has everything boiled down to basically being a skirmish, with the exception of the chess mode. And although I do like the chess mode because I think it's a neat addition, it is just that. The skirmish modes all boil down to basically the same. You need to understand this game's mechanics, master it, and you'll win every fight. Now, does this mean this is a game you need to avoid? No, but it's definitely not a game that I'm going to recommend for someone who is not a fan of RTS. If you do like RTS and you want to play something really damn cool and definitely underappreciated, Armies is for you. If you're someone who's just getting into RTS, I might hold off a little bit until you're more experienced. It's not that the game's mechanically impossible by any means, but it can be a little bit harder than you would expect. I definitely died a lot more than I expected. I'm not the greatest player by any means. If anything, I'm pretty trash, but it is worth noting the game can be very hard for beginners. It's not a game that you're going to see yourself putting 5,000 hours into to be the best player in the world. Sure, there's probably a few people out there that are dedicated to it, and my hat's off to them. This is a game that deserves a lot more love. I would love to see it be remade or at least remastered to run on modern systems, along with adding an arcade mode to let people create incredible things with it. Because this 2-tiered map system that's running simultaneously, I think is the coolest mechanic I've ever seen in an RTS, and I don't think this game ever got its time in the sun that it deserved. So with that, lads, ladies, gents, ladetts, whoever, whatever, it brings us to the end of another video. I hope you enjoyed this look back at a forgotten RTS classic. For those who don't know, RTS is one of my all-time favorite genres, if not my all-time favorite genre, because I am a giant fucking nerd. If you enjoyed the video, please consider hitting that like button. If you want to go that extra step, you can hit the subscribe button. Back in the prime years of the PS3 and Xbox 360, we saw a bit of an arms race for the greatest possible indie title, mostly driven by the Xbox Arcade. From legendary titles like Fez, Duck-Filled Fish, Super Meat Boy, and the topic of today's video, Spelunky. Originally releasing back in 2008 as freeware, creator Derek Yu remade his original classic for the 360 in 2012. This 2D action roguelike platformer was a massive success for the indie developer, selling well over 1 million copies across more than just the Xbox 360, while also selling on the PS3, PS4, PS Vita, Switch, and Steam, basically being the perfect arcadey treasure hunting game. Spelunky definitely wore its inspirations on its sleeves from games like Spelunker, Pitfall, and even the old Indiana Jones movies. You'll notice straight away that Spelunky is a very bright and colourful game, which is surprising considering it's a game about exploring caves and going deeper into the earth. Now, this isn't to say that the game doesn't get dark, as if you're in areas that aren't well lit, you're not going to be able to see anything, and prepare to cry. The game's soundtrack is also wonderful. It has a lovely energy and everything is very suitable for what's going on. Being an arcadey game by nature, Spelunky doesn't really have that much going when it comes to the overall plot. Essentially seeing you play as an explorer shown as a cute little character, more on this shortly, as you attempt to explore seemingly never-ending cave systems. Each level will have several different things for you to collect, fight, and find on your quest to get as much treasure as possible. With every level being randomly generated, it really drives home the idea of exploring. Having to go all over the map to find an exit, you'll more often than not find yourself a fair share of gold and jewels. These aren't the only things you can find though, as you can find these forbidden idols that if you do attempt to steal, expect to die because they trigger traps. Along with this, you can also attempt to rescue damsels in distress, as if you do manage to save them, they will give you a kiss at the end of the level as a reward, giving you more health for the next level. And you will need this, because fuck me, this game is hard. I died less in all of my time in the Dark Souls trilogy, Bloodborne, and Elden Ring than I did in a few hours with Spelunky. You would think that this is frustrating, but no. Due to the extreme speed of the gameplay, each death, although disappointing, doesn't really leave a bad taste in my mouth, and it's typically my own fault because I'm not very patient. If you play a lot more methodical, a lot of that difficulty, at least early on, will disappear. However, by the time you start going further into the depths of some of these caves, it becomes more of a struggle, since this game has more than its fair share of one-hit kills. There's just so many things that can kill you instantly, or you get hit multiple times without being able to react, meaning you just die, causing you to have to start again. Now, as mentioned, it doesn't leave that foul a taste in your mouth because realistically, you're going to get back there pretty damn quick. And although yes, it's frustrating that you die, you don't feel like you've lost progress, at least in most cases. The game does have a nice shortcut system, however to unlock the shortcuts to further levels, it takes way too long, having to do these several times in order to get there. Now, it does mean the game wants you to get good, and there's nothing wrong with that, but it definitely slowed down my progress, which is why I did only get to level 3 a few times. Yes, I am bad at this game, and I do apologize. I'll use my gameplay from this to apply to be a games journalist. What makes Spelunky a truly special game though is the fact that even though yes, it is an arcadey style game, it really lets you play how you want to play. As you explore these levels, you'll come across shops that allow you to buy different types of items, with them affecting the game differently. This allows you to create your own play style, your own build essentially. There are definitely items that are more useful than others, however at the end of the day you don't need to use these, you can play how you see fit. And that makes this game one hell of a joy to play. Each run is different, it's unique, it makes me come back and feel like I'm playing a new game every time. It doesn't really get old. Sure, if I was actually good at the game and could beat it consistently, then yeah, probably would get a little boring. However, for me, for now, this game is addictive as all hell, and that's thanks to Spelunky having basically perfect controls. It's super responsive, everything's super tight and coherent, and it's just a joy to play. With this said, I do dislike how we pick items up, because it's a 2-button combination. I think they could have got away with making this just a single input, however, it doesn't ruin the experience. It just takes a little bit of getting used to when it comes to the overall timing of it, because I definitely killed my fair share of damsels by accidentally whipping them to death instead of picking them up to save them, but that's also a skill issue on my part. Another reason I keep coming back is to find different characters. They're scattered throughout randomly, and it actually makes that exploration that I've talked about earlier even more enjoyable. It makes Spelunky just one of the most tight and coherent experiences as a game, just functionally, that I've ever played. It's so good that there's only one thing I'd love to see added to it, and I would consider it basically a perfect game. I would have loved for the treasure system to actually play more of a role in the overall experience. You do use it to buy items throughout the levels, assuming you were lucky enough to run into a store that might carry what you want. I would have loved for them to do what DuckTales Remastered did and allow you to accumulate your treasure in order to buy special bonuses. Let me get concept art, let me get behind the scenes. It just would have been nice to have just a little bit extra. Now, it's not a game that's lacking in content by any means. There is plenty for you to do. However, I just would have liked a little bit more, mainly because I just really enjoy my time with Spelunky. It's become a game that I like to boot up for maybe 20-30 minutes, play a little bit, and then go do something else. It's not a game that I'm going to sit there and marathon for hours on end, but it is a game that I'm going to have installed at all times. It is a game that I'm going to recommend to all my friends whenever they can't think of something to play, even if it is just for me to torment them while they die so I can get a good laugh. Spelunky still to this day is one of the greatest indie games ever made. And yes, more modern indie games are definitely much bigger in scope. They have more more technology behind them. But there is something that is absolutely beautiful about the simplicity of what Spelunky is. It's a game that understands exactly what it is and what it's trying to achieve, and it wears it as a badge of honor. It is a wonderful game that I highly recommend playing. It goes on sale fairly regularly, so there's no excuse. I'm just saying this because I want you to feel my pain, because fuck me, I died a lot. So with that, lads, ladies, gents, ladettes, whoever, whatever, it brings us to the end of another video. I hope you enjoyed this look back at Spelunky. I did this video to give the game a little bit of love, because without it, and its contemporaries at the time, I don't think we have the wave of indie games that we get these days. Indies are definitely dominating the scene, and without them, I think the gaming industry would be in big trouble. So, support indie developers if you get a chance. If you enjoyed the video, please consider hitting that like button. If you want to go that extra step, you can hit the subscribe button. Back in the early 2000s, as the internet became more and more prevalent in the everyday person's home, online games began to absolutely boom in popularity. In this massive flood of MMOs and new games, a small developer, Jagex, created a web-based game known as RuneScape. Initially releasing in 2001, the game has seen itself go through several different iterations as it began to grow in popularity and evolve with the ever-evolving gaming space. With these massive updates eventually leading to RuneScape 2 and 3 respectively. However, these days the series is split into two distinct games: RuneScape, the main continuation of the original development cycle, and the focus of today's video, Old School RuneScape. We are going to touch on the other version of RuneScape next week, so please keep an eye out for that. So why did Jagex decide to have two different versions of what should effectively be the same game? Well, firstly, the game's been out for over 20 years. Secondly, it's due to the fact that Jagex wanted to rewrite the game engine, so it led to the game being split, since a fair amount of players didn't really want to move on to the new mechanics and the new design, much preferring the, very sadly intended pun, old school feel. Now, there is technically an older version of RuneScape that does exist prior to old school RuneScape, with this being called RuneScape Classic, but it is no longer officially supported. It is a neat piece of gaming history, and thankfully there are some fans out there who are still keeping it alive. Being an MMO, you might expect the game to play something like WoW or even Guild Wars. However, in a very surprising twist, booting into old school RuneScape sees you playing a point and click. Basically being completely mouse driven, RuneScape is not a game that is going to find you being overly sweaty and becoming an absolute tryhard in, though I wouldn't be surprised if there are tryhard RuneScape players. It doesn't mean the game's lacking in content for you to enjoy though, as even though most things are relatively hands-off, you'll have a ton of different skills to level here, from cooking, fishing, tree cutting, magic, combat, and many others. There are just tons of things for you to spend your time doing. The core gameplay does technically boil down to you simply clicking on something and waiting for your character to do it. However, that's not for every single skill. It is also very refreshing because the game allows you to be more casual, and it's got a much more relaxed approach to its gameplay. And with this approach, it means that RuneScape is playable for pretty much everybody. There's nothing about it that feels overwhelming or overly complex compared to other MMOs. It's definitely a very user-friendly game, and I think it adds to the overall charm. From cutting trees, fishing, and even the fights, RuneScape uses a mix of your level with a dice roll to give you an outcome. It's a perfectly functional system, but it can lead to some things dragging out or taking a little bit longer than you would like, especially in fights. You'll see that blasted blue 0 pop up 5 times in a row and think, how can this be fun? And then all of a sudden you hit a 9 and you're like, holy crap, I'm the greatest fighter that lives. But you might still find yourself asking, how can this be considered fun? Considering, given the fact that the game basically plays itself for the most part, outside of healing, spells, prayers, and maybe changing attack types, but more on that shortly, that the game would end up being pretty boring. And I won't lie, it definitely has its moments where it can get a little tedious, but what makes it special to me boils down to 3 main reasons. Firstly, due to the slower speed of the game, it's extremely accessible, and I know I keep harping on that point, but this game is great because anyone can play. Secondly, the slower pace allows for you to be more social in game, and I'm not someone who's necessarily known to be overly social at the best of times, but I definitely had my fair share of friends that I made on RuneScape back in the day. And finally, the game is extremely straightforward, from the presentation to the mechanics being easy to understand, and even the in-game quests. The quest is probably the first major fault that I think I can find with RuneScape, and that's not because they're bad, they are okay. The writing is definitely not a high point. It's not to the level of WoW where there's some incredible world building going on. It does have its moments for sure, but it's just not quite that top tier level of writing, if you know what I mean. Furthermore, those quests can be a little bit slow, and some of them, if not most of the good ones, are locked behind a paywall of a monthly membership. You don't need this monthly membership to enjoy the game. If you want to have access to everything the game offers, then you do need to sort of have it. I have played with membership and without in the past, and I will say membership does make the experience that little bit bit better, but at the same time, if I'm going to be paying for a monthly membership, I might just play Final Fantasy XIV or World of Warcraft. To circle back to what I mentioned earlier about combat types, we have 3 different main options here, being melee, ranged, and spells. Now, spells are definitely the most mechanically different, so I'm going to touch on them last out of the 3. Melee is the most straightforward, as you choose between a slash, stab, and defend, each of these leveling up their respective skill. Ranged sees you choosing between accurate, ranged, or rapid fire. Now, depending on what you pick, you'll get different bonuses. So accurate gives you a +3 range boost, rapid is straightforward, and long range allows you to earn defense XP at the same time, meaning you can level up multiple skills at once. Coming around to spells, this is where we need runes, as in the title, RuneScape. You can either make these, buy them, or just find them, and you'll need a specific combination of these different runes in order to cast different spells. So if you can get your hands on them, start hoarding, because you're going to need a lot of these. Now, these days it's definitely easy to get your hands on hundreds, if not thousands of runes compared to what it used to be, at least from my memory. But you're definitely going to want to make sure you have a lot there to level up, because it does take some time, unfortunately. You are going to want to make sure you level up all your skills, because depending on what level they are, it will determine what items you can use. So if you have a low defense stat, odds are you're not going to be able to wear good armor. If you have a low strength stat, you're probably not going to be able to use a good weapon. If you have a low magic level, well, you're probably only going to be able to cast the most basic spells. So make sure you keep this up. It's also important to note there are 2 ways to measure the level of your character. There is combat level, which is determined by a mathematical algorithm, or the character's total level. So you could be a level 1 combat skill but have 99 in everything else and be an absolute monster at all the other skills. However, you're probably going to get your ass kicked by someone who is combat level 10 but nothing in anything else, which creates a really interesting balance since you can play the game how you see fit. However, it does lead to the one major issue that RuneScape has for pretty much any player, and that is the fact that this game has a hell of a lot of grinding. It's pretty much all everything boils down to. Now, thankfully, most of the skills do work in tandem with one another. However, due to the game's very limited inventory space, it can take a little longer than you would like. It's not as smooth a system as it could be. However, it's not the worst thing either. And I understand, because otherwise you could basically just let your character go wild with fishing until they get to that level. Now, not every skill works in tandem with one another. However, most do have at least a 3 to 4 cycle that works pretty well. For example, fishing works with cooking, which then works with tree cutting, which works with fire making. And this can also help you in combat, leading to all the other combat skills, since you'll probably take damage and need to heal. And the higher level your combat, well, the better gear you can wear. However, if you don't want to buy it, you can probably make it, which means you'll end up going out to level up your smelting, your mining, and your crafting all at once. As you can see, it all works really well together as an overall system. The only issue is, again, going back to the grind. It does take quite some time to get to some of the stupidly high levels. It isn't necessary though, and that's what I think makes RuneScape so good. And that's thanks to the fact that RuneScape, unlike a lot of free-to-play games these days, doesn't demand you log in every single day. It doesn't hit you with ads and constant microtransactions. It lays its cards out there for you to see. It's a very straightforward experience, and it's a very enjoyable one for that. It's a very refreshing game to play. It's the type of game you can hop in and explore and just get lost and have a great time with. There are tons of different locations for you to explore, and even though I wouldn't describe the game as a graphical powerhouse, it's still kind of pleasing to look at because it has a charm to it that I don't think many other games have. And the same thing can go for the OST. It isn't what I would say is particularly great. However, it's charming. There is something about it that just has that special quality that makes you not want to change a damn thing, and I wouldn't. Yeah, they could make it more epic, they could have it be higher quality, but deliberately having it the way it is just makes it the perfect package. If I was to level any other complaints, I would say the fact that some of the more interesting quests and skills are locked behind the membership paywall, but considering it's a free game, it makes sense. Which is why I still consider RuneScape to be one of the best and fairest when it comes to being a free-to-play game. Yes, there are probably better games out there, and yes, there are games with better models when it comes to the monetization, but RuneScape honestly does a fantastic job. They basically nailed it from the beginning, and sure, they've probably made missteps over the years, but where the game sits now is honestly a very playable and very enjoyable experience. If you haven't tried it, give it a go. Runs on pretty much anything. Hell, you can get the game on your phone these days, which is just insane to me. So I'd highly recommend downloading it and just start clicking away. It's honestly way more enjoyable than it has any right to be. So with that, lads, ladies, gents, ladetts, whoever, whatever, it brings us to the end of another video. I hope you enjoyed this look back at old school RuneScape. I had a lot of fun replaying it, and I probably will continue to play it a little bit off and on over the coming months. What's your favorite skill to level up? Mine is probably the lumberjack or the woodcutting or whatever it's called, because I can never remember, but I just enjoy it for some reason. There's something about it that I find very relaxing. Keep your eyes peeled though, because next week we're going to actually be looking at RuneScape 3, or at least the current build of RuneScape, and seeing how the game compares to old school RuneScape. If you enjoyed the video, please hit that like button. If you want to go that extra step, you can hit the subscribe button. Last week we took a look at the all-time classic in old school RuneScape, which leads us directly into today's video, the current release, which is known as RuneScape 3. Making me ask, is this version better, or just a shell of its former self? Jumping into the more modern version of the game, there are a few things you'll notice immediately if you've only ever played old school RuneScape like I have, which the most obvious change being the game's graphics. No more does RuneScape look like a blocky early 3D prototype, its visuals now are fully realized, and it's honestly a lot prettier than I expected. I have somehow in all my time online never managed to see anything to do with it, so upon booting this up, it blew my mind as to how pretty it can be. Sure, it's not going to have the most high-res textures or anything too crazy, but it has wonderful lighting that really shows off the game's aesthetic. It's got a very warm tone to it, making it feel very inviting, and it makes grinding those skills feel just a little bit more immersive. Speaking of immersive, the game's sound effects are much improved compared to the original. Sure, they're not the greatest thing you're ever going to hear, but for a free online game, I'm not complaining. The game's music is probably the only thing that I kind of feel is a downgrade, but that's just a personal taste. Overall, the quality is better, however, I do kind of miss that Super Nintendo-y sort of sound that the original had. I don't mind having a full orchestra, but it just feels a little more generic at that point, feeling like it's losing a little bit of that charm. You'll also notice the game's HUD is a lot different compared to that of the original, since it now resembles that of a more modern MMO. We have multiple panels open at pretty much any time, and we also have an action bar that can be loaded up with skills and items. I will get to those skills shortly, but I do want to finish up on the HUD here, as I do find myself in two minds about it. Mainly because, at least at first, it can be a little bit of information overload. It's a big problem a lot of MMOs have, especially older ones, when they try to get you to get to the endgame content sooner rather than having you grind it out. Mainly because they want you to be able to play with everyone who's already been playing for 20 years. The issue is, it can be a little bit hard to navigate at first. Once you get used to it, it's not too bad. To mitigate this, RuneScape has a wonderful system where you can customize pretty much everything here. You want to turn off global looting and just play it like you used to? You can. You want to turn combat into the original game system? You can. RuneScape 3 keeps that spirit of old school RuneScape alive and well, letting the player play how they see fit. Going to that combat and the skills, we have a few options here. We still have the same three core combat types from old school RuneScape with melee, ranged, and magic, and although yes, they still technically function the same, they have been expanded upon a little bit here. Upon leveling up these types of combat, you can unlock new abilities, and these abilities can give you different bonuses in battle. And we have a few options when it comes to them as well. We have the option for manual casting, allowing us to pop those skills as we see fit. We have an auto cycle mode that will just go through the list that you set up, and you can just play the game how it used to. It's actually really refreshing to be able to just bounce between each depending on my mood on the given day. It's more than just combat that sees additional mechanics added, and although I love these abilities and the adrenaline meter as a system, it's actually really nice to level other skills as well. Smithing sees you having to manage the heat of the metal that you're working with in order to be more efficient. Same with mining and your character's energy. Not every skill sees these additions, however, it does reward the player for interacting with the game a little bit more. You're incentivized to be more involved in what you're doing. Overall, I think it's a better design choice, and definitely makes for a much more entertaining game. With this said, it is important to note the game isn't without its faults, at least in my book. As mentioned before, RuneScape does have its fair share of things locked behind the membership paywall, and although it's definitely worth the money, old school RuneScape did it in a better way to me. I say this because even though old school RuneScape would remind you that it was an option, it never felt necessary. However, with RuneScape 3, there are reminders everywhere, making it feel like it's something you need to have. There is so much content that's shoved in your face that you just can't access now, unless you want to spend money or buy the in-game bonds, which is something I'll talk about shortly. The other main issue I see is the introduction of microtransactions. Now, they aren't required, again, this is a completely optional system, but I feel like it doesn't really need to be here. They have the key system in order to get different unlocks, and although yes, you can earn keys in free to play, given the fact that these can give you some pretty damn good items, you kind of feel incentivized to almost spend the money. I forgot to talk about it in the old school RuneScape video, but I'm going to talk about it here, and that's the bonds that I mentioned before. These allow you to earn membership in-game. Now, they functionally work the same between old school RuneScape and RuneScape 3. However, what is different is the pricing. In old school RuneScape, you can probably get one between 10 to 12 million gold, at least at the time of recording. Whereas in RuneScape 3, it's upwards of 120 million to 130 million gold, meaning you're going to have to spend a long time grinding to try and get membership. Now, once you have membership, earning that kind of gold becomes a lot more viable. However, it does incentivize you wanting to spend that membership money. And to me, this is a big problem because RuneScape is asking for 20 Australian dollars a month.
He's dreaming.
Now, I know that might be $2 American on a good day, but that is a lot, considering I can get World of Warcraft or Final Fantasy XIV for about 17. It just feels a little too pricey, at least in my region. If this is a game you thoroughly enjoy though, as I mentioned before, you can earn this in-game, and it's a wonderful system for that. There are plenty of accounts that exist that have membership just from playing, never spending a single cent, and I think it's wonderful that it is an option for players. RuneScape 3 at its core keeps the spirit of the original release alive and well, and even though we have additional combat mechanics, new skills, and even new quests, if you haven't played in 20 years, you can still jump in and play the game you remember, albeit a bit better looking. It does suffer from a lot of the same issues as old school RuneScape, particularly in the quests. However, with the quality of life additions that we do have, it's not as bad, especially the teleporters. They make life way better. I enjoyed my time with RuneScape 3 way more than I initially anticipated. And I will be honest, I went in ready to dislike a fair chunk of this game just because I am very nostalgic for old school RuneScape, but it's just that. Nostalgia. RuneScape 3 is better in pretty much every way, and I would say it's the better place to start. Unless you want a really simplified game to play. RuneScape as a series is probably the best way to get into MMOs if you've been trying to get into them, because you have the option to play as casual or as hardcore as you'd like, and that's the beauty of RuneScape. It still has that core essence of allowing you to play how you want to play. I know I didn't cover as much in this video as I did in the old school RuneScape video, but that's because there's a fair bit of overlap and you don't really need to hear me say the same thing twice. If you want to know more about the series as a whole, go watch that video. I do think it's pretty good, but I'm biased as all hell. You won't really go wrong playing either version of RuneScape, and there is a reason why RuneScape as a series has been the main competition, at least in the free-to-play space, to World of Warcraft, and it's a game that you're not going to regret spending a few hours just having a bit of fun in. So with that, lads, ladies, gents, ladetts, whoever, whatever, it brings us to the end of another video. I hope you enjoyed this dive into RuneScape 3. If you play Iron Man mode, let me know down below. What level's your character and what drew you to it? Because it scares the crap out of me, even though I play hardcore and Diablo all the time. If you enjoyed the video, please consider hitting that like button. If you want to go that extra step, you can hit the subscribe button. During the mid-2000s, the once dominant genre of horror had seemingly started to lose its way. And even though we had plenty of great releases like Dead Space, Left 4 Dead, and a personal favorite of mine, The Darkness, horror games as a whole found themselves relying more on indie titles like the juggernaut Amnesia: The Dark Descent to drum up overall interest, which by 2013 and 2014 respectively, the genre saw somewhat of a massive comeback, with all-time classics like Outlast and the ever-popular Alien Isolation. In the shuffle, a little game by the title of The Evil Within did release, and that's the topic of today's video. Releasing basically at the exact same time as Alien Isolation, with there only being a week between the two, The Evil Within found itself in an uphill battle from the start, and even though it had notable game director Shinji Mikami, which for those who don't know is the creator of Resident Evil, The Evil Within sadly went somewhat underappreciated at the time, and even though it scored well with critics, it just got overshadowed by its competitor. Thankfully, as time has passed, and after a very good sequel, The Evil Within has started to get some more love. I know for me, I didn't check this game out until quite a while after its release, because even though I did get it at release, the game had some performance issues that we will talk about later. Being a third-person survival horror game, The Evil Within sees itself as a mix of the genre's giants, with those being Resident Evil and Silent Hill, which as you can imagine leads to a mix of amazing atmospheres and a mind-bending plot that I'm going to do my best to explain. However, this does mean there's going to be some spoilers here. I will leave certain things pretty vague so it doesn't ruin the entire experience, but do understand there are still going to be some major spoilers here. We're going to be dealing with a cult, an evil company, betrayal, and experiments, originally starting out with a group of 3 detectives, Sebastian, Joseph, and Julie, pulling up to a crime scene that can only be described as a bloody massacre in which they only find a single survivor, Dr. Jimenez, who really reminds me of Anthony Hopkins from the Hannibal Lecter movies.
A census taker once tried to test me. I ate his liver with some fava beans
and a nice Chianti.
Eventually looking at a monitor, the player character Sebastian sees a seemingly supernatural killer take out 3 cops with no effort, only to turn around and have him behind him. After this encounter, things start to take a turn for the worse, with the world seemingly being turned upside down. You are forced to find your way back to the group. On this journey, Sebastian comes across tons of carnage, making you wonder if you're still in the same hospital, and if so, what the hell is going on? Eventually getting back to the group, the world itself seems to be completely crumbling around them, and it's very reminiscent of those scenes in Inception. And this comparison to Inception is a lot more fitting than you would think, as you'll eventually find out that everything is running in a simulation world based on the brain of Ruvik, our killer from earlier, with him being able to insert his consciousness at any point, with his ultimate goal being to put his consciousness into the patient named Leslie. One of the major complaints I've heard about The Evil Within is the fact it has a very confusing story, and it's definitely a maze to navigate for sure. But if you keep in mind that this world is from Ruvrik's perspective, things start to make a little bit more sense, especially the game's symbolism. It still has plot holes for sure, and not everything is going to hit, but I personally enjoyed it for what it is. Also, in order to get the most out of the story, you really do need to find those collectibles, as they help flesh out a lot of the things going on and a lot of the behind the scenes information. Another fault with the game I would say that is definitely agreeable is the characters themselves, and although they're mostly well voice acted and very well modelled, a lot of the personalities come off as nothing more than surface level. As mentioned just before, a lot of the behind the scenes story related moments are delivered through collectibles that you read, so we don't really get to see how that character came to be after these events. Where The Evil Within starts to separate itself from a lot of its peers, at least to me, is the overall atmosphere and general level design. Starting out a lot more open-ended, these levels themselves gradually become more linear and a lot more corridor in nature. And on paper that sounds bad, but it's almost as if the world itself is closing in on Sebastian as he's getting closer to the end. It's a really nice touch, and yes, it might not necessarily be deliberate symbolism, and it could have just been lazy game design technically, but I actually really like it. It means I never spent too much time going from A to B, and that's good, because the game's checkpoint system drove me nuts. This doesn't mean the game doesn't reward exploration. If anything, it does. From ammo, brain gel, crafting materials, supplies, and even weapons, you're going to find something useful in pretty much every nook and cranny. It means your time never feels wasted, and it makes the overall experience a lot better than you would expect. You only start out with a revolver, so you're definitely going to want to explore to get different weapons. Eventually you'll get a crossbow, shotgun, sniper rifle, and even a magnum, giving you a pretty decent core selection. You'll also get access to grenades that work exactly how you'd expect, as well as finding some single-use items like the axe or torch. And even though they are only single-use, they are pretty much instant kills on anything you use them against, so definitely use them when you can. What makes the combat very addictive is the match system. Upon knocking enemies down, if you have a match, you can then set them on fire, instantly killing them. And if you time it right, as a bonus, you can actually kill multiple enemies, which ends up saving you tons of ammo. The only drawback to combat is the fact pretty much every boss will have access to one-hit kills. However, once you know what you're doing, they basically become a non-issue, but do prepare to die a lot as you figure things out. The game itself isn't actually that hard to navigate, all things considered. However, what does make it a little bit frustrating is the fact that you can only run for a matter of 2 seconds. This is a seasoned detective and my fat ass is outrunning him, so you're going to need to upgrade this as soon as possible. This is where the brain gel that I mentioned earlier comes into play. It gives you a reason to explore, find, and kill every enemy that you can get your hands on in order to get as many upgrade points as possible. A lot of these upgrades are very basic in nature, being nothing more than upgrades to the amount of ammo you can hold, more damage, and things of that nature. You won't get every upgrade on your first run, incentivizing you to play again. But by the end game, you definitely will notice the difference, especially in the sprint. Because of how well the game rewards you, it makes it actually very enjoyable to spend your time just looking through everything. Sure, the checkpoint system can be a little bit frustrating, especially after you die, as I've mentioned already, but beyond that, you're definitely going to have a good time here. What also helps you enjoy this time exploring is the game's overall presentation, and with the exception of the film grain effect that can definitely be a little too invasive at points, the overall design is very twisted and intriguing. It makes you ask questions: what the hell's going on with this monster? Why does it look this way? It makes things a joy to explore, especially towards the second half of the game when the world is morphing around you, lending itself to that Inception comparison that I made earlier. I will say the sound design itself is only serviceable, as the weapons themselves sound a bit weak, but beyond that, everything sounds pretty decent, and I would say it's on par with games of its era. I will say the OST is definitely standout and worth a listen. It would fit in any horror movie for sure, and honestly, its rendition of Claire de Lune might just be my favourite, even if it might be a little bit of a cliche pick. Where the game might lose some players is the fact the so-called puzzles are nothing more than go find X item and bring it to X location, and although it's a perfectly functional system, it's something that I would have liked to have seen just a little bit more depth for. Personally, I wouldn't have minded the odd riddle or odd question requiring me to pay attention to those logs, because overall, even though I do want to know the story and I did read them, I could definitely see myself getting bored of them and just skimming through by the end. I will say the boss fights are a little bit hit or miss as well. Even though I did enjoy every single one, I could definitely see where people might not necessarily like them. They're a little bit repetitive and I would have liked a little bit more variety, but considering this was a new game and a new IP from a brand new studio, I can understand why they played it a little bit safe. The level variety itself does make up for a lot of these shortcomings though, as the levels themselves can be a bit more of a puzzle. For example, the level that has a ton of gas that can be exploded if you use a normal weapon. It restricts you to just a crossbow and your own sense of timing in order to hide from the enemies. It's really cool and it's a nice change of pace. It doesn't take too long to get through, meaning the game keeps pushing forward, and it's a great strength. It can get a little bit slowed by the end, but for the most part the game's pacing is really damn solid, with each of the game's 15 chapters taking somewhere roughly from 30 minutes to an hour to beat. So up until this point, I hope I've been mostly positive, even though I have pointed out some minor flaws, but that's what they are, minor. There is one major flaw though that The Evil Within has, and this is just my experience, but from what I understand, it's pretty universal, and that's the game's performance. It is still to this day just all over the place. It might not necessarily show in the footage that I've used for this video, but I had constant frame rate issues. I would be in the high 70s 1 second, down to the mid 40s, then back up to 100, and then down to 35. It was just super inconsistent. I also did try the game without recording as well to see if the frame rate issues persisted to the same extreme, and they did improve somewhat. However, there was still some inconsistencies. For the most part, it did run at a rock solid 120 FPS for me on my hardware. However, in saying that, there were certain sections, especially a chase scene that's in about the middle of the game, that actually becomes unplayable because of the way the physics are tied to the frame rate. So you do have to lower it down to that 30 FPS cap. With this said though, it does improve somewhat, but do keep in mind you are still going to run into these issues, and you might even need to be forced to run it at a lower frame rate to get certain things to work. Now, thankfully I didn't run into any crashes in my time with the game this time, as originally when I tried to play the game, it was nearly unplayable. I would basically get to about halfway through the game, and by then it was crashing constantly, making me get frustrated and stop playing altogether. From what I understand, the console version is a little bit more stable when it comes to the overall performance, and it's just the PC port that is buns. But it makes me kind of hope we get a remaster sometime down the line, because I think this game deserves a lot more love than it gets. And even though I did mention that it has been getting some love, I think it deserves a lot more. It's an IP with a ton of potential, and I would love to see an Evil Within 3. However, unfortunately, developers Tango Gameworks have been absorbed by ZeniMax and shut down, meaning realistically we're probably not going to see it. And even though creator Shinji Mikami has created another new game studio, as far as I'm aware he doesn't own the IP, so he won't be able to work on an Evil Within 3 unless contracted to do so. Fingers crossed, but I really doubt it. So with that, lads, ladies, gents, ladettes, whoever, whatever, it brings us to the end of another video. I hope you enjoyed this look back at The Evil Within. I also hope you have a lovely Halloween and everyone stays safe and enjoys their time in the spooky season. I don't really celebrate it, but hey, I know some people absolutely love it. If you enjoyed the video, please consider hitting that like button. If you want to go that extra step, you can hit the subscribe button. A little over a year ago, I had a series of videos titled Why I Love, and they were basically nothing more than an excuse for me to talk about games that I loved. However, upon rewatching some of those videos for a little bit of nostalgia and also seeing where I can improve my content, I ended up getting that itch to revisit some of these games. So I'm essentially going to do that, except with my more modern style. It's also an excuse for me to play some of my all-time favorite games, like today's title, Nightmare Reaper. This FPS roguelike title from small developer Blazing Bit Games released back in late March of 2022. Since my initial video, the game has seen some major upgrades and updates, making it the perfect time to dive in. Nightmare Reaper sees itself often labelled as a boomer shooter, not only from its overall presentation, but from its incredibly fast gameplay. And even though it does definitely deserve this label, don't let it fool you, as there are some wonderful modern mechanics going on underneath the surface. I will go into these more later though, as I want to get into the actual story and plot of Nightmare Nightmare Reaper. Originally, I avoided spoilers as much as possible, and I am going to do that for the most part here. However, a word of warning, if you are someone who struggles with games or stories that cover themes of domestic violence, mental health, and potential suicidal ideation, I would highly recommend avoiding this game, because even though you can play the vast majority of this game avoiding all plot points, it will eventually rear its head and it will smack you in the face, especially the game's ending, which I won't spoil here, but please do look after your mental health. The plot essentially follows a young woman only known as the Patient, as she is seemingly locked up in a mental asylum all alone. Every time she falls asleep, she goes to war with her nightmares in a bloody, gory, and brutal battle, only eventually to wake up in the same asylum, as if everything in her dream never happened. As you progress through the game, this real world, or the asylum in this case, starts to open up, leading to new locations and even more questions. As you explore, you have a constant sense of dread as to what is around the corner, waiting for a cheap jump scare to pop off. It leads to an incredibly immersive and oppressive atmosphere that very few games can create, let alone do it as well as what Nightmare Reaper does. Visually, Nightmare Reaper aims to emulate the look of the old id Tech engine games, like Doom, Wolfenstein, and Noah's Ark. In all seriousness though, Nightmare Reaper in action is easily one of the best looking iterations of this retro-inspired style. From the bright colours and arguably the best lighting effects I've seen in any retro-inspired game, to wonderful monster and sprite design, and even cooler weapon designs, Nightmare Reaper is an absolute treat to look at. It's more than just the visuals as well. The OST is absolutely perfect. It's a bit more reminiscent of the new wave of metal soundtracks we saw after the success of Doom 2016, with a heavy focus on guitars and punchy rhythms, but it means the soundtrack carries the action, but it's done in a way that isn't over the top. You see, most of the time, music isn't actually playing. The game lets you get immersed in its atmosphere, only to then kick in when the battles start to ramp up. It really gets the adrenaline pumping. And even though the game's overall presentation is incredible, what really gets your blood rushing is the extremely visceral combat. It's constantly happening, and thanks to the game's range of over 80 weapons, it never begins to feel all too stale. This is important because as you progress through the game, you only get to keep X amount of weapons per run, making you decide what guns you want to sell or what you want to keep. It leads to some pretty tough calls as you make progress, and depending on the weapon's level and rarity, there might be some different bonus effects. These can definitely come in clutch, from more gold, extra damage, and even random projectiles. Your arsenal is always going to be evolving, and it really helps keep things fresh, even though the game does drag a little bit by the end. Nightmare Reaper makes up for this with its incredible level of variety, thanks to these levels themselves being procedurally generated. It gives the game an almost endless level of playability. Now, depending on how far into the game you are, these levels might change their theme, and it makes it feel like you're always progressing. What also helps you feel like you're progressing is the game's upgrade system, and although pretty simple on paper, it can be a bit more than that. Having a nice little Easter egg in the Game Boy Advance SP being playable here, Nightmare Reaper has a bunch of different mini-games that you can play in order to get different bonuses. Now, you don't need to do these, you can actually turn them off in the options menu, which I appreciate. On my first playthrough, I did do all the different mini-games. However, on a second playthrough, or a third, I found myself being a little frustrated having to waste time here as I just wanted to get to the core combat system. Now, do you need to do all of the upgrades in order to feel powerful? No. However, there's no harm in doing it, and it definitely helps in that power fantasy. Nowhere more so than the game's arena mode, which is something you unlock by exploring the real world, but more on that in a second. The arena basically pits you in a room with a bunch of enemies, asking you to kill them all, really driving home that power fantasy feeling that I was just talking about. Where it really excels as well is the fact it gives you another way to upgrade, giving you access to more special bonuses, really showing the cohesion within the core game design and loop. It makes Nightmare Reaper an extremely focused and well-made experience. Earlier I mentioned the real world that the patient gets to explore, and it really fleshes out what's happening. Upon beating a nightmare, if that's what you want to call it, you'll see a doctor's note appear on the table in their room. These notes definitely help give perspective on what is happening. It's a nice touch, and I think they're voiced fairly well, which is surprising given the game's very limited voice acting, to say the least. It clearly wasn't a priority, and I think it's for the best. The voices they do have sound pretty good, however when the patient dies and they scream, it sounds like the audio's peaking. Now, the scream itself isn't poorly done, I just think the balancing was off when they recorded it, leading to this issue. Now, it's not a big problem, however, considering the game can be a little bit difficult at times, prepare to hear it. The real world is also where a lot of the horror within this story is actually implied, and even though there are some awful things that you see within the nightmare space, for the most part, everything is impacting the real world here. The very limited amount of areas you can go to early on, with it only starting out with just your room, makes you feel claustrophobic, and even as it opens up, it's into more corridors and things like that. And even when we finally get outside, it's a small courtyard where it's enclosed and we feel like we have no control. There are so many questions that it makes you ask, and it makes you feel like you have no control. And I think it's actually a really neat way to break up the gameplay sections. My only real complaint is the fact there isn't more of them. I also would have liked to have seen more in-game random events. They do happen and we do get a nice variety of them. However, they do get a little bit repetitive by the time you're about halfway through. And even though, yes, they help break things up, they either happen too often or you get too much of the same ones back to back. The game itself feels like it's designed with that chip away mentality, more so than a marathon mentality. I would actually compare it to something like Dark Souls, as cliche as that is, where Dark Souls rewards you for slowly making your way through it rather than trying to brute force your way through it. It's a really nice game to just play an hour, get through a couple levels, and then come back at it in a couple days. And thanks to the game being really simple and being inspired by boomer shooters, it means it's something you can just pick up and play. You don't necessarily need to remember a whole bunch of complex mechanics, meaning it's simple and streamlined in the ways a game should be. Too often do games try to do too much. Nightmare Reaper knows what it is and what it's trying to do, and it makes it such a cohesive experience that I highly recommend. So with that, lads, ladies, gents, ladetts, whoever, whatever, it brings us to the end of another video. I hope you enjoyed this look at Nightmare Reaper. I know it's a much newer game compared to what I typically look at, but I want to give indie games some love on this channel going forward. If you have an indie game you would like me to check out, or one that's coming out that you want me to keep an eye on, let me know in the comments section below, and I will definitely do that. If you enjoyed the video, please consider hitting the like button. If you want to go that extra step, you can hit the subscribe button. There aren't many, if any, franchises that can claim to be as large as that of Pokemon. And even though the mainline games have seen their fair share of controversies with their more recent releases, surprisingly, Pokemon has seen itself very successful when it came to the spin-off games and different formats. From Pokemon Go, Mystery Dungeon, Pokemon Ranger, which I would love to see return, and arguably the most successful spin-off, the Pokemon trading card game. The trading card game has been an absolute global phenomenon since the 90s, and it's still growing in popularity to this day, even if a lot of people don't know how to actually play. With that said, thanks to the release of Pokemon TCG Pocket, a lot of people are now starting to figure things out, even if it is a slightly more simplified version of the original game. However, for us old folk, or at least just for me, I learned how to play thanks to the awesome Pokemon trading card game for Game Boy Color. Developed by the legendary team at Hudson Soft, the Pokemon trading card game went on to be well loved and well received by fans and critics alike, selling a very impressive and very respectable 3.7 million units. Upon booting up the game, you'll notice that it looks very similar to that of the first generation. Visually, the game follows in the footsteps of its predecessor, with the only real difference being some of the sprite work. And although I would actually argue that it's better here, it's really up to your own personal tastes. Some people prefer the more simple look, whereas in the Pokemon trading card game, things are quite detailed, actually way more than you would expect. Characters also look slightly different, along with the text boxes and a few other minor things. It's actually pretty damn impressive what Hudson Soft have managed here, as you would expect only Game Freak, especially at their peak here, to have been able to nail this visual style. Easily the biggest standout though is the art of the Pokemon themselves. The cards are well represented here, and they do a fantastic job of depicting the Pokemon, way better than the sprites we had in the original game, at least in my opinion. It's actually really impressive what they managed to achieve, given the fact it was on a Game Boy Color. It really shows a true passion for the IP that I would say is definitely lacking from the more modern games. Also, another major plus is the game's OST, although not necessarily outright as recognizable of that of the original generations, but it definitely holds its own, and it's something worth listening to in your own time if you do want something a little more fun and a little more uplifting to listen to. It has a great variety based on where you are and what you're doing, so there's plenty on offer here. Where the Pokemon trading card game really does start to fall flat is the overall plot and story, as although a very simple plot like that of the original Pokemon games, it doesn't really have enough here to kind of keep you going unless you just really enjoy the card game itself, as it's pretty much just a collect 8 gym badges, beat the Elite Four, and that's pretty much it. Although in saying this, it's technically clubs, not gyms, and Grandmasters, not the Elite Four. They are functionally the same though, so do forgive me if I do mix them up. Like the other Pokemon games, we also have a rival, but he's pretty boring here as he doesn't really antagonize you in any way. He sort of shows up from time to time, you duel him, and that's about it. He reflects the story pretty well because there's just no real drive from this character or from the story to make you want to go to the next duel. It's the gameplay that really carries, and although I don't mind that, I would have liked a little bit more of an open world card-based RPG. Instead, we have an overworld that we traverse just on a map. And although it's a functional system, I don't hate it, it does leave me wanting more. And I understand it is a limitation of the medium. The game has over 200 cards, all with incredible artwork, while allowing for you to have multiple decks. There's only so much space that can fit on a Game Boy Color cartridge, making me hope that at some point down the line we get an actual RPG that is based around the card game. However, it's not to say that the card game itself is going to lead to a flawless experience, and even though it's a great representation, it does have one major issue that is present in every card game ever, and that's a reliance on luck. Because even if you build a near perfect deck, you still have a chance of losing just because you didn't draw what you need. You could play perfectly and just not have what you needed at the time, so you just lose. This does go both ways, so it's not the worst, and thankfully there's also no real punishment to losing. And if you do lose, you also have a pretty damn decent deck building system here in place for you to be able to come back and hopefully win the next time, allowing you to change your strategy at pretty much any point. You will learn pretty quickly that you don't want to have a million different types of Pokemon, but you also don't want to only have one, as obviously this will have a clear-cut counter. You also want to make sure that you have enough card draw, so that way if you don't have what you need, you have a chance to get what you need, because again, it's going to come down to luck whether you get what you need or not. It does lead to you basically trying every fight twice if you do lose initially, making the game's runtime drag a little bit, and even though it's only 11 hours in length, I think it would have benefited from being a little bit more streamlined. I have no issue with a game being 10 hours, 4 hours, or 400 hours, but I do have a problem when it feels like I'm wasting my time a little bit just because it comes down to some RNG. It makes the trading card game feel more like something you would chip away at, basically being perfect for car rides, which is what you would pretty much expect of a Game Boy Color game. It's not something you would marathon necessarily, and even though you can definitely do that, it feels like the sort of game where you might play 1 or 2 battles, rebuild a deck, or change a couple things here and there, and then maybe come back to it tomorrow. Where this game could divide people is its UI, and it's not so much when you're trying to fight itself, but when you're trying to see what's on your bench. We have menus within menus within menus. It's not the worst system, but it definitely could have been a lot more streamlined. I think having the ability to just see our bench outright would have made life way easier instead of having to navigate multiple menus just to check what energy each Pokemon might need. Given the fact this was the first real attempt to translate the card game into a video game format, it's understandable as to why it is the way it is. It just bogs down the pacing of a lot of battles if you don't remember what's in your deck specifically, or if you've forgotten what you played on turn 1. With that said, once you've played enough of the game and you've built your own decks, you'll probably have a pretty decent knowledge base of what you need. I've leveled a few complaints up to this point, but bear with me, because this game managed to do something that not many have, and that is have me addicted. The strategy that came with every single battle had me hook, line, and sinker. I thoroughly enjoyed my time, and even though I lost my fair share of duels, I just kept coming back. I would rebuild my deck and try and have the perfect counters to what they have. I would lose and learn. It felt like I was actually progressing. It just had me having the time of my life just doing the core mechanics. It's not a flawless experience by any means, as it does carry the issues that come with card game, but as a card game being represented in a video game form, it's about as good as you could hope for, especially for a Game Boy Color game. If you've never tried the Pokemon card games before, this is a great starting point, and honestly, I highly recommend it. So with that, lads, ladies, gents, ladetts, whoever, whatever, it brings us to the end of another video. I hope you enjoyed this look back at the Pokemon trading card game for Game Boy Color. What's your favorite Pokemon card from when you were a kid, or even now as an adult? My personal favorite is the Dark Charmeleon card, because I remember getting it in a pack of cheese when they ran a promotion, so there's that. The more you know. If you enjoyed the video, please consider hitting that like button. If you want to go that extra step, you can hit the subscribe button. Hello lads, ladies, gents, ladetts, whoever, whatever, welcome back to another video. I'm sure most of us are aware of the Bay Harbor butcher Dexter, an extremely successful successful TV show from the mid-2000s, Dexter still to this day holds a place within pop culture, and thanks to its more recent spin-offs that have just come out, I thought it'd be a good time to revisit the game that it had, since, like a lot of properties of its time, it was subject to the worst fate of anything by having a tie-in game. Not only that, it was a mobile game.
Oh, the humanity!
Now, it did eventually get ported to PC, which is how I did play it for this video. Developed by Icarus Studios, who also made the sequel that sadly, or maybe fortunately, never came to PC, Dexter the game was met with lukewarm reception from fans. The plot itself is actually perfectly fine, since it follows the first season of the show, and the story itself is relatively well done. However, it does suffer from some issues, and this is because you are adapting a TV show into a video game. You are trying to condense everything down while making it more understandable in a video game format, but this hurts the pacing and the general structure of the game. So, in the interest of not spoiling the show too much, I'm going to avoid attempting to explain story related things and pretty much just talk about the actual gameplay itself, because I think the show is 100% worth watching in your own time. Immediately, you'll notice that Dexter the game is pretty far from a good looker, and considering its support from a mobile game, I can understand that, but some of the character designs definitely leave a lot to be desired. It's not all bad on the presentation front, as they actually managed to have some of the main cast return to voice their respective characters. However, that's only in some cases. For the most part, a lot of the characters are voiced by other people, and it's pretty damn obvious. Especially Deb. She really suffers from not being played by Jennifer Carpenter. It's not to say they did a bad job, but it's clearly a different person. The soundtrack itself is also lifted straight from the show, so I can't really show it here. So I do recommend checking it out in your own time, just because I don't really want to get a copyright strike. They also did an alright job in representing a lot of the main areas that you would expect to see from the show. From Dexter's apartment, to Rita's apartment, the station, the lab, everything's there that you would expect, and it's pretty fun to explore them. However, it's worth noting there are some pretty interesting quirks when it comes to the game's visuals. If you do talk to somebody, you'll notice that they now have a 2D background behind them that seems to have a fisheye lens that makes everything seem really weird. Furthermore, if you're paying attention to the skybox, it's literally a box. It's very obvious where the edges are. It feels like a bit of an oversight that's happened during the game's production. Again, as a mobile game, it's understandable, but it is one of those things that we take for granted these days. Getting into the actual gameplay, this is where the game will definitely be hit or miss for pretty much anybody, as a lot of the game's control is pretty straightforward, though it's all basically prompts. There's no real direct control as you might expect. It's pretty much nothing but QuickTime events, and although it's functional, it's definitely not the most engaging system in the world. The rest of the gameplay loop revolves around a lot of mini-games, and even though they are pretty straightforward, they can get a little bit boring and stale after you've done them about 10 times. And even though I did enjoy my time trying to do the blood matching minigame, it's way more difficult than it has any right to be. Effectively, you go through the motions as Dexter. A crime will happen, Dexter will need to show up and investigate, gather evidence, or at least talk to people who have gathered evidence, and then go to the lab and figure things out. And you get to do that, which is pretty cool. But it does get a little bit stale and repetitive considering you're going to be doing this for every case. It's not engaging enough to drive home a full game experience. Though, given the limitations of what they had to work with and the hardware that was available at the time, it is understandable. The game would have done better to have a little bit more variety for sure. In saying this, if you are a fan of Dexter, there might be enough here for you. But if you're more of a casual viewer of Dexter, the odds are you're probably not going to get anything out of this. As was typical of games at the time, they tried to have loading screen messages, but thanks to modern PCs, you do get through these pretty damn quick. And it ends up leading to a Harry jump scare pretty much every loading screen, which was pretty funny when I played this with friends. Furthermore, as a side note, if you want another good laugh, just look at some of these game over screens, because they are ridiculous. We were not prepared for how funny these actually look. Getting back on track, one of the biggest problems the game has is its pacing issues that I mentioned earlier, and this comes down to the actual gameplay loop itself, because you have huge chunks of just talking to people and then huge chunks of just doing minigames. And if you're good at the minigames, well, they're not going to last particularly long, thus the title, minigames. It really hurts the overall flow, because nothing really feels like I'm actually investigating something as much as I'm just hitting a checklist. And even though, yes, it does do a better job than some, it's far from the best detective game I've ever played in my life. Now, the most important question you're probably asking as a fan of Dexter is, do they recreate some of the most iconic scenes from the show? And surprisingly they do, although it does come off a little more comedic than originally intended, and I think that's thanks to the hindsight of already seeing the impact of what it would have carried in the show versus the game. As mentioned, this is a pretty faithful, if not somewhat flawed retelling of the story of Dexter, at least for the chunk of the series that it's covering. I can't speak for the sequel game as, well, it never really came to PC, and I'm not going through the effort of trying to find out how to get that thing running. However, for what it is, it's pretty solid. I know I was seemingly negative about the game, but it's surprisingly bad in the best way possible. It's one of those so bad it's good experiences, and it's very charming for it. I actually do recommend playing it, especially with friends where you can just goof around and have a bit of a laugh at it. If you're a hardcore fan, there's enough here to justify it. If you're a casual fan, maybe not, unless you're really looking for a laugh. So, did Dexter the game butcher its source material? And yes, I am very sorry for that one. Well, the answer is yes and no. Although the controls aren't particularly great and the gameplay loop isn't something that I would call inspired, the story and plot, like the show, are intriguing enough to kind of justify playing it. It has that B-grade horror movie feel to it, and ultimately I do recommend it. It's classified as abandonware, so I'm going to have a link for you to download it in the description below, so if you want to check it out, go for it. So with that, lads, ladies, gents, ladetts, whoever, whatever, it brings us to the end of another video. Thank you so much for watching my video on the Dexter tie-in game. I do apologise for missing a couple of weeks because I was quite sick with a viral infection, and even now I'm still a little under the weather, though I actually don't feel that bad, but every couple of seconds I start coughing, so this took way longer to do the voiceover than I was hoping to. I also want to take the time to say thank you so much for watching for this year, and wish you all a Merry Christmas, Happy Holidays, whatever it is you want to celebrate. I hope you have a wonderful end to the year, and I hope to see you in the new year. If you enjoyed the video, please consider hitting that like button. If you want to go that extra step, you can hit the subscribe button, and if you want to go that extra mile, you can support me on Ko-fi, Patreon, or YouTube memberships like these lovely people here. And with that, I'll see you guys in the next one. Stay safe out there. Bye.